Good morning, everyone. It is with great joy and immense pride that I extend a warm welcome to each one of you as we gather for the Young Scholars Research Colloquium, which marks a celebration of intellect, inquiry, and innovation. Today, we are united by a shared commitment to the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of new frontiers in research. Before we kickstart YSRC, it is a tradition to light a ceremonial lamp that signifies wisdom and enlightenment. I request our distinguished guests, the keynote speaker, Professor Stephen D. Alessandro, Dean Professor Geeta Hegde, Conference Co-Chair Professor Varsha Jain, Registrar Professor Shubhra, to come forward and light the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. Thank you to our esteemed dignitaries. As we move forward, I am reminded of a beautiful couplet by the poet Amir Kazalbaz, which beautifully captures the essence of research co-creation. And it goes like this. मेरे जुनून का नतीजा ज़रूर निकलेगा, इसी स्याह समुंदर से नूर निकलेगा. Keeping the beauty of this couplet in mind, I would now like to invite Professor Geeta Hegde, Dean MICA, whose visionary leadership has been the guiding light for our academic endeavors. I'd request Professor Hegde to welcome our esteemed guests and set the stage for our event.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Tatsita. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you, esteemed guests, faculty, young scholars. It is our immense pleasure to invite you over to the Young Scholars Research Colloquium here today and see you here, and see that the contribution that you've done will be, spoken about wide and far and also here today as much as possible. And we would like you to be participating in the next 2 days intensively so that you learn a lot through this colloquium. This is the 11th International Communication Management Conference at MICA. This forum is a cornerstone of MICA's mission to foster innovation, encourage inquiry, and nurture the next generation of researchers. MICA has always stood as a beacon for excellence in the fields of marketing, communication, and leadership. Our commitment to advancing knowledge through research and practice has made us a hub for thought leadership and the melting pot of ideas. In fact, the amount of emphasis that we place on knowledge creation and knowledge dissemination is among the best in the country and, of course, I would say among the world. Our endeavor to see that we are ahead of the curve in terms of capacity and capability building and become a think tank has been now recognized across, and has been recognized and now also across the world and in the country as well. In fact, I would like to give you an example of what happened in an NVIDIA conference where Jensen, the owner, was the founder, was also there to have kind of an association and collaboration with Mukesh Ambani And in that, it was almost like a stampede with all industry folks coming for that conference. But I could see the only institution that was there was MICA, representing in full. So I think that is where we are. We know what the future of industry is, and then see that we are ahead in terms of the think tank and capacity and capability, known for the think tank for capacity and capability building. The Young Scholars Research Colloquium is not merely an event, it is a testament to our collective ambition to push the boundaries of knowledge. This colloquium serves as a unique platform where diverse minds converge, fostering a spirit of intellectual curiosity and rigorous inquiry. It is through such exchanges that we pave the way for groundbreaking innovation and transformative research that can change the world. At MICA, we believe that research is not merely an academic exercise, but a transformative tool impacting academia, industry, and societal progress. We all know that in recent years, the research in marketing, communication, and communication area has undergone a paradigm shift, driven by technological advancements and changing consumer behavior. There has been a spurt of research publications in the space of AI. We all know that the impact that it does in the marketing strategies area. McKinsey report says that that the companies leveraging AI in their marketing strategies have experienced a 20 to 30% improvement in the marketing ROI, and it is, of course, we all know that it is slated to grow. The other space or areas that there is an increase in the research, of course, we see on immersive technology, with the trends that the immersive technology is being adopted and in the amount of funds that has been invested in the area. Consumer expectations, consumer insights, consumer experience, etc. Sustainability is another space where immense work is happening, and the research is also seeing a growth in the space. Indian higher education, of course, is today standing at a crossroad, with research emerging as a critical area of progress. And we all know the population and the market, the economic growth that India is seeing today and slated to grow and very soon become the third largest economic country in the world. No other country perhaps could give a better market to study and research upon. Okay, so I think this is where the world is looking at India in terms of research in itself. But I think if we talk about the statistics of higher education in India, today, as we stand today, we have around 1,200, less than 1,200 universities. But the gross enrollment ratio still remains under 30%. The challenges that the country faces in terms of research is that the government spending or the GDP spending on research is still roughly around 0.65%, as against the developed countries which spend more than rough 2% of GDP or more than that. But interestingly, the Indian research today stands at 4th largest in terms of number as a research hub. Also, in certain data, it is the 3rd largest in terms of scientific research publications. Yes, we have a problem in terms of impact and research impact in terms of especially in terms of the citations, but I don't think we need to blame it with the research publication, but the issue could also be because of the journals and where they are published. All in all, I see a lot of interest and work that is happening in the research in India. The new education policy talks a lot about internationalization and collaboration with international institutions, and also focusing on research. There is a research development fund that NRF, that the National Research Fund that the government has initiated. Challenges are there for institutions, especially the private institutions, where the funding, the ability to get the fund could be a challenge. But nevertheless, there is a lot of focus out there for Indian research, and I invite all the international guests who are here to collaborate more and more with Indian researchers. So there's a huge market out there which is very, very interesting and raring to go. The key factor in India's, as I told, is lagging research. Of course, is a low level of research and development spending. But of course, there is a scope of improvement there. But interestingly, as you know, if you're looking at talent, in terms of AI, even in terms of data science, India is the place to go. And in MICA, we speak about both left brain and the right brain, convergence. And I think that is something that no other institution, at least in the country and elsewhere, I can speak about. Very few institutions have the ability of the human side and focusing on the human side, and yet trying to enrich and working on the data and the AI, AI aspects as well. So I think we have the capability and the ability to do more in terms of research and knowledge generation and knowledge dissemination. So I think the requirement now for institutions and also the government, the industry, etc., is to see that there is ecosystem. The system is conducive for better research, motivating faculty and students to engage in academic research becomes paramount. Internationalization, as I told you, the NEP, the new education policy is supporting. There's a long way to go. Industry, academia, and government collaboration is something that again is required. In India, as I think most of you know, there is a 2% CSR mandated by the corporate to spend on the corporate social responsibility by any industry. However, this 2% is mostly, and the government regulation or the government norm talks about this 2% can be spent on educational institutions, R&D and research. However, the private institutions are facing a little bit of concern there again, because the list of institutions that the government talks about essentially is public institutions here. So I think there's a lot of these concerns, and I think but yet there was a representation. I'm part of Confederation of Indian Industry in the education sector. I lead the state education panel for the Confederation of Indian Industries, and recently we have proposed to the government to even look at the private universities and support the private institutions for this to also CSR funds for research and development. So there is work going on in that space. Again, the brightest spot in the landscape is the increasing academia, industry, and government partnerships. Collaboration between industry and academia is growing, and we see that because, again, Indian industries understand the high need for skilling and the fast skilling because of the growth that the country sees and is also seeing now. So India stands at a pivotal moment in its journey of becoming a global research leader. By focusing on such actionable pathways, India can close the gap with global research leaders and contribute significantly to the global innovation landscape. Of course, today we dwell upon several pivotal areas that are at the forefront of contemporary research and practice. The team has carefully curated tracks that address some of the most pressing issues and exciting opportunities. I'll leave it to the conference team to talk about it. So I think they have, if you look at the areas that they have focused upon in terms of research and the tracks, will definitely contribute to academia and also help the future of marketing and communication practices globally. I encourage all of you to explore these critical areas, engage deeply in discussions, and co-create knowledge that drives progress. Together, let us leverage the transformative power of research to navigate disruptions and embrace innovations for a better future. To our distinguished faculty and mentors, thank you for your unwavering support and guidance. Your presence here signifies the importance of nurturing young and talent researchers, contributing to a vibrant research community. As we embark upon this enriching journey together, let us remain committed to the pursuit of knowledge. I would like to thank the ICMC team, the co-chairs, Professor Varsha and Professor Amit, the entire team that has worked, the faculty members who have supported, the staff of MICA who have been there. I think the next 2 days you will see you will also experience the amount of work that has gone in to this conference. Thank you everybody for being here. The guests, once again, thank you so much for coming. And I wish all of you a productive and inspiring day, and also the couple of days ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dean, for your welcome address and setting the tone of ISRC. I would now like to invite the lead coordinator of ISRC and doctoral scholar, Parth Salunke, to share how a day at YSRC looks like.
Thank you, Datsita. Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, keynote speaker of the day, Professor Steve D'Alessandro, distinguished speakers across the globe, faculty members, and my dear friends. It's indeed an honor to stand before you today as a lead coordinator for this vibrant and intellectually stimulating event, the Young Scholars Research Colloquium at MICA, popularly we call as YSRC. Let me begin with a quote that perfectly encapsulates the essence of why we are gathered here. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. This quote serves as a powerful reminder that research is not just about gathering facts. It's about exploring new perspectives, challenging the status quo, and pushing the boundaries of co-creating new knowledge. As I look around the room, I'm filled with joy and excitement to see so many familiar faces. Some I have met personally at several academic events. Some I am connected through social media network on LinkedIn. Some I personally met yesterday and today. And some I'm meeting you for the first time. But I'm sure we are all connected as we share the same passion for inquiry and discovery. It is truly delightful to connect with all of you and witness your continued dedication to learning and innovation. The Young Scholars Research Colloquium holds a special place in my heart today because it represents the promise of the future, and it will be my last YSRC as a doctoral scholar at MICA. As scholars, our role is not to only contribute to the body of knowledge, but also to be the torch bearers of progress in our respective fields like our distinguished speakers are today. When this responsibility was shouldered upon me, I had a detailed discussion with Professor Varsha Jain to think what best we could offer to all the young scholars. Based on our discussions with several scholars at academic front, we started jotting down the points and designed this event so that we offer a comprehensive view from conceptualizing the research to crafting it towards journal submission as we create impact. Today's sessions, some panel discussions, debates, and presentations represent different forms and are not mere academic exercise according to me, but they are the foundation stones for solutions to the challenges of tomorrow. So let me share some brief details about the event. First, I thank Professor Steve for accepting the invitation and encouraging us as a keynote speaker to kickstart the day. Second, we Meet the Editor session with our panelists, Professor Gary, Professor Eugene, Professor Manisha, and Professor Keng, that aims to help early career scholars and professors into research excellence. Third, we have Professor Russell Belk, who needs no introduction, but he'll bring his insights on conceptualizing exciting research ideas as he truly exemplifies research excellence with more than 800 plus high quality research papers contributing to theory and practice. Fourth, we have a book launch of our own faculty, Professor Varsha, on qualitative research in the digital age, published by Sage UK, followed by the panel discussion with the co-authors of the book, Professor Jain, Professor Emmanuel, and joined by Professor Belk on debunking myths and enhancing rigor in qualitative research. Fifth, we have Professor Neil Das, who will discuss methodological rigor in marketing. I'm sorry, Professor Ian will not able to join due to medical emergency, but Professor Neil Das, stage is all yours. Sixth, we again have Professor Stephen, Professor Emmanuel, and Professor Cian Gordon-Wilson discussing crafting manuscripts for top-tier journals. And finally, we bring panel discussion that aims to bring perspectives of senior professors and early career professors on three fronts. As my mentor says, teaching, research, and service to the academic community is the most important thing. That will be led by the panelists, Professor Stephen again, Professor Vijay Vishwanathan, who will join us shortly, Professor Eugene, and our own FPM scholar, Professor Sigma Soni. Dear distinguished speakers, I welcome you all once again at MICA and thank you for your support and guidance to this event, including our track chairs and Global Advisory Board members. Dear participants, this colloquial offers a chance to immerse yourself in the exchange of ideas, to question, to critique, and to grow. Remember, every question you ask and every perspective you share adds value not only to your research work, but to the collective intelligence of our community worldwide. In closing, I encourage you to embrace this day with enthusiasm and curiosity. Network with your peers, engage with all our seasoned scholars and distinguished speakers, and make the most of this platform. As our Dean rightly mentioned, together let us ensure that this colloquium becomes a melting point of ideas, innovation, and inspiration. As the most important thing I remember is to not stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existence. Thank you, and I wish you all an enriching and successful day ahead.
Thank you, Parth. It seems such a fulfilling and exciting day for learning at YSRC. As rightly said, research is the cornerstone of progress, the bridge between curiosity and discovery, and the foundation upon which societies evolve. However, the true power of research is realized when it is shared, when ideas transcend individual efforts and spark dialogue, debate, and innovation. It is in the spirit of this collaboration and shared purpose that I would request our conference co-chair, Professor Varsha Jain, to share her insights on research at YSRC. Professor Jain, the stage is all yours.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us. It's being a long and a short journey, I would say, because we did everything in a span of 6 months. And honestly, when we started with the idea inception, I was not sure, but thank you so much for all your help, support, which you all have provided across the globe. I really thank everybody here. And also all our track chairs, advisory board, they've been very kind and supportive in conceptualizing what we are today. So coming to research, I mean, I always say that some people always tell us that research, oh, you talk about it every time. It's so boring. Well, it's boring if that doesn't excite you, right? if it excites you, it's not boring. So the point is that when you are researching on some areas which really feel and that makes you awake in the night, as we always say in research, I would say it a little differently, that keeps you excited and makes you happy. Because now in marketing, we're talking about vibe marketing, right? So the vibe which has been given to the individual has to be happy. Now, what is happiness? I think that can be determined by the individuals. So if technology makes you happy, please go ahead and work in that space. If sustainability makes you happy, then I think that's your way. And we don't determine any tracks to anybody because it is driven by person. So you make your own exciting journeys, embark what you want to do, and then ensure that your ideas are being listed. With that, I would just quote that you don't have to be great to start, okay? But you have to start to be great. This is very important. And this I'm telling through my own journey because we all started from scratch, right? It's not that everybody is a born researcher, so everybody starts from somewhere and what excites you. So I'll give you my own example. When I was a child, I always looked at the campaigns, advertisements. Marketing used to excite me every time. And people keep asking me, why are you so excited about it? I'm excited because of the dynamic nature of marketing. It keeps changing. And because of that volatile nature and the kind of variations that marketing offers, it keeps you busy with research. You talk about variations, the moment I talk about AI, something else is going to come next. So that variation keeps us awakened. Some people love to capture those variations. So I think we talk about MarkTech now, and that is where the technology is heading. We are immersing all our disciplines together in the business ecosystem when we're talking about marketing. So this is something which is very important. Now I'll talk about 3 things and just wrap it up so that Steve have enough time to talk. So the first thing is the journey of the scholar, okay? As Parth was mentioning about YSRC, the journey of scholar, I always determine, is inside out. Very simple, okay? What does that mean? It means that do your own reflections. What makes you happy? What is your research philosophy? People always keep asking me, what is your research philosophy? And it's very simple. Whatever makes me happy, I do work into those areas. It could be luxury, it could be wedding, it could be something else. So the whole idea is that you reflect on yourself and work and make a mark in that particular area, which is what we say in research, programmatic research. Don't leave that area. Just ensure that everybody knows in the world, and we have all our dignitaries here who have fulfilled that particular dream of theirs. And still it's going on, and it's a journey because it's not going to end. The second point is the journey of research projects that you work on is B2C. And we say B2C because coming from me, I always say it's a human and technology intervention that happens, but it's about the burning issues that we have in the society and the business industry as well as academia, how you are tackling those issues, and C is the contributions that you're making. So it's very important to understand that how do you start from step 1 until you create an impact, because that is something which is very important. Now coming back to the last point, why this whole conceptualization emerged, because when we go to American Marketing Association, Academy of Marketing Science, we talk as editors, we do the panels, we've been doing that for more than 12, 13 years. But the whole point is that after that editors panel, what happened next? Right? Everybody understands, okay, these are different journals in marketing and they're looking for these things. This is how I need to position the manuscript. This is the methodology that is trending. Here are the areas. But the whole point is that, honestly speaking, as the scholars, you need more insights from the editors. You need to understand how to position your idea. It's not the reject of the idea. It's always the positioning issues, because they are looking for something and you produce something else. So the whole point is that we started with this idea that let's do the editors panel and then talk about each and every step which Path has mentioned about the research to help you, to grow you all in the scholarly world. Because co-creation of knowledge is really very important. And as I talk about MarkTech and dynamism that we need in the marketing area, which means we need more work. And with this particular final thought, I would like to end, which is every knowledge that you see around us, every observation that you make is actually giving signals to create something new. For example, we are in India. We are in the stage where we have Bollywood. We have cricket, right? Some people might be more enthusiastic about that. Some people are known for technology, hospitality. These are the key areas where India is known worldwide. So everything is around us. It's just that you need to encapsulate all of those observations in a systematic inquiry and position it so that it can be used by the world. And you can create an impact of the work. Theories can be driven by the observations that we make, by the kind of perspectives that you develop, by the kind of insights that you draw. And two more examples. One is India is known for technology, right? What is your first screen right now? Mobile phone, right? So the screens have changed. Screen behavior have changed. And if you're multilingual, you're able to manage more screens. See, isn't it interesting? That's the theory. You can build upon it because it's imbibed in your behavior. And the second point is that it's always technology driven. Always. So embark on those technological ideas and creativity and create new knowledge for everybody. So with that thought, I would like to encourage everybody to collaborate, understand what is important for the academic research, industry research, builds new knowledge so that it can be used by everybody in the world. And that co-creation would really help everyone in the ecosystem of businesses. So thank you so much once again for being with us. And I'm sure this networking and collaborations would really help you all. And you will get the insights from all the editors, distinguished professors that we have invited, also industry people. And it will help you to grow not only as a person, but also as a scholar. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Professor Jain, for your profound insights. Now it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, a scholar whose remarkable contributions to the marketing discipline have shaped and advanced the field in profound ways, Professor Stephen D. Alessandro. Professor D. Alessandro has a long career in mentoring and developing the marketing discipline over the past 30 years. He continues to publish in top-tier journals such as the Journal of Marketing, the European Journal of Marketing, Journal of Business Research, Psychology and Marketing, among many others. He is a well-sought-after marketing scholar and an applied researcher in the industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have Professor Stephen D. Alessandro with us today to deliver the keynote address. Please join me in welcoming him as he shares his insights and expertise with us.
So before I start, there's three things that Ahmedabad is famous for. And the first, of course, is Mahatma Gandhi's ashram. The second, of course, is MICA University. And the third is it's the home of Jaswant Bumrah. So that's the very important thing, right? Coming from. And we're very sorry about the cricket, but, well, best team won. Okay, so I'm going to talk about today something that is important in scholarship throughout your career. And if I could say that I'm still on a path of learning. So very much the Gandhian approach of learning and the importance of and if you want to know what contribution is, go and visit the Gandhi ashram, and he's got a fantastic diagram there where he talks about health, community, economy, self-reliance, and so on. And it encapsulates really the marketing discipline for benefit for society. So you have it here in India, and I think Gandhi actually was one of the first marketers in the world, the way he spread his ideas across a number of countries. He mobilised people, he'd ran an experiment, right? This is how we can live together, and I was very inspired by that. But I'm probably preaching to the converted here. Okay, let's just see if we'll... All right, so before we start, this is my keynote address, but I just want to bring this up to you about research. And this is from Albert Einstein, a person who never made a mistake, never tried anything new. So when you're doing research, think about something new. The program, I agree with what Varsha says, you need to be known for something, but be open to new ideas, new methodologies, new theories, working with different groups, like Albert Einstein did. Okay, here's what I'm going to talk about today. So I'm talking about contributions. Why is that important? I'll talk about it in a minute. But when you're publishing, when you're working with industry, working with stakeholders, your university wants to know what your contribution is in a scholar. So it's more than just what journals want. Well, what is it then? And obviously different journals want different things, right? So I'll talk about different types of contributions. There's no one agreed approach, but there's different ways you can do that. Then, okay, so that's very good. It's easy for me to stand up here and say, develop a contribution. How do you do it? So how do you develop over time? And I'm probably taking more of a developmental approach. I don't believe that you start off making a top contribution early in your career. Some people do, and that I'm very happy for them, but you tend to need to develop that over time. Then I'm going to talk about something called the contribution portfolio. What's that? Well, not everything you do will be high contribution, right? There is important, you're learning along the way, so lesser contributions are still important. Now, this is a really important thing for you all to be aware of as young scholars. Not every paper you'll put out there will end up in the Journal of Marketing. Does that mean that you haven't made a contribution? No, it just means you've got a different kind of contribution. So, but you should balance the portfolio, and I'll talk about that between high, low, and types of contribution. Okay, so what's a contribution? You can see here. So Christine Moorman, who was the ex-editor of the Journal of Marketing, defines it quite nicely there. And a contribution is a subjective. This is the first important thing for you to realise. Contributions by their nature are subjective. Now, it's a bit like a friend once said to me, Steve, there's no such thing that's a bad tea, but some teas are better than others. And that's exactly the same. As you want to publish in higher ranked journals, and I think a lot of people do, the level of contribution becomes more important. Okay? It's also important if you're trying to attract research funding. So you heard about the research opportunities here in India from your Dean. I think that's a really important area for your scholars. I commend the way MICA are working with industry. But what industry want to know, what government want to know, what not-for-profits want to know is contribution. So it's really important in research funding. The contribution you make over time is your reputation as a scholar. So it builds up over time. It's like a snowball rolling down a hill. And not all research you do, so you have to be realistic about what you're doing is a high level of contribution. Sometimes I'll do a paper because, as Varsha said, it's fun, right? Or I like the people I'm working with, or I'm trying to help somebody start their career. It's not that I wake up in the morning and go, right, today's the day I change the world. I wish it was that easy. So all those other efforts, are they wasted? No, because I'm still learning, right? So we're always learning in this profession. Okay, some different types of contribution. Okay, so We've got the contribution continuum, which I'll talk about. So this is how you work out high and low. Then, and these are taken from what other people are saying. Moving boundaries. So does your work advance the discipline from one area to the other? What's the level of theoretical scope? How detailed your theory is. So we can think of things like, obviously, co-creation theory is important theoretical scope. Some people say, well, contribution's easy, Steve. It's citations. I've got more than you. I've made a larger contribution. I'll talk about that. Citations is one measure, but not all citations are equal and not all the same. Then there's what we might call a contribution checklist. So some editors, some leading scholars have said, well, this is really what makes a contribution. Lastly, it's important that we remember, we're all marketers in this room. You are writing for an audience. When you're applying for a grant, you're applying for a grant with an audience, with a market in mind. So many journals have their own statement. I'm happy to make these slides available to people too. Checklist, but it's not foolproof, and it's not foolproof because editors change, policies change, and remember what I said before, it's subjective. I'm sorry, but I just want to be honest with you, it's subjective. So you do need to talk to editors, you do need to read the papers in the journal very carefully. Okay, so what's a contribution continuum? Well, this is, again, this is from Laddick and Stewart from a few years ago in the Journal of Academy of Marketing Science. I really like this paper. Good idea to collect papers by editors or academics talking about contributions, just to give you an idea. And you can see here, your contribution firstly in context can be in theory, method or context. So I'll give you an example. AI, India is a context, right? The method might be, let me see, structure equation modelling, and the theory might be the theory of planned behaviour. Now, they're not novel contributions, but really what we're looking for is that you need to make a contribution often in 3 areas. So just because you're doing something in India or Australia, just because you're looking at AI, does not in itself make a contribution. You need an understanding of why people use AI and how they do it. So theory is important. The method you're using, particularly, and Russ will talk about this in Qual, the detail you have, the rigor is also important, right? If you don't have that, you haven't made a contribution for these journals. The other one here is what we call, also in the same article, and I've said here, journals 5 and above, you need to make sure at least 2 out of 3 on the contribution. So you can see here, if it's a straight replication, it's not a large contribution. But if we move down to the last 3, identification of a new phenomenon, not AI, but might be something like co-creation a few while ago. Developing a grand synthesis or integrating different theories. Lastly, developing a theory that predicts a new phenomenon. Okay? And the higher you go up the journal, the more they want. It's like life. Okay? So you should be aware of that. Another approach is from, and I really urge you to read this paper by McNinnis et al. It's a whole range of scholars. Kosnets, the lady who did anti-smoking, I always say that wrong, Paraccio. And they talk about, and this is from the Journal of Marketing's perspective. Okay? So the other one was Journal of Academy of Marketing. And what they say is, well, are you working within the boundary or are you boundary breaking? So if you're just following co-creation in AI, you are not necessarily boundary breaking. It's not a new area. What the top journals want to see is something that sets off a new area of research and practice increasingly, right? Does that mean it's bad research? No, these are questions that might need to be answered, but it's not the high level of contribution. So you've got to be very realistic about what you're doing. And you can see test ideas, contribution to theory as well. Everyone here be up to that? Explain the need further through to describe in another way. Okay? So the top journals are really looking over here. Right? This is still really important. You need to publish. You need to show that you are an active scholar. And you need to understand what you're talking people are really good. You know, they can start one side or another. But just beware. And the nice thing about this paper is that all the people who wrote that paper did not start their contribution with a journalism in mind. It was an interesting problem that needed to be questioned. It was something they wanted to understand. The best example is Cosmos. He started off in industry, and he was just asked to look at social media pages. And then from that, he developed a number. So, you know, it's not, what is the journal want? What do I need to get into that journal? It's your contribution to the theory of practice. And one of that is just read the business press, read the newspapers of important issues. So sustainability is clearly an important issue. How people use AI rather than AI itself is an important issue. Okay, contribution by citation is a very nice editorial in the Industrial Marketing Management. I've got the authors in there. But it's important to remember here that not all citations are equal the same when it comes to contributions. Einstein doesn't have a very high level of citations. He's made an amazing contribution. Okay, there are lots of, if you download the Stanford stuff, you'll find that there are a number of physicists with more citations than Einstein. Were they more important? Probably not. Okay, so there are types. It is a measure, but it's not the measure. Okay, so you can be cited because you're just showing an application of something. We found what you expected in your research. So there's an affirmation citation. An application is that we've used your approach in qualitative research. We've used your approach, your understanding, your theory. This is also from this paper. Review citations. These are just citations that you see in reviews of an area of research. Perfunctory. If I'm doing a paper on co-creation, I have to mention Vargo and Lush. Otherwise, I say, well, Steve. Okay? You don't have to cover it. What the editors of this journal conclude is that application and affirmation, the first two, and negation, which is saying that something didn't happen, which is actually really important in science and knowledge. It didn't work here. Indicate a higher level of influence than review citations. Right, now, this is an editor of a top marketing journal speaking, it's not me. So you need to be aware of that, right? So that you don't necessarily, if you do good papers, the citations will come, right? But it's not the only measure. The other thing I'd add is it's not just citations in journals, but are you cited in policy? Are you cited by government? That's often a precursor to your work being used. Now, I've been lucky in that work that I've done on mobile phone switching, decision making has been cited by people in the EU and has formed a basis of legislation. So that's only a few citations, but they're pretty important. They changed a lot of people's lives, right? So just be aware of that as well. Okay, so there's a contribution checklist, which some people have, and it will vary by journals. The first one is, what are the research problems? So just because there's an interesting question in the literature does not mean it's a research problem. The research problem is, it's important to somebody in society that makes the contribution. Now, in between the academic debate, there's nothing wrong with that. The level of contribution is not as high, okay? And if you look at the Journal of Marketing in particular, they make very strong statements about this. And I'll talk about how different journals. Is it new and interesting? The so what question, right? As Varsha said, it's exciting. Is it an exciting question? Okay. What is the main limitation? What hasn't theory answered? Why don't we understand this? Why don't clicks lead to more sales? I don't know, something like that. Okay? Right? There could be a reason for that. Is it challenging? Does it challenge the status quo? So we thought that the world went this way, right? But it turns out it doesn't. We thought that clicks are important, but actually it's not the clicks, it's where they came from, it's the duration, whatever, okay? So I'm giving you a marketing science example here. And so what's happening in practice is probably not right. We need to rethink what we're doing, right? Editors love that stuff. Governments love that stuff. Business loves that stuff. Right, get the idea. Is the related to literature on a current hot topic? marketing, there are trends, right? A while ago there was a trend probably on partial least squares research, co-creation, and then we say, listen, Steve, we've moved on now, it's other areas. That's unfortunate, but that's just the way the world runs. Often these hot topics will come back from industry, okay? How does the proposed research add to the literature or the body of knowledge, okay? The last one is the one I really like. Does it provide solutions to existing problems, okay? Whoop. Right, what do you hope to achieve? What is your research going to say? If you're talking to a manager, you're talking to a consumer, you're talking to a young mother who's worried about her child spending too much time on a mobile phone, what would you advise them? Oh, but I'm in this journal. Okay, but really, this is really what the important contribution is. Then we've got contributions by aims of journals, and journals will say this, so please, if you're going to publish, read the aims and scopes of the journal. Read some key papers in your area. Higher ranking journals, as I've said, generally want a higher level of contribution. Please read the aims and scopes of each journal, okay? You've got editors who know other editors at this conference. Go and talk to them. Ask questions about the research and what people are looking at. I think it's one of the most valuable things is rather than sending an editor an email, go and talk to them, okay? We're human beings after all. Some of you may not think that. Now, to be honest with you, there is greater competition in publishing, okay? Many journals have test reject rates of 60% and above. We're getting a lot of papers. We only have so many spots. So the level of contribution that we're looking for is naturally increasing, okay? So often people say, but Steve, you had single study papers in your journal 5 years ago, 3 years ago. I said, yes, but that was then, this is now. The contribution has changed, okay? All right? Remember, it's subjective. This is why you've got to talk to people. Different editor, different assessment, okay? Now, I'll talk about this. The three of us will be talking about publication tomorrow, and there are different views. And I'm sorry, that's just the fact of life, okay? So you've got to talk to people. Here's some examples. John Parlow, who will be joining us online, what does he want? Courageous and bold new ideas focusing on contribution. So do not send John Parlow a systematic literature review, a partially squared, an experiment on brand loyalty that's already been done 100 times. You will not get accepted. He's told you what he's looking for. The Journal of Business Research, these are sort of what we call A-level journals in Australia, aims to public research that is rigorous, relevant and potentially impactful. It doesn't have to be hugely impactful, so there's a different reading there, okay? Journal of Market Research, if you look on aims at highest quality, must make a significant contribution. See, we've gone up a level in the journal, provides a basis for stimulating additional research and many. So here they are saying, are you going to open up a new area of research? If you're not, if you're looking at, say, co-creation, AI, you'll find that co-creation is important. Has that opened up a new area of research? The Journal of Market Research, as a guess, would probably say no. Does that mean your work is no good? No, it means it could be really important, but it's not at that level that they want at the moment. And again, you need to talk to them. The Journal of Marketing, which is still, in my opinion, the premier journal, really has a fairly rigorous level. Disseminates, right? And for scholars, educators, managers, policymakers, and other social marketers around the world. So they are saying we want something brand new that changes the way we think, and we want to disseminate that information around the world. Now that's quite different to Journal of Market Research, isn't it? And it's quite different to Journal of Business Research and Psychology and Marketing. So you've got to know your market, right? You've got to know your audience. It's really important. As I said, it's not foolproof because it's subjective, and editors change. Okay. So, Steve, it's a difficult thing. How do we do it over time? Good question. So many of you do their PhD, and PhD necessarily have to have something like the journal marketing standard introduction. Okay? Does that mean we didn't learn anything? No. It means you made an original contribution. Okay? Work on topics that are interesting to you. Don't work on things because you think they're very popular, we think the journalists will like them, we can tell. So often when they're, and answer important questions for different groups of people. That's really what Yanni did when he came up with his non-violence approach. How was he going to create a better society in New Zealand? What were the techniques he was actually like? Self-reliance, working together and so on, non-violence. So with disabilities. So, interesting area. Be realistic about what you're doing. I have a number of people saying, what do I need to publish in journal, whatever? And I said, well, what are you doing? And I say, oh, I'm doing this. I said, look, it's really not going to go there. And they say, oh, you're criticising my work. I say, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's not at that level. We can still be an important contribution. Right? And it's what the area wants. I think that was rejected by John Pollock because it's not been bold enough. Okay? Fair enough. Okay? That's life. Not of your paper will make a significant contribution. Okay? If it was the case, you wouldn't be here. Right? You would be very, very wealthy. You would be in another university. You wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't be standing here. Right? So not every paper will, but you make an important contribution and you learn along the way. You're learning how to write, communicate in this process. Right? This is an art as much as science. Very important to work with other people. Because other people have different bits to contribution. Some people are really good at qual, some people are good at quantitative analysis. Some people write really good introductions. For some reason I write really good introductions. Other people write really good literature reviews, critical theory. Right? So you don't have to learn everything. So the people you work with are absolutely crucial to your career. Right? Talk about it enough, right? So you want to work with good people with complementary skills. You don't have to learn the whole thing. Stating a contribution in any paper, it's amazing how we get over 2,000 papers a year in Journal of Consumer Behaviour. It's amazing how few papers say their contribution to this paper is. Linda Holbeck, who is very famous, actually says it. The contribution to this is, and she lists them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, and what's it linked to? What the journal wants. Right, so if I go over to Journal Marketing Research and I say, the contributions paper is 1, 2, 3, 4, it opens up a new area of research doing X. The end is going to. Right? Of course, in the introduction it's a promise, you've got to deliver that promise. Okay? It's like dating, really. Okay. Focus on rigor and relevance. So you might have a great contribution, right idea, but you don't do it well. Right? It's got to be relevant to the journal, to the stakeholders. You haven't got the rigor in the design, the standard design. This is why you need other people in the qual, so that if I have a journal marketing, I do excellent qual researchers with me. So when I would write something and say, Steve, what are you doing? That's not how you do it. Okay? So rigor is really important, right? Because we want to see if this holds up. If you want to change the world, here's what you're saying correct. Okay? Rigor is really important. But rigor is not necessarily contribution. So we see people carried away with different kinds of methods, which are really interesting, but haven't made a contribution. Remember I talked about earlier about trying. Really, I'm talking now about a quality rather than quantity argument. Right? I don't know how people publish multiple papers in top journals on a nice bite, frankly, because I just think it's really quite a process in a year. Okay? But you should also be thinking about quality. I talk about balancing of this as well. So don't send out things because you think you're going to have 4 or 5 papers out. Maybe send out 1 or 2 and do a really good job on those 2 papers. Not always easy to get the contribution balance right. Here is somebody who's made a significant contribution and they've only ever done 3 books. Okay, so we can have a portfolio. Now, these come from the Australian So if your contribution is low, learning how to write papers and research activities, you need that for your job, your game, right, you do it for funding, is really important. You know, and paper and journal business research is really a good outcome. If your contribution was high, you may have undersold your contribution. Why it's good to talk to experienced academics and other editors to see if you have the right market. Now, it may get published, it may get cited, but it may not have got into the journal that you could have wrote in. If your is low, you've got to consider realistic nature, and you might consider lower-level journals. If it's high, you should try and contribute and send the papers there if you can. That makes sense. The same thing is happens with research grants, because I consider this all the same. Contribution low, learning how to get grants, how you manage a grant is actually a really important skill. High target grants here, policy impact, building for relationships with key stakeholders. So I've done a number of work with not-for-profit organisations. They haven't always been something that's changed with the Australian community, maybe a small community. I learned how to deal with different groups. If it is high, so I did some research that was in a Royal Commission of Judicial Inquiry in Australia, and it was worth tailing efforts there. Okay. No, that's it for now. Today at 3:30 p.m, I think that's right, we're going to be talking, marketing, I'm advertising, right? We're going to be talking more about some additional strategies in targeting top-tier journals. And so I urge you to come along, ask a lot of questions. We don't think we know everything. We're really interested in your views as well. Writing is not easy. Here's Calvin and Hobbes' thing. I realise the purpose of writing is to inflate weak ideas and skew poor reasoning into clarity. In practice, writing can be intimidating and imperishable thought. The dynamics of interesting and monological imperatives in Dick and Jane study in psychic trans-relation of gender motives. Academia, here I come. Write clearly. Here's some of the references that I've used. And again, I'm happy to send you slides. So if you can read some of these papers, they really are more insightful than what I've talked about this morning. And that's me. Any questions? Do we have time for questions? Yeah. Yes.
Stephen, if you could highlight, you spoke about contributions, but then how the differentiation of contributions are in positions across the journals within London
Malcolm. And regardless. But in terms of, I mean, Russell Bell did a very good paper about Indian nationalism and used some of Mahatma Gandhi's ideas. And I think that was a really good example with your Indian colleagues of saying, hey, you know, the way that Indian scholars think about the world is a valuable source of knowledge, right? So we'd like to see more of that. I guess the problem that we're seeing is we're probably not seeing enough of that research. We're seeing people trying to start to get into the North American Journal. I would love to see a paper like that you mentioned about how the Indian self-reliance, how that changed in consumer behaviour. How did that affect it? Did it hold the development of India back, or did it help India? Not so many papers. Well, there probably are there, but we don't see it. So I think the other thing is scholars are trying to get into a competitive market with these journals and are trying to replicate what the West wants. That helped your question. I think eventually there will be more journals which will be more to the Indian-Chinese perspective, which are the two major centres I see. This should become less of an issue. But you're absolutely right. My view as a scholar is I haven't come here to teach you how to do something. I've come here to learn. And I think that's the great thing about being a scholar, is you're always learning. People who come here and tell you that this is the way to do research, to me are not great researchers. So that answers your question. But I agree, it needs to be two highlights. Yeah.
Your definition of contribution exclusively focused on knowledge generation.
Well, not mine, but Christine will share.
Yeah, but it doesn't talk anything about contribution as a teacher. And you gave example of Mahatma.
Yeah.
And he was as good a producer of knowledge, as good he was a disseminator or teacher.
Yes.
Facilitator.
I missed that, yes, you're right.
Yeah. So that is, I thought that.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I mean, I think this was a research perspective, but the great contribution we make, which we tend to forget as academics, is teaching and mentoring, right? So, yeah. But I use Gandhi because I think he thought about it in a very systematic way. And you can see his ideas applying to other places besides India. So, but yeah, the contribution you made as a teacher is probably the most important contribution. Yeah.
I just wanted to put that is the basic definition of making impact and not science.
Yes.
How many of my students are CEOs,
yes,
leading an NGO, entrepreneurs?
Yep.
I think that should be the basic impact criteria. Nobody is working on that. I take a great pride that out of all the people I have taught, 25 of them are now CEOs.
Yep. I agree with you. So I think I was basically doing this from a point of research, but the biggest contributions you make are teaching and working with and where your students go. I agree 100%. I was lucky enough to get a National Teaching Award a few years ago, which really talks about that. In a keynote, you can't really cover everything, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I agree with you 100%. It's a very learned point of view, and that's absolutely crucial. Yeah.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, how are you?
I am business librarian, and it was a really wonderful presentation. I have a question. It is totally different. I have a question that there are different kind of publication options are available, like gold or hybrid or open access or maybe closed access.
Yeah.
So, do you think like it has any kind of impact, or if you choose for a gold access and authors pay for the publication?
Look, if your research funding allows it, I think it's a good idea to have open access because more people read your work. So the paper we published in the Journal of Marketing, my university paid for open access. Why? It was an ego thing. We just thought the idea needed to get out there. So if you've got a high level of contribution, you don't need to do it for everything, right? But if you've got a high level of contribution, absolutely, find the money to get the access out there, right? It's really important. So some of the journals now are moving, they're changing their models that, the access, the open access varies across the country and so on. Right? But yeah, if you can find the money, but it is very expensive. But if you are applying for research funding, you should always have an open access fee as part of your grant.
So are publisher bias in accepting or rejecting if it is ABC or not?
No. So look, so if you're talking about, okay, I just want to separate out an open access option in a leading journal versus some of these predatory journals and some of their behaviour. You should avoid that. And the reason is a bad publication will follow you the rest of your life, right? So it doesn't matter so much for me, I'll retire in a few years, but for you, don't do it. Put your thing in the best possible thing. So I'm talking more about the gold access. You get into, say, Journal of Business Research or Psychology and Marketing, and you want people to read the report work about how Indian consumers are dealing with cost of living crisis or something like that, right? So that's something you'd want to have in open access, but not an open access publication necessarily. Does that make sense? Yeah. So go for good journals with an open access option. Okay. Yeah. But stay away from those other journals. Like, you know, I won't mention that this is being recorded. I don't want to be sued. But you know who they are. If you're not sure, ask your colleagues, ask your professors, would you publish here? And if they sort of look at you and go, I don't think so, or just don't answer you, don't do it. Okay?
Yeah, so I have a question, and
Yep.
it's related to Dr. Preeti Jyotika and Chintan now lost, because we totally discourage our young scholars, to fall for predatory journals,
Yes.
for example. So there we are discouraging people to pay and publish, but if you actually see, open access is pay and publish, which not everybody can really afford. So in that sense, impact is very closely related to the resources you have. And that's again, that could be really great scholarship in Global South, but they will never be able to afford the open access fees, and that's why not get that number of citations.
Okay, so I agree. It's not a fair world. What do you want me to say? Not fair where I am. But you still got to do the best work you can. And really good work has a habit of being found. Has been my experience, right? And talking to people who have access to resources, I think is really important to help you. So building a network is important. I'm working, interestingly, in an area of marketing and finance. I don't have access to these really expensive finance databases, but I know somebody who does. So it sort of works that way, right? So networking is really important. It's not a fair world. What do you want me to say? And we look at the papers, a lot of student samples from India, and I know what's happening. People just don't have the money, right? But I have a standard for my journal, and I want the papers to be cited. If I allow papers that are like that, the quality of my journal goes down, your citations will go down. So it's a vicious cycle, right? But I agree with what you're saying. It's not a fair world.
They could be high quality, they just don't have the money to pay for it.
Yeah. Again, it's very important. If you can, go to a conference, communicate your ideas, talk to leading scholars. My experience with some of the leading scholars like Russell Bell and so on, Christine Norman, is they are incredibly helpful. They're really good professors. They will help you and guide you, and they may even, join your team. Right? So I guess don't be afraid to ask for help. And I give that example of, doing work in the marketing finance area with the databases of $200,000–300,000 a year. My university can't afford that, but we have a colleague in America who does, right? So that's the way you've got to do it. I'm sorry. Yeah. But you were probably right? I'm not disagreeing with you.
I can see the flurry of questions that Professor Stevens' discussion has evoked, and it has only begun the insightful conversations that are only going to follow. I would like to request the remaining questions to be carried forth during the tea break because of the constraints of time.
Yes. And of course, we're talking about crafting research papers later on in the day. And many of these questions you can ask again, and it will be even better because there'll be three of us. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Stevens. As the MICA tradition would have it, I would now like to request Professor Geeta Hegde to extend a token of appreciation to Professor Stephen D. Alessandro.
Only in the centre, after we can say. Thank you all. It's great to be here. Oh wow, yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean and Professor Stephen. Moving further ahead from our inauguration, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the first panel discussion of ISRC with the distinguished editors and associate editors of leading international journals. Today, we are fortunate to have with us a panel of esteemed editors who have been at the helm of this transformative journey. Through their expertise, they have nurtured groundbreaking research and opened avenues for scholars to make meaningful contributions to their respective fields. So without further ado, let me introduce to all of you our esteemed panelists. First up on the panel, we have Professor Gary, who is an associate editor at the International Journal of Bank Marketing and Industrial Management and Data Systems. Dr. Gary is a senior professor at the UCSI Graduate Business School, UCSI Malaysia. He has published more than 100 papers in leading academic journals such as the Journal of Production Research, International Journal of Information Management, and the Information Systems Frontiers, among many others. He is currently serving as the brand ambassador for Emerald Publishing East Asia. And according to a report published by Stanford University in 2024, Professor Tan is also one of the top 2% of research scientists in the world. Second on the panel is Professor Eugene Orr, who is a senior associate editor for Marketing Intelligence and Planning, associate editor for the Journal of Consumer Marketing, and associate professor in marketing at UCSI University, Malaysia. He has published in the Journal of Advertising, Journal of Business Research, and Journal of Retailing and Consumer Services, among many others. He also sits on the editorial boards of several respected journals, including the Journal of Consumer Behavior, Industrial Management and Data Systems, and the Journal of Computer and Information Systems. Our third panelist is Professor Keng Boon Oi, who is an associate editor of Industrial Management and Data Systems, a distinguished chair professor of Industrial Management and Information Systems, and the director of the Center for Business Informatics and Industrial Management at UCSI University, Malaysia. He is also a fellow of the Academy of Sciences, Malaysia. Professor Ui's research interests lie in the field of information systems and industrial management. And last but not the least, we have our very own Professor Manisha Pathak Shelak, who is the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Creative Communications, Professor of Communication and Digital Platforms and Strategies, and Chair of the Center for Development Management and Communication, CDMC MICA. Professor Manisha has shared her research on several international platforms, and her work has been published in the International Journal of Communication, Journal of Consumer Behavior, Journal of Youth Studies, New Media and Society, among many others. Her recent books include Gen Z, Digital Media and Transcultural Lives at Home and in the World, Raising a Humanist Conscious Parenting in an Increasingly Fragmented World, and Handbook of of Media Education Research, among many others. I'm also happy to share that the session will be moderated by Professor Saurabh Pandya, who is the Faculty of Business Management at MICA. Professor Pandya has more than 15 years of experience in academia and industry with organizations like XLRI Jamshedpur and IIM Nagpur. His research work on leadership development and rapid growth organizations has been presented at leading international conferences such as the Academy of Management, Strategic Management Society, and Academy of International Business. Let us now begin this engaging discussion moderated by Professor Pandya.
Thank you. Thank you, Datsita, and a warm welcome to the panelists for this session. As we were talking about young scholars research colloquium, I was just wondering, so our academic field is something very unique. In other disciplines, as you grow up the ladder, probably you are dealing with more and more people of your own age, whereas it's a unique field where we meet 20-year-olds in the classroom almost every day. So in a way, every scholar, every academic stays young. So, the format we have for the panel today is that we'll start. So the introductions have already been very nicely captured by Datsita. So we'll request each of the panelists to spend maybe 3 to 5 minutes talking a bit about their journal, because each of them are representing a journal of high repute. And then we will, I'll have a few questions for them. And once the 4 or 5 questions are done, we'll open it up to the audience. So, and since we are running behind schedule, do I still have 1 hour? Do we still have 1 hour as a panel?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can begin with Professor Gary.
Okay, hi everyone. So today I'd like to represent the International Journal of Bank Marketing. So the International Journal of Bank Marketing is the SSCI, is A rank in ABDC. It's published by Emerald. So this journal mainly focuses on finance and marketing. So if you are planning to submit your papers to this journal, make sure that it is not pure finance paper or it's a pure marketing paper. It has to be a blend, okay, a blend of both worlds. Just to share, last year we have received about 681 papers. Okay, 681 papers. I think this year we are going to hit about 700, probably close to 800. We published about 7 volumes last year, and in each volume we have about 20 papers. Alright, so yeah, so that's something about IJBM. The impact factor, if you would like to know, is about 6.1. Alright, thank you.
Yeah, that's very quick, Professor Gary. So maybe next we go to Professor Eugene.
Yeah, alright. Good day, everyone. Eugene here. So I'll be representing marketing intelligence and planning. And although I'm serving on Journal of Consumer Marketing as well, but I believe that today we have the editor-in-chief. Alright, I'm new here, so I will leave that with him. So for marketing of marketing intelligence and planning, so right, led by Professor Babu. Alright, it is a SSCI journal, ranked A as well. So published by Amber. So in marketing intelligence planning is a journal that covers also areas in marketing, including marketing, decision making, consumer.
Very good morning to everyone. I'm Professor Bundu. I'm representing the Journal of Industrial Management and Data System. It's a highly regarded international journal, ranked A in ABDC, ABS level 2. So the journal basically focuses on the intersection of industrial information system, data-driven decision making, and the journal emphasizes theoretical, practical advancement in the area like supply chain management, big data analytics, and also the imaging technology in industry context. All right, the journal currently indexing to SCIE with impact factor 4.2. 5 years impact factor is about 5.4. Is one of the top choices for scholar in the areas of management, business, operations management, and information system. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I think for a minute I'm going to keep modesty and humbleness aside. I just want to, this makes my heart really warm because YSRC was something that I had introduced in 2015, and it really feels very good that it's got bigger every year, and it has sustained for 10 years now. So it really makes me very happy, and I thought that I must mention that here. So it really is very heartwarming. Talking about our Journal of Creative Communications, that's published by SAGE at MICA. It's a high Q2 journal with an impact factor of 1.5. But more than the metrics, I think I want to mention 3 important things about the journal, because when we took the journal more professionally, we started this reflection that why are we here? Is our role just accepting and rejecting papers and, cater to the publish and perish mindset? Or are we here for a higher purpose? And this reflection led us to come to this conclusion that we will run this journal with a nurturing mindset. So our vision is nurturing communication scholarship globally. And we believe in nurturing young scholars, introducing them to the ways of publishing, and we work very hard on it. I'm glad that there are many people associated with the journal here. Our editorial assistant is here. Gary and us both are associated with the journal. So that has been the vision of the journal. Second is we've kept it truly international. And from the questions that were asked, about the role of Global South in the academic scholarship, we make sure that we don't just look at how many citations a paper will get, but rather make sure that if the paper in the scholarship and the idea is of good quality, we would accept paper from any small country, any small school. And we make sure that scholarship in communication really stays global. So our authorship is global, our readership is global, and our editorial board and a really, really strong team of editors are all from diverse global locations. And third is that we take the area of communication very broadly. So we don't take a narrow view of communication. At MICA, we've always had this very lively debate about whether communication is a subset of marketing or whether marketing is a subset of communication. And so instead of creating walls, we do preserve disciplinary boundaries, but we don't create walls. And that's why right from creative communication, social change communication, as well as marketing communication and management are all very much within scope of GOCC. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So, we have got a good overview of the journals that they represent. And, as you just seen, it just covers a broad spectrum of areas of research. So, we're going to get some interesting and diverse views, I'm sure. As you see, the UCSI guests do outnumber us on the stage, but we are more than happy to have them, and, they were here last year as well, so we are really, really happy that, they come here, they support us, and, they accept our invitations. But we'll make up for the less numbers with our questions. So, as most panels do, we did have a brief pre-session kind of interaction in terms of what are the broad themes that we are looking at. But being an ardent follower of Mintzberg's emergent strategy paradigm, I'll surprise them and maybe pop up a couple of other questions. And I'll pick up from Professor Steve's keynote address today morning, which was very insightful. One advice that he mentioned was that you have a team of collaborators where people have different areas of expertise. Some will be good in qual, and we have a lot of mixed method studies getting published these days. We have somebody who does a really good introduction or a literature review. But the question when we are facing a young scholars audience is that many of them are still in their doctoral journey, so they don't have a team of collaborators. They have a team of advisors. So how do you manage that? So anybody from the panel can pick up the question, and then maybe others can add their views if they wish. So how does one manage, in their doctoral journey, about which ones do they focus on, which part of the research do they try to, get expertise on or focus on?
Right, so just now you mentioned on the aspect from the perspective of collaborations, right? So from my personal experience, right, I would say that, yes, indeed, during our doctor journey, sometimes it's kind of difficult for us to have a, big team or great teams, to conduct our research. But what we have is our supervisors. That is the, closest thing we have. Personally, I would suggest that when it comes to the end or the, middle phase of your doctor journeys, sometimes it is good, right, to build more connections to your supervisors, right, and to reach out further to the academics out there, so that you can have a broader views on how you're going to conduct your research. So personally, but that is going to be done in a very careful manner, because nowadays I do see a lot of young scholars approaching, prominent scholars out there. But sometimes, right, in a lot of instances, I see that they fail in that sense. People don't really have that kind of courage or confidence in their work or in their persons in themselves. So, because you don't really have a track record, all right, to impress people, all right, or at least build up that sort of confidence with people that, yeah, I should be working with these persons. So, to me, most possibly, I would say that at least build up some track records in yourself with your supervisors. Then that would lay the foundations for you to build further connections, and that's my take.
Okay, thank you so much, Eugene. So I concur with whatever Dr. Eugene has shared. I think the first person that you should collaborate as a doctorate student is basically your supervisor. Okay, because your supervisor will be the one that is going to guide you for the next coming 3 to 4 years. He or she is going to be the person that's going to show you the way. All right. So now, in terms of international collaborations, sometimes I think some of us we receive emails, okay, probably from strangers, and they will just ask us the question: "Do you want to collaborate with us?" Yeah. And sometimes I find this a bit scary. Okay, why? Because the paper that they have attached in the email, when we run on our turning, it is like what 60-70% of similarity, and we were shocked that you are so bold to even email us and so on. Now, anyway, my suggestion is this: in terms of international collaborations, as a doctorate student, it's very important for you to attend international conferences. Know what are the top conferences in your area. For example, if you're in information system, PASIS, they have so many different types of conferences in marketing, in tourism. You must know the top conferences. Attend, okay? Mingle around with all these top professors. Approach them in person. Show them, tell them who you are. What kind of research that you want to do. Ask them, will you be interested to collaborate with me? I think if someone knows you, and they can see your sincerity, your passion, they might be more willing to work with you. Rather than sending an email and, I want to work with you. You'll be thinking, who are you, and so on. So to me, I think you need to get in touch with that, human touch. All right, attend international conference, get to know people, and then from there, you move on that relationship. All right?
Very good insights, Professor Gary. Very important for young scholars, both doctoral scholars and early career faculty members, so that when we say that, how to approach, because rather than sending out cold emails, how do you really know about that person, their work, and then write and customize the emails accordingly.
Thank you, both Gary and Eugene. Apart from working closely with your supervisor, my suggestion also is very important that for young scholar, doctoral student, first you must identify your research area. Then you have to know the best journal in your field. All right, the top 5 journal, let's say for instance in marketing. So you have to go through all these top journal marketing. Then you have to read more good paper. All right, this is very important. And also you need to focus on identifying gaps in your existing research. And the other thing also, I think you should learn the methodology, all right? Because the methodology also, this is one of the, I would say, critical component in order to build your research, all right? Like attend workshop, international conference, like what Prof. Gary mentioned. And the other thing also, you must understand, understanding your data, use the right tools, all right, to analyze, connect your result to a real world. This is something I feel that is important for young scholar and doctorate student. Thank you.
All very important points. I would just add that ask yourself 2 questions. First, why do you want to collaborate with a particular person? Is that to just get a quick publication out, like bask in the reflected glory, or your motivation is something very important that you have to be clear about. And second is that why should that person collaborate with you? Right? What do you offer? I think these 2 questions, if you have clarity, then your collaborations would be more successful.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Professor Manisha. That's very important. What do you bring on the table in that team collaboration that you are seeking? So that leads me to the next question in a way, that another challenge that doctoral scholars and young scholars face, and again Professor Steve spoke about it, I'm sorry, taking questions from your keynote address. So it was about making a novel contribution in your thesis. Now, novel contribution, again, these days we talk of novel methodologies as well as novel ideas or concepts. So, how does one resolve this, or how does one approach this? I wouldn't say a dilemma, but an interesting challenge, possibly.
Yeah, this is indeed a very important question. Personally, I would say that if we are speaking of this, the dilemma is between this novelty and ideas and novelty in methods. I would personally say go for novelty in ideas. But anyway, that is just my personal judgment. Just like what Stephen mentioned, also contribution, subjective assessment. All right. So my take is go for novelty in ideas, because you have to think from the perspective that at the end of the day, all right. So whatever findings that you have derived, whatever conclusions that you have made, all right, ask yourself these questions. Does your research provide any new information to the field? All right, does it advance the field in any way? All right, if the answer is no, no matter how novel is your methods, no matter how great, how advanced is your analytical method, it just doesn't make sense. All right, so today, if you let's say today you use a very novel methods, advanced method like neuromarketing, just to prove that, all right, attitude can lead to intentions. But so what is the point? All right, so that can be proved through just maybe a certain methods. But I'm not going to say that novel method is not useful. But when speaking of priority to be given, all right, it's always about the contribution made, all right, instead of contribution made in terms of the method itself. Method is just a tool, all right. It is just a process, but it's not the end of our or the goal that we wanted to achieve. All right, that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Many of us probably relate to it and we have received so many papers back from journals saying the data looks good, the analysis is robust, but where's the contribution? Or which literature are you talking to? Which domain are you talking to? We know that, right? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, just wanted to share. A few years back, Prof. and I, we did a few special issues. One of the special issues that we did was in Journal of Business Research, Elsevier. We did special issue also in Internet Research, International Journal of Biomarketing, and etc. Now, when we see the papers, to be very honest, the first thing that we look at is really about your idea. Okay, I can tell you, no matter how great your statistical analysis or whatever methods that you have, if the idea is just nothing great, it's going to be like a similar paper with what other people is submitting. So to me, whenever we handle papers as an associate editor, I really look at your ideas first. Okay, if your methodology is not good, it's fine. We will, provide you comments so that you can further improve and improve and improve. But if you write a great paper, everything is perfect. You use very powerful statistical analysis, but the idea is very simple idea, nothing great. For example, usefulness will lead to intention. People ask you, why do you need to spend like 3-4 years doing your doctorate dissertation to tell me this is useful and that is the reason why you want to use something? It doesn't really contribute to that kind of knowledge. So to us, it's very much in terms of your ideas, the kind of knowledge that you want to generate. Probably I'll put that as the priority. All right, thank you.
Any more thoughts on this?
To me, both are important. All right, because it's very much depends on the journal. All right, but in most cases, I would agree that novel idea basically carry more weight because I would say that as they drive the new knowledge. All right, but of course, the best paper often combine both. All right, but however, a well-articulated this novel idea often holds more weight in social sciences. This is my best understanding.
Yeah, so I would say that yes, if we're both novel idea and novel methodology, great. But for methodology, I would say more than novelty, it's the rigor that counts. So novelty in idea is more important, but when it comes to methodology, it's always the rigor over novelty.
Yeah, thank you. So we move to the next question. And since my panel is following a very structured sequence, I'll disrupt it and this time request Professor Manisha to take the question first. So, yeah. So, what are the couple of things, maybe one or two things you want to list down, which is a must, when somebody, a young scholar, is trying to submit his or her first paper to your journal. If they select your journal as their first paper, an outlet for their first paper, what are the one or two things that you really want to advise them?
Okay, I think this may sound like a very basic advice, but I would say that read the instruction to the author very well. So many people don't do that. You end up submitting papers that don't fit with what the journal requires. You haven't read the scope. Great paper, not within the scope of the journal. You haven't read the instructions, wrong font, wrong style, length does not match. I mean, however great your paper, these are the very basic things that get your paper immediately rejected. So I would say that that's the first thing I would advise.
Thank you. Professor Ken?
All right, thank you. I think for me is to select the right journal, established journal. This is very important. Don't go for those unknown journal, predatory journal. I think as a young scholar, when you first started, I think this is very important to me. Select a very, very good journal and try to focus on quality instead of quantity. I would say that focus on writing a high quality, clear and well supported manuscript writing. This is very, very important also. Lastly, I think I have to take reviewer feedback seriously so that you can improve your work based on their suggestion. This is my comment. Thank you.
from my end, for young scholars, right? So when you're submitting your papers, something that I wanted to stress is on the scope of the journal. Yeah, seems to be very simple, basic, but yeah, as an associate editor, or sometimes I'm seeing really cases, all right, where the papers submitted is not really aligned with the journal scope. All right, for example, if you are going to submit to journals like Journal of Consumer Marketing, all right, you got to know that it's Journal of Consumer Marketing. All right, it doesn't really accept all sort of marketing journals. It got to be aligned with the focus of consumers. All right, for marketing intelligence and planning, yes, indeed, we are, you know, in terms of the coverage itself, we welcome, you know, broader areas or sub areas of marketing. But yet still, a lot of times I do see papers seems to be marketing, but when I read the content itself, it doesn't. For example, when it comes to theoretical implications, I don't really see your contributions to the area of marketing, right? So the authors can indeed say that, yeah, I contribute in this way, that way, but I don't really see how it advances the marketing fields. So when you are going to submit to marketing journals, right, you got to emphasize, right, from the perspective of marketing, how your papers can make contributions. Yeah, that is something that I would like to advance.
Okay, just wanted to add on this as well. Again, scope is very important. Like for example, if you're going to submit to industry marketing management, then if you're going to collect data from consumers, it's going to be dash rejected. Yeah, because they focus on B2B. Yeah, they focus on organization. So very important, you need to understand the scope. Similarly, like International Journal of Bank Marketing, if you're going to submit a pure marketing paper, it's going to be dash rejected as well. Yeah, or pure finance paper. Or sometimes some journals will tell you, we do not accept mathematical form. You know, those formula, those kind of things. Yeah, be very mindful of those type as well. The other things that is very important as well is really, you also need to really pay attention in terms of your references. Okay, I know a lot of editors. Probably the first thing that they do is they also look at your references to know who you are. They probably don't need to look at your profile, but just by looking at your references, they know who you are. Just probably just give an example. Let's say you are someone doing an area in marketing. Imagine you are going for your Wi-Fi, and the first question the examiner asks, can you tell me the top 5 journals in marketing? Do you know? Or do you know the top 5 journals in information system? Do you know the top 5 journals in operation management? So it's very important that when you submit to a particular journal, try to bring in those quality journals in. Yeah, it could be journals which are ranked in Financial Times. It could be journals that are listed in the ABDC ranking, AA stars. It could be in the ABS ranking, level 4 stars. But you need to bring it in, to give that impression that you know your work. All right. And the other important thing is, of course, avoid predatory journals. Okay, avoid all those journals that are problematic. Don't cite them, because when you cite them, people have an impression that this person seems to be not aware, about what is a good research paper, yeah, and etc. All right. So the other final things that you need to pay attention. Now, I know that a lot of times we are doing research that are related to technology and marketing, but sometimes you have to understand, if you're going to submit a paper to a marketing journal, try to ensure that your references doesn't show too many of IS journals. We have received journals, for example, submissions. The work is related to IS and marketing, but I can say that probably out of 70 references, maybe 60 references are actually in pure information system journals, and there are only 10 marketing journals. And I've seen editors, that's rejecting the paper and say, I probably think that your work will suit more towards IS. So be very mindful, on that ratio. Okay.
Thank
thank you, panelists. It does give a sense of some of the do's and don'ts, especially when we are in our initial making our first or second or third submission, most likely these days in the doctoral journeys, because of the pressure that we have to publish even before you graduate. We move to the next question, possibly the last question from my side, unless there's follow-up question that I think. Since looking at the theme of the conference, how do we let the panel go without asking them something about AI and the kind of plethora of tools that we have today? I'd like to put this question from both perspectives. One is, what are the challenges or suggestions you would like to give the audience in terms of their research journey regarding use of AI tools, especially early career scholars? And the second question is more from your roles as editors of journals. That what are the challenges you are facing, or both in the the research process or the entire publication process, as well as which includes the review process in a way. So, if any insights on the second part as well. But first, maybe you can start with some advice for handling the AI tools, or how do you really approach this? Sure.
All right, thank you. This is a very good question. All right, I think first very important that if let's say you want to use AI, you need to maintain academic integrity. You need to be ethical and transparent about using AI. I think this is very important. So the challenges that we are facing as an associate editor, in fact, we check the system. Apart from the 30-minute report, now also we have another report, so-called AI report. And when we receive the paper, sometimes we look at the 30-minute report, the similarity percentage or index not so. But the AI report, very high percentage. So most of the time, we will just reject because we do not want to take the risk, all right, to proceed further. I think you have to understand, you can use AI to improve your language, but the problem is you'll be captured into the system, all right. So, and then as an associate editor or editor, they do not have much time to check the details. So when you have this high similarity, we just reject the paper. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge problem for us as journal editors, because I've learned that, as we have more and more sophisticated AI detectors, there are also AI tools that help you camouflage that you have used AI. So I don't know where the race is going to actually end. So I think it's the personal integrity that matters more. I would also say that you can use AI to generate ideas, get a quick overview of where the field is heading, who are the people working in your areas, what kind of references you should look at. But ultimately, it's only if your idea is original and if your method is rigorous, your paper is going to be published. So I would say that use AI judicially to augment your work, but please keep the academic integrity and don't just submit what you directly get.
All right, thank you. Yeah, in fact, I agree with both the panels on the use of AI. In fact, personally, I am an advocate of AI, but responsible AI. All right, so my take is that, all right, we are coming to the next section where it is not time that we disallow or discourage the use of AI, in all sorts of matters, including academic or research itself. But we should embrace AI, right? But at the same time, I want to emphasize the embrace of responsible use of AI in research itself. So one thing is that I'm seeing a lot of cases or instances where scholars or supervisors, they ban, right, or they discourage the use of AI. But I don't see that as a right way, all right, to embrace futures, right? Because we got to know, how the trend works. And what I'm seeing is that, in fact, AI can be used not only in terms of writing, improving our clarity, all sorts of things, but in fact, a responsible use of AI in analysis itself, all right, is being seen right now, and it's being published as a sort of methods Alright, so personally, I don't see much issue of using AI, but it's more about how we use AI. And in fact, if you are a regular submitter of Manuscript, you will notice that, alright, that is the new tips of what we call this ethics or transparent use of AI. Alright, it's all about you use AI. It is okay, but you've got to be transparent. Alright, in disclosing how you use AI. And from the editors or social editor perspective, alright, I would also like to raise the view that, alright, we shouldn't have that kind of prejudice and biases towards the transparent disclosures of AI usage in research, alright, because that is going to divert us away, alright, from proper use of AI. Because I'm seeing some views that some editors or social editors, alright, once they see that the authors disclose that they use AI in their research, they sort of form this kind of bias, to reject the papers, which I believe that it requires more deliberations on this, alright, because if we editors, we are doing this, alright, it's not going to help us in moving our view forward, especially how we use AI in our research.
Many years back, I used to ask ChatGPT, did you write this? And ChatGPT will be very honest and say, yes, it's written by me. Now, the issue now is all these AI softwares, they are getting more clever. Okay? Recently, I asked again ChatGPT, did you write this? And ChatGPT said no. But it was indeed written by one of the AI softwares. So what I want to say is that AI is becoming more clever today and is getting more difficult for you to actually track on it. So I know some of my students, in order to run away from AI, what they do language translation to another language, and they ask the AI to translate back, and you can actually run away from all this similarity. And you can have a 0% AI similarity, but it's actually written by AI. So this is something that, until today, I don't know what is that solution. Because a lot of major publishers, they will probably say that, yes, you can use AI software, but you shouldn't use it for writing. Yeah, you should use it to improve on your language. But even in improving language, there is also a very big, I would say, something that you need to be very mindful. I give an example. Recently, one of my students wrote something, and the word that the student used is a very strong word. Okay, he used the word forbid. This person is, forbid from doing something. It's a very strong word. And when I asked this student, did this journal really mention the word forbid? Can you show to me exactly where this word comes from this particular journal? My student said, no, actually I use a different word. But AI software helps to improve my language, and they have actually replaced with this word called forbid to make it shorter and nicer. So sometimes you really got to be very careful when you use this AI software to improve on your language, because they will change the meaning of that particular word and sentence. Be very careful. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gary, and all the panelists for your wonderful insights, especially the last point, which is, in different contexts, in different geographies, the word can mean different, and it can take a very, high connotation or a more, with more emphasis, so that can create issues. So now let's open it up to the audience, and that's the team will help us facilitate so that we get a wider coverage of questions as well. We request the audience to keep the questions short and crisp as much as possible. And if you want, you can direct it to a particular panelist, or you can keep it open and they will pick it up, one of them.
Yeah. Good morning, all the panelists. And my name is Anshul Garg. I have a question. question. So when we were talking about, how the novelty of idea is valued, and it is considered to be one of the most important things when reviewing a manuscript for the journal. My question is that in social sciences, the context plays a very important role, right? So the model which is applicable in the western part of the world may not necessarily be applicable in, India. And if we take up any published model, which is, very much popular or highly applicable in the western world, and test it in the Asian context, or let's say for example in India, does it considered as novel, and does journal really take it for publication or consider it for publication? Because the model is same but the context is changing, but that practically changes everything.
Alright, thank you very much for your question. It is indeed a very good question. So my take is that when we're mentioning the importance of context in research, yes, I got to acknowledge that. But when you're saying that we are trying to test or validate a model in a new context, let's say people have done it in the West, but you're trying to apply it in India context. Alright, so this can be done, but on preconditions. Alright, so you got to be able to challenge that how things are going to work differently in the India context, and how the original assumptions or the original theory can no longer hold in the new context. That is when you are able to claim this sort of context change as a new form of contributions. And personally, I would say that this is not going to be easy without doing some modifications or applying different sort of models. Alright, so can be done, but it's not easy, and sometimes it's not really easy to convince reviewers just based on this. If you're using totally the same models and applying in the new context, if this is just what you have in your papers, personally I would not advise you to proceed in this way. That's my take. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to add to that merely describing the change of context in saying that, look, the context is different, so this is happening, that's not going to get much traction. What is the change context doing to the model? If your paper is analytical enough, then you might have a chance, but merely describing the change of context is not good.
Thank you. Let's go to the next question.
Good morning, panelists, and it was really an interesting and engaging discussion so far. My question is to Professor Eugenio. You talked about the responsible usage of AI in research. Would you please elaborate this? What all usage that you think responsible usage, and if that is adopted, how it will impact AI index? Thank you.
Yeah. This is you were coming to a rather controversial questions here. Okay, so some might not buy my ideas, or some might not even buy my views. All right, but this is just my take. Personally, I would say that we got a really fine line, in differentiating responsible or irresponsible use of AI in research. Definitely, one obvious way of irresponsible use of AI is, for example, give a prompt, ask AI, let's say, write me an introduction of these topics. Now, to me, this is not acceptable. But one thing responsible AI can be manifested in a way that we have been saying people use, let's say, large language model, use even ChatGPT, right, to analyze the data, be it quantitative, qualitative. I've seen that, and that is now being proposed as a sort of formal method or newer method in how we analyze data. Personally, I would say that when it comes to responsible use of AI in this manner, what matters the most is that, firstly, you got to ensure that human loop, right, is in the context. Meaning to say that you can't blindly follow whatever AI suggest or give you. Or for example, I ask AI to analyze this sort of interview transcript, or to give me sort of like themes, all right, thematic, to do some thematic analysis. Yes, all right. If I have used this, all right, I got to disclose it in the method sections or acknowledge it in my manuscript, all right. And secondly, I got to ensure that human judgment is in the process. All right, we can't really fix AI's driven analysis as it is. All right, so that is some examples of how we should be using AI in research. But the bottom line is that don't use AI to craft your manuscript. You can mostly use it to improve clarity and do some formal analysis. That is what I think. All right.
That leads to a follow-up question. Now, it's a very fine line that, say, so doing a thematic analysis to a very high-level thematic analysis is likely to be very close to an analysis done by an AI. So that's a fine line. How do you decide that fine line? And how do the researchers who can decide that fine line?
Speaking of, this is I would say one difficult. All right, so but indeed, if you can indeed search, all right, on reasons, complication, I remember that is one. Later I can share with you definitely on how people are using AI, all right, to drive thematic analysis. And in fact, in that articles, the author outlines the step by step how you should be doing that. At first step by, let's say, for example, rely on ChatGPT. Then later on, how human role comes into it and play a process. So we are not. There is no certain ways, or very finite ways, right, to differentiate. This is the way, and this is not. This shouldn't be the way. But the key elements is that we don't throw it entirely to AI, but humans should come into place. And how should humans' judgment can, in fact, interweave with what AI suggests? All right. So the decisions ultimately should still come back to humans. All right.
Can I have the next question?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for the session. My name is Sanvi Dubey, and I'm an undergrad student right now. My research paper is on sneaky sexism in advertising. So I had a question. As someone representing a journal, how do the publications look at approaches that usually tend to talk about boundary-breaking research, which often lack theoretical backing? So what are the qualities that they look at for submissions that aim to challenge these deeply enriched ideas, deeply ingrained ideas, such as, like I talked about, sneaky sexism?
Even if it's a boundary breaking area, it's not existing in a vacuum, right? I mean, it is coming out of a context, and there is not exactly research in the same area, but I'm sure there is research that is informing this new idea. So it cannot be just completely in a void, and you cannot claim that nobody has ever done anything. And because I often find this excuse from young scholars that my idea is so new, there is barely any review of literature, available. But that can never be so, because a new idea also comes from several existing ideas, right? So you have to go deeper, find out the interconnections, and then place your idea within, the conversations that are going on in the
So just to add to what Professor Manisha has said, many times when doctoral scholars tell us that they're very excited about this new idea and there's no literature, what they actually mean is it's a very new context, but it's a very new phenomenon. So when you want to ground it in a particular theory, you will have to look for the right theories or the right domain of literature, and there you will definitely find literature or papers being there. So that will be the challenge, that how do you connect it possibly? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to share one of the papers that I read many years back. It is in one of the FT50 papers. Now this paper is actually a marketing paper. It's something about counterfeit products. So I think it's a very easy topic, counterfeit products. Now, what got me excited was the kind of theory that the author actually used to describe about why people buy counterfeit products. So instead of using a marketing theory to say that, okay, this person buy counterfeit because of this reason, the author actually used a fish marine biology theory. It described about fishes in the ocean and how this herd of fishes behave and how this behavior actually mimic how people actually buy counterfeit products. When I read the paper, I was like, my God, I cannot believe a person can, think to that kind of extent. The kind of like, I don't know how the person get this idea, but he was able to actually, describe that movement of, that fish and how this fish actually mimic us as a human behavior and henceforth. So sometimes if you really want to think about how you can actually apply those new theoretical things, try to look at different disciplines. Okay, sometimes as you can actually borrow different theories into your work to make it more, impactful. All right.
We'll take one more question, that's it, or maybe somebody is waiting. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Ajay Kumar. I'm from University of Hyderabad. My question is like Professor Gary told, or I forgot his name. Yeah, that he is looking at the ideas, and Professor Steve is there. His journal is telling, if you are having single study paper, we are not going to, process it. So how will we, decipher this? Like, what should be the approach? Ideas or methodology or rigor in methodology? What ma'am told. So, like, it's conflicting, and some of the top-notch journals, they are now they are published, but they are publishing with 12 studies, 8 studies, and all the data is being collected through Amazon Turk, and then prolific. Like, lots of money is involved. So, is it like forcing us or keeping us out of the race, who is not having that much of resources?
Okay, maybe I'd just like to share my thoughts on this. Many years back, okay, when we submit to papers, those in level 4, we never ever encounter such issues. Today, when we submit a paper to some of these ABS level 4 ranked journals, sometimes the editors will be very nice. They will write back to us and say, yeah, I like your paper, but it cannot be a single study paper. They want a paper to be multi-data, multi-method techniques. What it means is that, this particular paper, you probably should have different data collections, okay, and this data collection should come from different groups of people, and the method to analyze on this data should be from different analysis. So like what you said, could be big data, could be structured equation, it could be quali, and etc. So they want this kind of multi-data, multi-method techniques, to cross-validate, the data. So I have to be very frank, this is not something that we have been trained as well. But I realized that whenever I submit to more and more of these level 4 ranked journals, every editor will write back to me. Okay, they will unsubmit my paper and say, okay, look here, if you want us to send this paper for review, you need at least to have 2 studies. And basically, we have no choice. We don't even know what is this about, and we told ourselves, fine, let's take a look at the journal, see the kind of papers that they publish, try to learn that method, and ask around. Some people are expert in this. you need to just ask, and ask, how do you do it? What kind of techniques? You need to spend some time to understand. To us, that is the way for you to move forward. All right? Okay.
Yes, I think it's very important. One of the main reasons because, especially we use cross-sectional survey, we cannot generalize the study. So that why you need to have both mixed method. Basically, you want to confirm the robustness of the model. So this is one of the main reasons that now a lot of top journal, especially the POS SCM, a lot of top journal no longer accept this kind of journal. So we need to have a mixed method. It would be good to have both qualitative and quantitative method to mix together. If you want to move forward, this is the only way. There is no other choices. Thank you.
As this wonderful session draws to a close, we'd like to extend a token of appreciation to the esteemed panelists that are present here. I request Professor Suresh Valodia to extend a token of gratitude to Professor Gary and Professor Eugene. I would now request Professor Falguni to extend a token of gratitude to Professor Kengon Ui. And I would like to request Professor Falguni to also facilitate Professor Manisha Pathak Sheth. And now I would ask our doctoral scholar, Parth Salunke, to facilitate Professor Saurabh Pandya.
Felicitation for the facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our guests and our panelists for this wonderful session. I would now like to request all of you to gather for the tea break. And after the tea break, we have an amazing session with Professor Russell Bell waiting on the other side. So I request all of you to come back after the break at the same venue. The break is for 15 minutes. So we gather here after 15 minutes.
Mark Twain once wrote a letter to a friend, and he began by saying, I wanted to write you a short letter, but I didn't have time, so I'm writing you a long letter. And it's a little like that when you're writing papers sometimes. I wanted to give a short presentation, but I didn't have time to produce it. And so I have a long session, or a long set of slides we'll never get through. But that's fine. I think I have several stopping points along the way. So, exciting ideas. We'd all like to have more exciting ideas, and what I'd like to look at in terms of innovative ideas is old innovative ideas to start with, and then I'll get to some more contemporary ones. Some of you may recognize Sidney Levy. He died at age 96 in 2018, and was a very important scholar, I would argue, and a very innovative one. And so these are some of his most famous, or at least most highly cited, as Steve and others began to emphasize. That doesn't necessarily mean most important, but in this case, I think it's a pretty good index. And each of these was in its time, and I would argue most of them still today, an innovative idea. So along with Phil Kotler, and you can see him pictured with Phil Kotler on the left side here, he wrote Broadening the Concept of Marketing. And that was a very innovative idea that marketing wasn't just for businesses. It could apply to nonprofit organizations. It could apply to churches. It could apply to any number of organizations that are trying to market something. He wrote Symbols for Sale. Now, this is something we take for granted today. We don't sell products that have functional benefits. That's a part of it. But we're selling symbolic, carriers of meaning. And so that was an innovative idea. Auto driving, sometimes called visual elicitation, an innovative method. Looking at, I should put on my glasses so I can read right. The imagining consumer mythology. This was a structural approach. Structuralism is not so popular today, but very innovative at its time. Interpreting consumer mythology. That's just what I just mentioned. And demarketing, yes, demarketing. Trying to get consumers to consume less of something, and that's something that we're certainly still doing today. There's a couple of others here, dreams, fairy tales, animals, and cars. This was about different ways of semiotic analysis, basically. Symbolism and lifestyle, introducing the lifestyle concept, and projective measures. And so Sydney had a number of big hits in terms of popularity, but also a number of innovative ideas. And the way that he would illustrate them is to hand draw diagrams like this. And this is all about food. And in the top figure, he's looking at people and places. Where do we eat food? What people eat it? And looking at sort of an age progression here from left to right, and a social class progression from bottom to top. In the middle, he looked at various qualities, conventional, middle class, sophisticated, and so forth. And at the bottom, he's looking at more concrete attributes and objects, looking at bitter herbal versus warm milk, and so forth. Now, these would be different culturally. So in India, I expect the foods that would go into this would be different, be spicier, and so forth as well. And that would be more taken for granted rather than something that was simply sophisticated. So no better word for this than thicker, I guess. So he was looking at, he was at Northwestern University for most of his career. And then he went to the University of Arizona after he retired, but took up another position there. Northwestern was an interesting university at the time. Eventually, John Sherry and Rob Kosnitz joined the faculty, so they had a really strong qualitative research group. But most of the marketing department was positivist, and they were antagonistic, would be one word to express it. And when Rob Kosnitz was denied tenure and promotion, it began to fall apart, and so that whole team gradually dissipated. But there's a longer historic part of the story, I suppose. From World War II, we got a lot of quantitative methods, and computers And an influx of Europeans, the 1930s were a time when Hitler was gaining power in Germany and so forth, so many of them came to the U.S. It was a time when we began to have both some additional quantitative methods and some additional qualitative methods. But I'm going to focus mostly on qualitative methods. I started out, through confession, as a positivist. I taught experimental design and statistics for about 10 years before I finally saw the light. And so it's not too late for others of you to convert as well. The idea that I had, I came out of my PhD wanting to research things like gift giving and collecting, and they just didn't lend themselves very well to laboratory experiments, which was the only game in town. No one other than Sydney was really doing qualitative research at the time. And so, as you'll see in a moment, I started a project that gradually was the seedbed for a number of becoming qualitatives. But computers started about this time. In my PhD program, my partner bought 2 computers the size of a sewing machine, I suppose. You could carry them around, but they weighed about 10, 15 kilos. They were 4-function calculators. They could add, subtract, multiply, and divide, and maybe have 1 or 2 memories. And they cost $2,000 each. And my department didn't know if these things would really work, so they bought an insurance program for another $1,000 per computer. Now these are the giveaways that you get from a merchant these days. They're worth nothing, basically. Qualitative research also benefited eventually from having access to computers, but the qualitative analysis, quote-unquote, programs don't really analyze that. They just help you perhaps make some sense of it, recognize it, and so forth. And these revolutions, these battles, these intellectual partitioning of fields don't just happen in marketing, it happens in sociology, history, management, and so forth as well. So the project that I mentioned was called the Consumer Behavior Odyssey, and I wrote to maybe a dozen crazy people in the field and said, I had this wild idea, why don't we spend the summer going across from Los Angeles to Boston, interviewing people, maybe audio taping them, doing some video work as well, and we'll see what we find. And so a number of people signed up. We began to have some sort of classes at conferences. Among them were John Sherry, an anthropologist, and Melanie Wallendorf, who had just had a master's degree in sociology. And we went to the Marketing Science Institute, which was and still is quite positivist, and we said we'd like some money. We have this project. We think it's going to be neat. And we don't know what we're going to find or how long it will take, but we'll take all the money you can give us. That was an argument that fell on deaf ears initially, but they went to Hal Sargent, who was the editor of Journal of Consumer Research at the time, and he said, yeah, I think it's a really great idea that it's become boring, consumer research, that this may revitalize the field. And so they gave us some seed money. We went to a swap meet, a flea market, and did a pilot study. And eventually we wrote a report, and they gave us more money to fund it, and some ad agencies and others came on. But as we came back from the summer's research, we did a presentation at the Association for Consumer Research conference. We had submitted the pilot study to Journal of Consumer Research, and that was accepted. And we did a paper called The Sacred and Profane in the same journal, and that got published as well. And we wrote a book, an edited volume that came out of that project as well. Maybe I'll just do this. But here's, starting on the West Coast, this was an Hispanic ad agency. On the left, on the right was then called Man's Chinese Theater. And this is John Sherry doing an interview. This was in the Midwest, sort of pushing the boundaries a little bit, but Wyoming and Utah specifically. This was the recreational vehicle that we took across the country, the Caravan. And this was, this man had 3 garages full of things, not for him, but to give to or lend to neighbors to help them. So we were interviewing him as well. That's Melanie and I. And on the left is Joe Cody, Melanie, me, and the guy named Rick Polek. This was when we got to the East Coast. This is Debbie McGinnis that I think Steve mentioned this morning. And you can see the others listed here, me, Rick Foley, and Melanie. And then Melanie doing an interview in New York. So we came back from this, and there were some follow-ups as well. For instance, in 2011, Marketing Science Institute was having its 50th anniversary and invited us to do a follow-up video. We've done a video as one of the outputs of this project initially, and I'll come back and talk more about videos as an innovative research method. So then in 2005, two things happened. One was that we started, well, I guess the first thing to mention is Eric Arnold and Craig Thompson were the associate editors at Journal of Consumer Research, and the editor, John Dayton, asked them to write a paper sort of bringing together all of that crazy, wild, fuzzy stuff that didn't have a name. And so they called it consumer culture theory. They looked at the various areas and papers that they included, and there were, even at that time, 100, 200 papers over the years that fell in that category. And it's a brand name that caught on. And so CCT is now a conference that happened the same year, 2005. John Sherry and Rob Kosnitz and I were co-chairing the first one. And there's a number of volumes, as you can see here, that also came out of that brand name, that idea that was encapsulated with CCT. So they said at the time, these were the 4 areas that research fell into. There have since been, I think, 3 iterations of CCT papers, and they've now broadened that to about a dozen categories, and probably too many categories to mention. But these were the categories that they initially said that CCT research included. And that's my avatar, whether it looks like me or not. These are my biggest hits, if you will, at least in terms of citations. And I'll tell you a little bit about how these ideas, some of which I think are originated. Possessions and extended self, the top one, you probably can't read these from where you are. And materialism, the third one. We're going to be part of a book on consumer relations with material possessions. And as with another book I started to write at one time, it gradually got chiseled away into a couple of articles. And so the first and third ones here were a part of that. The second one, You Are What You Can Access, was really an invited paper. And I'd written on possessions and extended self, and I'd written on sharing. And this was sort of a mashup of those two. And I won an award from Society for Marketing Advances that year, and as a result they said, Arch Woodside was the editor of Journal of Business Research. He said, you can write anything you want, and we'll publish it. And so I just had a little bit of leftover stuff that I put into that paper. I didn't think anyone would ever look at it, and it wound up being, whatever it is, my second most cited paper. And so you can never tell sometimes, and pay attention to even your minor ideas. Sacred and Profane, I mentioned before, is one of the articles that came out of that cross-country project. Sharing is the next project there, and I was invited to a conference in Paris on intercity mobilities. How do we get around in the crowded city of Paris? And at the time I thought, well, hey, we're all driving these private cars. What if we shared cars or shared rides? And wouldn't that help the situation? So I tossed off a paper. And then I gave it at a conference in Wisconsin that was, well, I guess it's farther down there. Why not share rather than own? American Academy of Political and Social Sciences. And that was initially giving what I had to say about this idea, a trial run, and then I wrote a paper for the Journal of Consumer Research. Interesting history, and resulted in firing of an associate editor of Journal of Consumer Research. But I'll talk to you about that individually later if you like. Fire of Desire, this was a paper with Ulis Gehr and Søren Østergaard, and we actually did 3 qualitative studies leading up to this. One having to do with the language of desire in different cultures, Danish and, well, maybe 4 different cultures. France, Denmark, Turkey, and the US, or at least English-speaking cultures. And then we put them into one grand paper in Journal of Consumer Research again. Materialism in You, I don't know how many of you know the journal, which is called Journal of Research for Consumers, not for marketers, but for consumers themselves. And again, I wrote a little paper. I didn't think it was anything, just sort of translating my articles from academies into human understanding. And that got heavily cited as well. Why not share it rather than own? I mentioned Collecting in Consumer Society was a book. I spent a year in Romania just after the revolution, and I had done this research, so I wrote that up as a book. Gift giving is agapic love. Gift giving is a little different in India versus North America, but was looking at what that's all about and the meanings of gifts and symbolism. And finally, a naturalistic inquiry in consumer behavior as a swap meet. That was the pilot study for this cross-country Odyssey job. So those were some of the things that I did just as illustrations. Debbie McGinnis, whom Steve also mentioned, or I mentioned earlier that Steve also mentioned, did a paper looking at conceptual contributions and observing that conceptual contributions had largely disappeared from our journals. They used to be quite prominent, but all of the journals have gone down. And she was arguing for more, as was mentioned in another paper in Journal of Marketing. And so she categorized them in these 6 categories. The top 4 are the ones where most of the research has occurred. Constructs, or concepts, if you like, translated into constructs. Relationships, tying these concepts together into a theory. Procedures, how do we conduct the research. And domains, which is creating a whole domain of study, including constructs, theories, and procedures together. So looking at those 4, I sort of went through my conceptual articles, and about a third of my work has been conceptual. And of that 65 or so articles, most of them were about constructs, the very beginning kernels of theory. And then another quarter were procedures and just a little bit in domains and relationships. And those are some of the papers or concepts, etc., theories that fell into each of those categories. So how do we do conceptual research? I would argue everything that we do in life contributes conceivably to the way that we might think about theories, concepts, and how they all go together. And so prior theory, an open mind doesn't mean an empty head. So go ahead and do all the reading that you can ahead of time. You're probably going to need more as you go along, because it's not a one-shot and done sort of thing. Prior research findings. Read broadly, not just in marketing. Some of you may remember when there were libraries built inside campus that you could go to that had physical books. And in those libraries, there are lots of research findings. Now, of course, you can do a Google search, Google Scholar, and find things online. So it's much easier. But read broadly, not just in your discipline. When I do go to the library, I never go in to do decimal system to the HF54, blah, 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 marketing papers. I always go to other fields. It's not to say I don't read marketing and consumer research literature, but it's not my first choice. Context knowledge, we were talking earlier about the Indian context and how it's different. And I'll show you maybe some examples in a minute, but I think there are a number of unique Indian areas to do research in, as you well know. Primary data, triangulate once again across different types of primary data, and different members of the research team. Research teams make it a little easier to do research. And it also helps you have by gender, multiple ages, multiple sexualities, whatever other diversity you can think of. to broaden the sort of knowledge that you have to generate. But everything else, a novel you read, a film you saw, a comment you heard, canoe trip that you took, look for interesting angles in each case. That it's not we can say, okay, I'm doing research now, and now I'm living my life. The two are intermingled, and as emerging scholars, you probably come to appreciate this. Actually, in the PhD program, your whole life is the PhD. And so that's one way of expressing that same thing. But I encourage my students to read broadly, read promiscuously, which is to say anything and everything, high and low sources, other fields, that's all a part of the process. So how do I do it? I prepare, and this is my desk, and one or two actually. The Guinness beer is optional. You don't have to begin with that stimulation or seduction, whatever that might be. But if you look at the stacks of books on the left, that's everything I've written for RED, for a particular project going into it. And on the right-hand side, there's more books on the top of that stack, but in all of those folders, there are papers that I make copies of. Now, of course, we can make electronic papers, but I still know people that will print out everything that they want to circle and annotate, even though you can do that electronically as well. So that is to say, I prepare as well as I can going into the study ahead of time. Again, the open mind doesn't mean an empty head to start out with. I also, when I read a book, create my own index. I annotate and write notes, but I also, inside the front cover, will list topics and pages where I'll find those topics and so forth. Sometimes I'll color code and do other things to try to get back to things that I want to remember and want to locate, and where was that? And it's not necessarily the same index that the publisher put in, or the authors put in. Someone's taking a photo, so I'll wait for a minute. Thanks. So beginning, immerse yourself in literature, which is what I was saying. Then there's tagging. You know, a sailboat can't go directly into the wind, but it can go a little to the left and a little to the right. And this is the sort of tagging we do in a couple of senses, one between the library and our writing, and the other between the data and our interpretation. You bounce back and forth again. It's not step one, step two. It's repeating these things along the way. Then rough out an outline, and then almost inevitably trickle out that paper and throw it away and begin again, or let the research emerge. We each have our individual research styles. So if anyone says, follow these 3 steps, and that's the secret to writing up. Find your own way, and it's likely to differ among different people. I feel guilty going on to the next slide, but there's still people who have cameras up. If it's not recorded, it can happen. Okay, well, let me back up from that one. How many people here do not use WhatsApp? How many people do not use WhatsApp? Do not. I see no hands, right? So, okay, India, as you probably know, is the #1 user of WhatsApp. More than half the population of India is on WhatsApp. And all the other countries are dwarfed by comparison. Actually, in percentages, more than half of Brazil's population as well. U.S. is less than 1/4 of the population. Philippines is more than 75%. So you want to look at percentages as well as raw numbers. So the point is that India is a leader in terms of using this particular app. On the other hand, I'm guessing not many people here use Reddit. Reddit is dominant of its users, and these are small numbers by comparison to WhatsApp, but of its users, the U.S. is dominant in this case, and India is #2, but only 500,000, less than that, 50,000 people, so not a lot of people for the Indian population, and then it goes down after that. So you've probably been told, when you're doing research, look for a gap. And a gap means it hasn't been done before. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good topic to pursue. Right. Maybe it hasn't been done before because no one cares, and because it isn't important. And so finding a gap isn't enough, but it is an important part of making your argument that this is a new topic and so forth, I can potentially contribute something. Of the gaps that exist, I think many of them pertain to India. Not a lot of historic research has been done in India on how did consumer culture evolve in India. What about the rise of the middle class since the early 90s in India? How has that happened? I have a paper coming up with Rose Barman, and some of you may know, looking at advertising in India under colonialism and advertising in India today, and arguing that the new masters are the middle-class people in advertising they're shown. Much the way the colonialists were, the British were, with now the lower-class people being of subservience rather than just Indians in general. You can see what you think of it when it comes out. Online and virtual communities, I'm going to be doing a talk at the main conference on the metaverse and avatars, arguing that the metaverse is not dead, it's merely sleeping for a while and eclipsed by AI, but it's going to come back, depending upon some other development. Digital possessions, obviously something that is important. You all have WhatsApp on your phone, and there are other apps that you're using regularly. Non-human others, AI, robots, cyborgs. We talked about AI at least this morning. Conceptual and theoretical work. This is something you can do as a doctoral student, and I'll tell you why in one of the next slides, not the very next one. But doctoral students are suitably equipped to do conceptual research. Don't assume that's something you have to be old and have a great beard and your male to be able to do research. It's something you can research right now. And this is something you can do without data collection. The data is what you know already, what you can find in the literature. Here's another example of the digital possessions. On the left is a Gucci Dionysus bee bag that sells in the store for $3,400. This is a virtual Gucci Dionysus bag that's sold for almost $1,000 more, and it's not even an NFT, a non-fungible token. It's merely on Roblox, Gucci Gardens, a bag that you can have your avatar appear with, but you don't own anything other than the JPEG, which is slightly similar to an NFT, where you also own a JPEG, but here there's not a blockchain guarantee, if that means anything. Okay, innovative methods for new phenomena. We want to study innovative phenomena. We may need some new methods to be able to do that. I'll just give you an example or two and get on to some other things. One thing that's happened in India with low-priced, Chinese especially, smartphones, is that people in the villages now own phones. And even if they're innumerate, can't download things themselves. Entrepreneurs will download ringtones and movies for them and come back next month and do the same thing as well. And that's really changed life in villages. In many cases, electricity, television, and the internet all came at once, and so it's not that sort of gradual. It's a leapfrogging simultaneously of techniques. So one of the things we can do, because everyone has a phone and a smartphone, is if we have consumers do taxes for us. We can enlist them in not only giving us data, but also gathering data for us. This is an app called DScout. Anyone use DScout? It's a paid app that you have to, like Mechanical Turk, for example, or for living. You have to pay to get to participate. But you can assign them various tasks that they do. They can film themselves doing something. They can answer some questions for you and so forth. This on the right is just an example with house plants, and I'll show you a follow-up slide in a minute. But ethnographers have long used the latest technologies. You can see examples here. But smartphones are so ubiquitous globally that we can do audio and video and Scout sorts of applications virtually anywhere. Africa, Asia, Central America, and so forth. And we also have If you have a smartphone, you have a broadcast quality video camera, and you have high quality sound. At least potentially, you have these things. And so you can all be filmmakers. You don't, and I used to teach along with Ralph Cosman's videography classes, and we would teach how to do editing and so forth. Nowadays, if you don't know, you can get up a YouTube sort of example that will quickly show you how to get up to speed. I guess it was in France this summer. I did a workshop in Goa on Qualitative generally, but in France on videography. And I didn't have to teach anyone anything. They were able to create videos of their own after we did a series of steps along the way. So take advantage of that. We carry these things with us. We sleep with them. Many of us wake up with them and so forth. And it's a powerful, fast research tool. So I mentioned D-Scout. Here's the project about house plants. Which of these is most appealing to you? And then video clips of these people talking about how they take care of their plants, how often they water them, do they fertilize them, and so forth. And it's something that will help you gather publishable data using consumers. If you want, you can get consumers who are eating out and have them film the restaurant, have them film, as many people do anyhow, the food that they're eating, and upload that to you rather than the internet generally. So in trying to utilize what people are able to do, it's a handy addition to our technical qualitative toolkit. Videography I mentioned. A picture's worth 1,000 words is one of the so-called truisms that we have. Well, that's true, but you need to help tell a story. And I want to get back to telling the stories later on, because I think that's what we do in our research in one way or another. But Isadora Duncan was a 1930s era interpretive dancer. And someone asked her one time, "What does your dance mean?" And she said, "Well, if I could say it, I wouldn't have to do it." In other words, there are things that visuals can help us do that we can't do just in words. And so thinking about videography, if you have that smartphone and you're using it to record conversations, why not also video record the conversation? And since you have that video, why not think about, with informed consent, generating a video and submitting it to the ACR Film Festival or Consumer Culture Jury Conference as films as well, and increasingly others as well. I talked about YouTube and TikTok empowerment. Was it 4 years ago that TikTok was banned in India? We bounced back with Instagram and other things such as and found a way to do it. And those platforms have also adapted by becoming more short video friendly as well. Audience demand is another reason to think about video, because your students and some of you are people that have grown up with video and with YouTube and formerly TikTok before you lost it and so forth. And so the audience expectations are there as well. And in the classroom, it helps to keep things lively and engage people. Now, I'll talk about the disadvantage. Actually, let me switch to disadvantages. Why not be visual? These are some cautions, at least. For one thing, we can't observe everything. We can't observe why people do things. And so we need to combine this with other forms of graphic data collection. The audience is passive. If you show a film in class, people watch it and just sit like they're watching television. And we don't usually counter-argue our televisions, and we don't usually counter-argue films that we show in the classroom as well. It's also sort of marginalizing because videos must be for entertainment, right? But we're trying to do something serious with them as well in this case. Or it's educational. I don't know what your education was like, but I watched lots of short video. And before that, before PowerPoint, before acetate sheets, if any of you remember those and projectors, there were film strips, and this was 35. You actually remember it. actually strip of film and you would advance one at a time. It was like a little slide. And sometimes it was audio narrated and there'd be a little thing under for you to advance to the next one. At any rate, what was I going to say about that? At any rate, this is, I've lost it. Sorry, at that point. Ephemerality is another reason not to do video. Steve and I did a video years back, and we were arguing this morning at breakfast, whatever happened to that video? Where is it today? There is an archive called Films by Consumer Researchers on Vimeo, but it's not been used in a while, so there's not a lot of fresh stuff there. But I think there's ample opportunity to generate that sort of archive once again. You need to learn some new skills and changing technologies. One of the reasons that our film has disappeared from public consciousness is that we would have needed to upgrade it from VHS tape to digital version that can go through VHS and Betamax and so forth along the way. And the museums have the same problem. How do you keep your video material and with each new generation of technology? It's time consuming. And what about promotion and tenure? How does the committee evaluate that versus written publications? I've written many letters telling promotion committees, but this is serious, it takes as much time, it's an academic pursuit, and you should evaluate it as such. But this is, at the Association for Consumer Research Film Festival, which I mentioned, there's People's Choice and the Best Film Award given by the people organizing the film festival. And this was 1 year. People did posters to try to bring people into their film. And these are, you can see from various places around the world, China, India, Qatar, Mexico, Germany, Brazil, Pakistan, Italy, Mexico again. All of these are diverse film locations by diverse filmmakers, most of whom are first-time filmmakers. So you can do this. And it's if you gathered video, why not? It's an extra output from your research. There was, in 2015 at the Sundance Film Festival, an award-winning film called Tangerine, and it was shot entirely on iPhone 5S. And they had a supplemental lens and an $8 application called Filming Pro. It looked more like a film. But it was about transgender prostitutes. They used sort of half real people and half actors. And to get the real people to act in an ordinary sort of way, coming in with a big production piece of equipment and lights and so forth, would have been very intimidating. But having these little, everyone carries phones and everyone's doing selfies and movies. And so that's much less intimidating than made this film possible. Rob Constance and I suggested these are some criteria for evaluating film. These things are jury, just like a journal article is referee. I don't, because I found this on the internet, actually know what this still is from. People have suggested maybe this was a school program of some sort. Maybe people have other ideas, but it's an interesting example of dance and performance and learning what it's about. Is culture-specific knowledge, and also would have to be context-specific as well. I think, I don't remember what time we started, but I think I have time to show 15-minute film. Okay, let me show this film and maybe we'll go a bit farther. This is a 15-minute film called Face Value that I did with Lena Cabasholo and back to the beginning. And I think it will speak for itself, so I won't introduce it. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you weren't seeing that. I think it's an ED person here. I think I need to pull this slide over or something. Skip Now that can come back to that. It's not showing on the screen, and so I think I need to pull the screen up a little bit. Maybe let me just pull it back.
What is it like having facial difference? It has been a journey that I'm going to have to take you back all the way to the beginning for. So when I was 8 years old, I was first diagnosed with an illness called Bell's palsy, which is characterized by paralysis of one side of your face with an unknown cause. And for me, it has always occurred on this side of my face, this right-hand side of my face.
Hi, I'm Chelsea. I am 34 years old. I was born with a rare condition known as Sturge-Weber syndrome that affects probably 1 in 50,000 people. Also, I was born with a large port wine stained birthmark on the left side of my face that also includes glaucoma.
Treacher Collins is a birth syncrex, a couple key chromosomes genetically, craniofacial defects, which can include microtia. I have prosthetic ears. Eyesight, hearing, I don't have cheekbones, tear ducts, all sorts of craniofacial deformities that are different. And of course, that's something you're born with. And of course, the advantage for me is it makes you extremely memorable. No one has ever forgotten my face.
Ben negatif bir hastasıyım. Sol gözümde ve sol yüzümde oluşmaktadır. Kahverengili lekelerim de var. Yüzde çinlenmeler de mevcut ya da omurilikte kayma da neden
Eu cresci sendo uma criança diferente, mas eu não me lembro qual foi o momento que eu percebi que eu era diferente das outras crianças. Eu acho que principalmente isso aconteceu por ter muito suporte da minha família e principalmente da minha mãe, que sempre me deixou muito confortável em casa para falar sobre isso.
Sure, from when my twin sister and I were babies to toddlers, I can't even tell you which one's me. We looked that much alike. Then we had surgery, and like now we don't really look alike anymore. We look very different. For me, I think it was particularly traumatic to have my sister go through it with me because not only was I experiencing this, but I had to watch someone experience it too.
I already had the issues with being different with how I look. I didn't really have that social life. I didn't have that date for grad, I didn't have that date for dances. It was segregation, there was clubs against me, and it was called the Chelsea Haters Club.
Growing up with a birthmark was challenging in some aspects. Primarily, the most difficult part was random people approaching me or my family unexpectedly just to know what happened to my face. And it wasn't a general curiosity of if I was okay or wanting to learn more. A lot of the times it came from a really negative place.
Yeah, so I was born in 1984, and so the knowledge about Treacher Collins syndrome was very new. There was really no community, there was no Facebook. So growing up, I would get, what's wrong with your face? For me, I always fell back on self-deprecating humor to make light of the situation.
So when I met Dwayne, I did not know anything about Treacher Collins syndrome. I just knew his face looked different. And I just realized that everything that I liked about him, about his personality and his character, all of that came from his life experience growing up with Treacher Collins syndrome.
So sometimes it's like being Mr. Potato Head, and I go to the water, go to bed, and take myself apart, take my hearing aid off.
I was called a deformed girl by like a group of jerk kids and stuff like that. And stares. People, even like adults, will just still stare at me. Like if I'm you know, or
growing up, I was, I didn't want to come out of the house. I didn't want to do too much anything. I hated going out in public. If I went out in public, I would wear a hoodie. I don't care if it was the summertime, because I wanted to hide my ears, try to hide as much as possible. And that was me coping with it. But then I had another dangerous coping method, which I learned that was dangerous when I was growing up. But now that I'm older, I said rather, I had friends or people that I thought were my friends, but just for the sake of having a friend, I would let them treat me any kind of way, or just, allow myself to be the joke all the time, just for the sake of having a friend. At least I got friends, I'm not alone.
But the question, what is wrong with you? Fundamentally, in the question itself, it is asking what is wrong, wrong being a negative, bad thing, with you. And in this case, what is wrong with me? And there's nothing wrong with me. Yes, my face may not function the way that other people's does, but does that mean that the way my face is bad, wrong, negative? I don't think so, and I don't think it's okay to put that on someone.
As perguntas que mais me incomodam são perguntas que dão a entender que eu deveria tirar a minha pinta, tipo, perguntando por que você não tira, ou olhares excessivos também, porque isso me dá a sensação que a minha pinta é algo ruim.
Oh, shoot. My husband, people would look at him, look at my baby bump, and just be aghast. So they expected me to just be like the Hunchback of Notre Dame and hide out in the basement somewhere,
Kaçanlar da var tabii ki de. Yanına, bir toplu taşıma aracında yanına oturduğunuz insanın sizin yanına kalkması veya yanına oturmaması, varsa bulaşıcı olduğu düşüncesiyle, yani bir kişiyle tokalaşamıyorsunuz bile, yani elinizi tutmak bile istemiyor ya da sizi öpmek istemiyor, sarılmak istemiyor ya da çocuğun gözünü kapatması, çocuğun sizden saklaması. Mesela bana gelen en kırıcı kelimelerden biri şuydu: Marmara benziyorsun.
It got dark, it got scary. There was times, I didn't want to leave the house. The whispering, the ogling by grown adults is what drives me mad. I've had people actually come up and ask me if it's infectious. I've had people ask if my eye is going to pop out of my head and if I need medical assistance. It's gotten to the point though I've actually told people, if you're going to stare, either ask for my autograph or take the down picture.
It does cause me anxiety in a mild form. I do wear an eye patch daily, and as much as I might put myself in the media and talk about various bits and pieces, naked as I call it, but if somebody should come to my front door like a postman who I might see every day and rings the doorbell, my first thought is how to cover myself up, because I don't want to go looking where I look. And I found my safe place with my eye patch on, and that's how I face the world every day. But that even comes with its own challenges, because there's not many people wearing eye patches either, so it's a no-win situation.
To go to a movie and never ever see someone that looks like you, like not once, unless they're, I don't know, the bad guy, that's the only person who was ever disfigured or has any type of scarring. Even in The Lion King, what's the evil lion's name? Scar. There's that subliminal messaging from the time we're very, very little that these facial differences are bad, they're evil, they're not normal.
facial differences in media, it's like a villain, that's pretty much it. It's rare that you see somebody with a facial difference who is like the hero, unless it's a story like Wonder, which is a beautiful story, but still it focuses like 100% on his facial difference. I think it would be really cool to, see it just be like a love story or like a superhero or something, just a regular story.
You don't see someone with facial difference on the cover of magazines or in movies or in any kind of positive beauty light, and I'd love to see that change because I think that would definitely help people feel more confident about themselves when they have visible difference.
Hard growing up when you are society, movies, everything portrays anyone with a facial difference as a monster.
Were or are there times where I tried to hide my birthmark? I have never tried to hide the fact that I have a vascular birthmark. Even when I'm wearing full face of makeup like I am today, I always am the first person to talk about it in a room, or if I see a stranger in public with a vascular birthmark, I tell them and I show them photos that I have on my phone. There were definitely times where I leaned into makeup to lessen the appearance of my birthmark, but never to hide it or act like I didn't have one. Makeup has been a wonderful tool for me to feel in control of other people and their staring or their questions or their comments towards me. But I've never used makeup to completely remove or act like I did not have a birthmark.
আমি খুব সাজতে ভালোবাসি, আমি সবসময় সাজবো। তো আমার এই জিনিসটা ঘটে যাওয়ার পর থেকে আমার এই ঠোঁটটা পুরো পুড়ে গলে গেছিল। তো যাওয়ার পরে আমি খেতেই পারতাম না, গলা খাবার খেতাম, আমার গলায় দুটো ফুটো ছিল, তো ওই লকডাউনের আগে অবস্থান করে গলায় ফুটো দুটো বন্ধ করেছি। তো করার পরে আমি বলি আমার ডাক্তারকে বলছি আমার মুখটা কি করা যায় দেখো, আমি একটু সাজতে ভালোবাসি, আমি যেন একটু লিপস্টিক আরে করতে পারি। তো বলছে এই হাতটাও উঠতো না, গালে হাত খেতে পারতাম না, তখন আমি হাতটার প্রতি অতটা খেয়াল ছিল না যে আমার গালে না ওঠে না উঠবে, আমার বয় আছে, আমার মা আছে, আমাকে খাইয়ে দেবে।
Não, eu nunca tentei esconder minha pinta de nascença, nunca tentei fazer uma maquiagem que pudesse escondê-la também. Muito pelo contrário, eu já maquiei ela, mas para enfeitá-la. O tema da maquiagem era a galáxia, para dizer que todos nós temos um universo dentro de nós. Então a maquiagem foi mais para enfeitar e não nunca para cobrir. Muito pelo contrário, eu gosto muito de ter a minha pinta.
But while going through, my makeup routine, just like any other human that applies makeup, I really just want to enhance my natural beauty and feel beautiful and confident in my own skin.
I've gone from hating wearing makeup, hating looking in the mirror because of what I looked like, to now loving both of those things.
I'm just starting to warm up to the idea of self-image and being comfortable with yourself and your skin, and I don't know, I've never really felt comfortable.
Surround yourself with others that look like you. I think a lot of people don't realise how big the facial difference community is, and having that community has been life-changing for me in finding myself, my self-confidence, my self-worth, and my purpose.
It's always been something that I've been kind of self-conscious about. It's something that I've more recently started talking more openly about and trying to connect with other people with facial differences and try to make it less of a sort of stigmatized thing, make it just more acceptable, try to put our faces out there more so people won't be as inclined to stare or feel the need to ask invasive questions. I felt alone with until I've met online, through Instagram, TikTok kind of thing, meeting other people with facial differences has been a really big game changer in a positive way.
Treat me like you want to be treated. I don't want you to ignore that I have a facial difference, and that's just like saying, well, when I see you, I don't see a facial difference. Yes, you do. See it. We can talk about it. That's how and the more you say you don't see it, there'll never be change. Another reason I don't want any sympathy, I spent a lot of my life feeling sorry for myself. So I don't need anybody else to do it for me. I'm over that phase of feeling sorry, to my life, I'm making it close to embrace who I am, finally embrace me as a person, and I want you to do the same.
Aslında ben kendimi çok benimsedim. Topluma bu şekilde çıkmaya çalışıyorum. Ben de bir bireyim. Ben bir birey olarak toplumda var olmaya çalışıyorum.
It is, again, it's a huge social taboo, and maybe one of the final big pushes that we really need to be highlighting the fact that people with different faces aren't different people. They've just gone through something which you haven't, and that sort of respect rather than to mock
People need to start looking at disability and disfigurement like they look at gender equality and race equality. I just think it's time that we're seen as being part of the population.
My name, my age, my favorite color, my height, my sign, do I have a lover? What's my nationality? Here's some things that inspire me. My favorite food, my current mood, and my shoe size is my favorite TV show and my favorite animal. There's much more to know that we'll cover as we grow. I've got this many tattoos, and yes, all these things are true. So tell me a little something about you.
Some said love, it is a mirror.
I won't go through the credits, but we can talk more about how this was made perhaps in the Q&A, but just a couple of important things. These people, unlike most informed consent procedures, and we use two-step before and after consent, let us show their faces and use their first names, and our human subjects committees helped us or allowed us to do this as well. And they were so involved. We gave them tasks like I showed with D-Scout, talk about how it felt growing up, show some of your childhood pictures and so forth. And so they collaborated with us, and the video that we created was not just a scientific research project, but was really advocacy. Participatory action research is one name for it. But we had, this was a film that we had at the ACR Film Festival, and we had two people that came from adjacent states to be a part of that, to be a part of the Q&A that followed the initial premiere. And so I just have a couple more slides to go back to, and then we'll open it up to questions, time allowing. I won't show these video clips, but this is one that my students did as a part of a class, for fourth class, using The Sims 4 as an illustration technique, anime sort of creation. There's a couple of others like that that I won't go into. I'm not going to have a chance to talk about the AI possibilities, but that's certainly another technique we talked about a bit this morning. And I'll just close with this. All of our research is about storytelling, and I think that we need to do more of that and recognize that we're telling stories and trying to do that in an engaging way, whether we're talking about film or print or other media, social media, and so forth. So try using images. Sad truth, but most people that read, quote unquote, a journal article read the abstract and look at the figures, the illustrations, and that's all they know about that particular article. And so it's important to put a lot of work into crafting good visuals. It involves the audience. It prompts you to tell the story. If you're using visuals, you need to explain them in a way. And it gets research participants to tell their stories, which is actually a projective technique as well. And so this is this was a DALL-E 2 image that was created. If you use, I have a different perspective on AI. Let 1,000 AI creations grow. I think this is a lot like a lot like spell checkers and grammar checkers and so forth. That I think we can do more rather than less with AI. So let 1,000 stories bloom as well. And I'll stop there. I said and brought that up full screen. And I think we have time for some questions. One question. One question. Jay. Just one. 20 minutes. Please.
Actually, the dean reminded me that since I'm part of the host, I should not be taking the first question, but could there be others? Happy to hand over the mic. No, okay. Let's have 2-3 questions. So, thank you so much. It was a wonderful session, and I think the usual qualitative methods or new methods, etc., were very welcome, are often boring, and this was a wonderful session and enlivened all of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
My question is, one, I realized D-Scout, but was this in interactive mode, in the sense, was there an interviewer on the other side asking questions?
No, we began this during COVID, and so most all of the images you saw were on Zoom. But then we get in these tasks to do at home, listen to some of the things from your childhood background and answer these questions for us. And I guess a little bit of the background, we tried to go through NGOs to source some of the people initially. They all said no, maybe 20 of them, because we had no facial differences ourselves, even though I tried to claim age as a facial difference. But as a result, we started initially with people's social media, and then about halfway through, we had just 19 people in the study. We realized that people with social media presence might be different than those without. So we went to some others, including we had 4 acid attack victims from India. And so in doing that, we were trying to take advantage of the fact that these people were willing to talk, and that this was a very engaging topic, and they formed a sense of community. Actually, when we showed this and won the prize, people started putting it up on their social media, and it got passed around. And then the NGOs started to come to us and ask if they could participate.
Because that's wonderful. I feel sometimes a challenge, because the precedence for this, you must know, Paris is Burning.
Yes, yes.
Wonderful documentary, anthropological work.
Yes,
But the moment participants like these get to tell their story, they also, and because it's the visual format, there is a sort of visibility that is, you're inserted into their expectations for, acknowledgement, or their expectations around change increase.
It opens up the topic.
It opens up the topic. Yeah, but then where is the research if the researcher is not able to keep, commit to that? Is it a risk that a researcher runs? That I can't.
Do they take away the storytelling from us?
No, I cannot guarantee that there will be transformation. I cannot guarantee that policymakers will look up and listen. So
there's one of the women in our study who had her video that she put up online, and someone took it, put in their own narration, used it as clickbait, and she had something like 1 million viral people who saw her, and a horrible story told about her, there was torture and so forth. And so, yeah, there's a danger, but there's a danger when we write something, and someone's going to plagiarize us and use it in a different context or copy it themselves. So, yeah, I mean, we don't think about it, but there's danger in the sort of research that we do. And these people were taking a chance by putting themselves out there and by allowing us to do that. All but 2 of the 19 said we could use them, we give them a series of options. Use this in any way, including broadcast and putting it up on social media and so forth. So this was a very gracious group of people, and this collaborative research could not have been done without their cooperation. Thank you.
Can I ask one?
Afternoon, sir. Always a pleasure to see your work. You always do very different work at various forums. And when we see that work, we find that it's amazing the kind of work that you do. And we always feel that who would publish such a work? But then, you have Russell Beck speaking about it. So we always suppress that question. Today I definitely want to ask you, how do you convert this kind of work into a research paper?
We have 2 papers that are under review now, and we've actually gotten one paper that was methodological published, and another one that was for a small conference with a small publication out of something called GIX that's going on right now in Hawaii. And so it's different, the answer to that question in each of these 3 different contexts, 4 different contexts maybe. But as I said, we specialized in how do you create a film without a camera, because we were relying a lot on social media and the permissions that people gave us. Another one is looking at the process of transformational research and participatory action research, and how we can use it. And another one is looking, this is not a particularly marketing oriented, or even consumer behavior oriented, although the cosmetics and so forth, the high word consumption activity. So we're looking at really what can we do with film, and a number of film people here, in trying to create a real change in something. In this case, it's change in acceptance. We have gay and lesbian marriage, transgender attention right now. But this is one of the areas that so far hasn't been reached by that DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion sort of movement thus far. So maybe it can make a little difference. So thank you.
Thank you.
We can continue our questions with Professor Belk during the break, lunch break. But because of the paucity of time, we have to move on to the next session. Thank you, Professor Belk, for this wonderful session. And we have a huge round of applause for something so insightful. And we'd like to extend our thanks to Professor Belk for giving us his time so extensively. We now move on to the next session of the day, which is the book launch. And it is with great excitement and honor that we have been gathered here to launch the remarkable book, Qualitative Research in the Digital Age, Sage UK, authored by Professor Emmanuel Mukherjee, Professor Varsha Jain, and our very own doctoral scholar of MICA, Himani Sharma. I request the authors to join us on the stage, along with Dean Professor Geeta Hegde, to sign the copies of the book.
Thank you, everyone. Just wanted to give you a little brief, not too much, about the book. But this was like a long journey and really inspired by Professor Belk. Because first time when I met him, he actually mentioned, I don't know if he remembers that, but he said that he was trained quantitatively at Northwestern. And then that was a huge transformation that he mentioned that from there he moved to qualitative space, and the reason he mentioned was the kind of questions that I wanted to address were not being answered by quantitative research. And I said, well, this is very interesting and let me explore this area. And this has been more than 12 years now. And that's where we are right now with the book, because the whole idea is it's very exciting to see the exploration that we can do with qualitative research And it all comes from different aspects of our life, and it's, as we've seen, amazing work which Professor Belk always do in qualitative space, which I don't think cannot be answered by quantitative space. So it's very new knowledge that we keep talking about. And the whole idea about this particular book was not only about how it emerged, but it also about the different pieces of qualitative aspects, starting from idea generation until the report writing. You would see that we have encapsulated over here. Because while I was teaching this course more than 12 years at MICA and other places in India and outside, we realized that we could not find a comprehensive kind of a book where we are discussing all aspects of qualitative research together. And then when we started the journey, thank you Emmanuel for joining us, because when we started this journey, it was told to us by different publishers that it's not marketing pressure. So I'm like, okay, so it has to be social scientists where journalism, media, communication, everybody has to use it. So you have to be a little wider. So we said, okay. So then with that, we invited our third co-author, Himani. She is non-marketing scholar, but we always pull people from different disciplines to our discipline, and she works at the cutting edge of media communications and, of course, the business part of it. That's how we kind of created this particular book. And I don't think I have the time to take you through the video. But that was the whole journey that I just wanted to mention. And the key highlights, of course, is about, this is where Sage came in and they said that, well, we have enough on this particular aspect, but why don't you do something in the digital context, which is where the new knowledge has to be generated. So we said, okay, we will come up with all the challenges which people are facing. And all the credit goes to our students, and Manuel would agree, because that's where we teach, we learn, and we co-create, going back to what Steve was mentioning in the morning, that we have to learn and adapt. So that's how we adapted a lot of challenges which came from different people, different parts of the world. And then from beginners to advanced learner, everybody can use that across different disciplines. We kind of came up with different live examples across different type of chapters that we have in the book. And here are the key highlights, which talks about different step-by-step processes with framework, real-time problems and issues that are there. It could be about storytelling, it could be about different type of issues that people are facing in their life. And with AI, everything great is not happening. There are dark sides of AI as well, which can be addressed by these type of methods as you progress further. And then the digital tools which we are talking about in terms of the creativity and all that. And I would like to invite Emmanuel to talk more about the pedagogical features that we have in the book and the outline.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for having us. This is my first time in India, and I guess I underestimated the hospitality. So thank you so much for making us feel welcome. And it's nice to have this platform to share this book. I think we should have brought hundreds of copies. Yeah, because I'm sure many people want to buy.
Yes, because of the photography.
Yes, yes. We were told yesterday that we should have brought copies. But I was thinking this is a digital world. We still hold, so everybody should go and buy on Amazon and get your digital copy. But I guess I've learned my lesson. Next time you are doing a book launch, bring the physical copy. Yes, this book, it's been a pleasure to work on it. It's talking about the different process. But I think it also builds up on the last session, which is about that video. And I think this is where we recognize it's not just about text, but how can you benefit from vast amounts of data that we have right now, and not just from the videos, but even from the mobile messages, from the text message that people are sending, WhatsApp messages. Imagine having access to 500 million. So again, there's a lot of data there, and that's why we see there's huge prospect for this book. And in terms of features for teaching and learning, We talked about the opening and closing cases. Again, that was very practical. That was something interesting we had to do because it gives you an example before the chapter for you to actually know what that chapter is all about. And by the time you finish the chapter, it also gives you an opening, a closing case for you to understand, for you to reflect on how well you understood the chapter. And also we've got the introduction and the objective. So again, this makes it very interesting and engaging for lecturers who might want to use it in class. It has given you that objective so the students know what to expect when they are attending the class. They know what to expect when they are reading. And the good thing is individual chapters can actually stand on their own. So depending on which method you are trying to do, you have something that is in there for you. And as much as possible, we try to have this global example. So going ahead with this idea of decolonizing education, so we are not just taking examples from the West. We make sure that here there are different examples from Asia, from Africa, from different parts of the world. And we've also embedded relevant framework and graphical illustration to help you understand the flows. I think that's something we were able to do because sometimes we want to see things and to make sure it's not just about reading, but having those visual elements makes us understand it better. And as you can imagine, there are many other reading resources, web links for you to follow up and engage with. So just to give a bit of the chapter, okay? So we talked about the design ethics. I think it was important for us to put that right in front. I think going back to the comment about responsible AI, so whatever we are doing research, that ethics is very important. Even before going for any digital whatever, starting from the first part, like, it's important for us to do things very well. And that goes out to lithography, digital diary. Again, that digital diary can also be linked to that video, whereby I think also with discounts, right? Yes. So this is where you allow individuals to record themselves and also share those information with you. We also talked about model of information search. So this is how you explore how people search for information, maybe on website. You are looking for information. How do you get that information? Screencasting as well. So this is where you look at how people are doing shopping online. You want to see the movement of the amount, where they are going to look for information. And also online interviews. I think this is also popular during the COVID pandemic. They're talking about Delphi method, discourse analysis, thematic analysis, content analysis. I also want to reiterate the data management plan, especially considering the fact that we have so many data at our disposal. And this can come with its own challenge. So you can imagine how many videos you want to look at, you can imagine how many pictures you want to look at, how many text messages, how many WhatsApp messages you want to look at, the digital diary. And if you are working within a group, there's a lot of information, and therefore it's important to make sure that you manage this data properly, either restricting access to your particular group or making sure the right people have access to it. And lastly, this is where we contemplate the advance of digital technology. Who knows where generative AI will take us to? Now we're hearing ChatGPT being used for data analysis. So again, there's a lot of things to be done, but that is just a closing chapter whereby we reiterate what lies ahead. So thank you so much for the interest. Again, apologies, it's not the books are not physically here, but I'm sure they are readily available online. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vaishya and Professor Mogaji. I now welcome all of you to one of the most thought-provoking sessions of ISRC, a panel discussion titled Debunking Myths and Enhancing Rigor in Qualitative Research. This promises to be an enlightening session filled with dynamic conversations and actionable insights. The panel is coordinated by Parth Salunke, who is a doctoral scholar at MICA. Parth's research interest lies at the intersection of consumer behavior and digital transformations in marketing. And he has published his papers in ABDC A-Star and A-Journals. Parth also serves on the editorial review board of the Journal of Consumer Behavior. And he has presented his research in some of the very renowned conferences such as the American Marketing Association, Academy of Marketing Science, and Association of Consumer Research. His research work has received numerous accolades, including 6 Best Research Paper Awards, and the most recent being the prestigious American Marketing Association Best Research Award in 2023, Best Methodology Paper Award from the Marketing Strategy and Policy Conference in 2023 and 2024, and Research Excellence Award, MICA, in 2022. And during his past corporate career, he has held several leadership positions on the strategic front, and he also loves consulting with startup organizations. I would now like to request Parth to introduce our esteemed panel members and moderate the session.
Thank you, Datsita. Qualitative research, as many of us know, is a fascinating realm where stories, lived experiences, and nuanced perspectives shape our understanding of the world. But with this richness comes the myths and misconceptions, some perpetuated over time and others born out of misunderstanding of several methodologies. Today, we are going to unravel these myths, explore what truly rigor means in qualitative research, and equip ourselves with insights that push the boundaries of excellence in our field. To guide us on this journey, we have three exceptional panelists. Needless to say, they are great qualitative researchers, out of which two of them have really taught me qualitative research. Their expertise spans the breadth and depth of qualitative research. Professor Belk, the first panelist, needs no introduction. However, I will introduce him in brief. Professor Belk is from York University, a distinguished research professor, Royal Society of Canada Fellow, and a Kraft Foods Canada Chair in Marketing at Sulich School of Business, York University. Next is, we have Professor Emmanuel Mugaji, is an Associate Professor of Marketing at Kelly University, renowned for his expertise in advertising, branding, communication, digital marketing, and the ethics of marketing. He has an extensive portfolio of publications in top marketing journals, contributing significant insights into evolving marketing paradigms, and has authored, co-edited numerous books, including Brand Management, Digital Consumer Engagement, and one of the books launched today. And last, not the least, Professor Varsha Jain, AGK Chair Professor of Marketing, you already know, she's most famous as a LinkedIn face, and a co-chairperson of research and dissertation at MICA. She is a deputy editor of JCB, Journal of Consumer Behavior, and associate editor of 3 A journals, Psychology Marketing, Journal of Consumer Marketing, and Australasian Marketing Journal. She has authored over 150 publications in A-star and A journals, and she will, along the next two panelists, will guide the panel discussion today. So I invite all three of them to join me on the right side of the stage. So in the panel, how many of you, I just want to be honest, just raise your hands, how many of you believe that positivist research, that is quantitative, is more better than qualitative? And how many of you are quantitative researchers? Just to begin with. Great, so all the three panelists, our task is to convert them into qualitative research, to bring new knowledge to theory and practice. So I begin my first question. We have the most seasoned scholar, Professor Russell Belk. Professor Russell Belk, you started your journey long ago in qualitative research. My first question is, can you share your journey, how it started as a qualitative researcher, and what initially drew you towards this methodology?
I guess in the previous talk I went over a little bit of this, but it was only recently that we've begun to accept a broader panorama than just experimental research and modeling, and conceptual research is old as well, to include the pantheon of qualitative research. And so my training was all experimental social psychology, and that was the only hammer in my toolkit, and so I used it for a while, but it wasn't very satisfactory for things that I was doing, looking at, for example, first perception as a function of possessions and so forth. And also in looking at topics I was interested in, like collecting and gift giving, they didn't lend themselves very well to experimental research. And it took me a while, but I eventually, because I was looking at the literature and gift giving, for example, came upon the anthropological literature, sociological literature. Sorry, I'm looking at you, I should look at the audience. There was something beyond quantitative methods, and the answers I was getting with quantitative methods weren't very satisfying. And so I did this Odyssey project. It was really a conversion experience for a number of us, and I would argue that it's sort of given birth to CCT today. So, long story short, that was how I came about it.
Thank you, Professor Bell, for sharing your wonderful journey. I still remember one of your research that you presented at ACR with Professor Lina on acid attack victims. So we go on to the next question, lined up that Professor Emmanuel has done a great qualitative research, brought a new technique that we listened to you on LRA method. So were there any specific challenges or pivotal moments that shaped your perspective as a qualitative research, primarily in your field of transport, branding and advertising?
Thank you for having me. I would say my pivotal moment actually starts with my PhD. So my first degree was in architecture. We don't do research, we draw. My master's was in art and design. We draw, design. But therefore, in my PhD, I was looking at how banks were advertising after the global financial crisis. So I was looking into emotional abuse. So I was coming in from an advertising perspective that I've done in my master's, looking into how banks are advertising. And I was like, the things, the method I was reading were not helpful in exploring the emotional connections people were having with how banks were trying to reach out to them. So that was where I started reading more about qualitative research. And I enjoy it. I enjoy the storytelling. I enjoy the interaction with people. Because previous studies would have said, okay, show people adverts and tell them to think, oh, is it good? 1 out of 5, blah, blah, blah. But it was important for me to listen to them and to talk to them to say, okay, why do you like this advert? How about this compared to this? So that was where it all started. And since then, I've been going forward. But I think the other pivot was the digital era, whereby you start thinking about beyond because then I had to start cutting out adverts from newspapers. So you had to look for newspapers and cut it out. But moving on from there, I'm now looking, I can't be cutting newspaper every time. So how do you therefore engage with people? So I think digital tried to look at how people engage with images on their mobile phones. So that is what has shaped it so far. And it's nice to see how well we are going, and we are grateful for where we are. Thank you.
So from Professor Beck and Professor Emmanuel, I understand that curiosity to create new knowledge was your ideology to start with. Let me come to Professor Jain. Professor Jain is known place for a lot of associate editor positions. So I will go with a specific question. In the context of marketing journals, Professor Jain, why do you believe qualitative research plays a critical role in advancing theory and practice when some journals you are heeding talk about mixed method research?
So, thank you, Pat, for bringing this up. Because this morning I think we're discussing about creating new knowledge, and new knowledge is created into different paradigms as we started off with. It has to be integrative paradigm, it has to be positivist paradigm. And we are not saying that one of the paradigms is superior than others. What we're trying to say is that, when you address a particular question and you are coming up with a new phenomenon, new concept, and I think there's a lot of discussion that we all do in terms of the context. So when you're creating the new knowledge and extending the discipline, it's not about the context. Nobody's interested in any kind of a context that you're studying, but everybody is interested in understanding the widening of the concepts. What is the new concept that you're coming up with? It could be about human, it could be the interaction of human with technology, but then it has to be widely known concept all over the world. It cannot be specific to a particular region. So given that orientation that we have, and we have done a couple of panels in India, outside about it, and we keep discussing about that how do you advance the discipline. It has to be inclusive. And we love marketing discipline, and I'm sure all the scholars would agree, because it's pretty inclusive, it's interconnected. If you want to create an impact, marketing discipline is something which will bind something from psychology, sociology, IS, everywhere. So the whole point is that when the discipline is so inclusive, it cannot be addressed by one particular aspect. It has to have multiple methods. And in the AI and social media world, let me elaborate more, is about, the human and the people that we study, the participants, are not only in physical world. Let me ask you, how many of you are on Instagram? See? That means this is what Professor Bell was mentioning about Afghan, right? Everybody, and I'm sure what you are on Instagram will be different from what you are on Tinder, and how you're different right now, right? You cannot be the same person. So the same person or an individual has different selves, so to say. So if this individual, including me, is so complicated, you cannot address by one particular method. You need to use multiple methods in order to even understand a single human. That answers the question with which we started off, that how is it possible to address a particular problem with one particular method? It's impossible, because your human is all over the channels. And this is just an example, but interaction itself will give you another set of theories. How do you interact with Pinterest? How do you interact and put your narrative on LinkedIn will be different from what I do or what others are doing. So that's why we always emphasize, and Steve is here, we've kept it on the website as well, about the mixed method, and that's the whole idea.
Thank you for elaborating that for the mixed method research. But you both have written a book on qualitative research, which we observed is a fantastic book. When you're writing this book, what are some of the myths and misconceptions about qualitative research in high marketing journals that you see? It's a question to Professor Varsha Jain again.
Okay, thank you. So there are a lot of myths, and I'm looking at Professor Bell because it started from that particular time, 12, 13 years ago, when Professor Shed started the SIG consortium, and that was the first time I met Professor Bell in Bangalore, I remember. And that is where I think this was one of the questions Professor Bell was addressing at that point of time also, which is that the myths are primarily one that, how credible is your method. So people think that we were discussing it's easy, so having a conversation with someone is not qualitative research. It's actually very scientific, it's very rigorous, and we were discussing at different panels in India and outside as well, where we have to nail down each and every step in qualitative research in order to understand what you have gone through in that scientific inquiry. And then you have to ensure that the trust and the credibility is being established by the rigor, by the participants, and by triangulations that you do. So it's not only one person, but it's also about that particular phenomena that you're studying by other people as well. So for example, when Professor Belk and I did a paper on narrative cells, it was not only about the correspondent, but also it was triangulated by other people who were talking about that person across different channels, what that person was writing and posting about. So the whole idea is that how do you establish that creativity? So that's the first myth. Second is that it's very easy, although it is not, because we would all agree that we have like transcripts for more than 800 pages, and a lot of my students get lost and well, I have the data, I don't know what to do. Because it is an inductive approach, as Professor Bell was mentioning at the beginning, that it's about reading, it's about understanding. And the biggest challenge is that understanding the perspective of someone else. Going through the pain of all those people, the video which Professor Bell has actually, played, is very different from a person perspective who's doing the research, right? So the whole point is that how do you ensure that your work is having those voices which has to be there in that particular research. And third and the last point is about when you do the qualitative research, this is the major question that has been asked by the marketers industry. What is the ROI? What are the numbers and measurements and generalizability? And tell me it's all about stories, but stories doesn't work in business. Okay? So the answer to that question is we are into interpretive paradigm. We're not into positivist paradigm, and that is why it goes back to your first question. We recommend each method. So you have the models, you have the methods, you have the concepts. You establish the model by yourself, by interacting with different people, and then you do the positivist paradigm to get the numbers, if that is needed in research. That's how it.
Thank you so much, Professor Jain, for addressing several myths, including credibility and others, and also laying down the foundation points very well in terms of methodology, in terms of crafting a manuscript. I want to go to Professor Bell in terms of understanding that Professor Bell, when I see a lot of PhD presentations going on, often quantitative research and positivist paradigm, researchers critique qualitative research, bases the subjectivity and the researcher's bias that qualitative studies have. How can researchers address these concerns effectively when they encounter these issues?
So let me begin by saying this relates to another myth that is incorrect, and that is that qualitative research is exploratory, and then we come in and do we do the definitive quantitative research. I would argue that almost the opposite is preferable, that quantitative studies and various metrics that we can observe online are exploratory, but then we want to dive in and find out what's really happening and see the problem. And this happens in education a lot. For example, we change the curriculum, we do standardized testing before and after, we demonstrate the amount of change, but then we go in and talk to the students and talk to the teachers and see what is really happening and what went on in situ. And so I think that's richer. I guess another answer to that question was when I mentioned a couple of studies we did up this Odyssey project, a couple of publications that are in JCR. We went overboard in trying to justify qualitative methods to an audience that was very hostile at the time by showing that it was rigorous, by showing that it was trustworthy, by showing that we met these various criteria. And one of the techniques to demonstrate that, and that was in the study, was that you do a member check, and then you do various audits. You give it to a third party, the raw data and the interpretation, and you ask, is it right, is it correct? But we gave it to a sociologist, and he said, this exercise tells us nothing. Show me the results. I'll be able to tell if you've got good, deep, rich data. And that's what we're looking for here. Deep, rich data, which will demonstrate its own trustworthiness, its own reliability. You'll know it when you see it. And I've loosened up my criteria completely since that time. And I think that the proof is in the eating of the pudding. And so, if you think it resonates with you, chances are it's good research. We don't demonstrate it by trying to demonstrate that the equivalent of reliability and validity and various other metrics that we can use is this or that. Now that's a contrarian position to what some people might say, that we'll still try to just. Let me just give you an example. The law of large numbers is compensated for by the law of small numbers. It's not? Yeah. I'm not speaking into it. Is that better? There's a famous study by Susan Fournier on brand relationships as friendships. And that study had a total of 4 people in it, 2 of whom were relatives. Now that's not large numbers, but that's small numbers. And I would argue that that study, which is quite famous and quite influential, is because of the proof being in the pudding. She found some real insights that resonate and are to this day unchallenged, and nevertheless that was based on a total of 4 people. I would abandon those other criteria.
Thank you. There's often also a myth in terms of qualitative research, in terms of the sample size that we have. So this question is to Professor Emmanuel. In terms of, we have transferability in qualitative research, where we jot down the points, share the questions, and we hope that the same data would repeat. So how this transferability has to be more clear in terms of qualitative research that builds trust among the reviewers.
Thank you for that question. I think I'll follow up on what Professor has shared, but this is where you want to recognize the context of the research, you want to recognize the boundaries in which you are operating. But in terms of building trust, I think, like I said, the member check is important, but I will also want to add in terms of some audit trail. So at least in terms of producing that research, somebody really be able to know what to do. So I think that is also very important. And these days, with this idea of open repository, I think that's the word, whereby you keep your data. Yes, I think that's also something building up in quantitative or in qualitative. I think there's still a concern around privacy. Do I need to make these data open? But perhaps if you can retract something, I think that's also something to consider. But I also want to share the idea of this interaction within the team. I've written qualitative paper with Professor Basha, and it's nice to separate things so that at least even if one person's opinion is overriding, you want to get other people's opinion, maybe getting a sociologist on board to actually just check to make sure that this is not Emmanuel's voice that we are hearing in this research. So again, depending on the size, I think there's this whole idea of making sure the person doing the analysis is different from the person who has collected data. Also to make sure, if they are just a single PhD student working on this, I think that would be a challenge. But ultimately, it's about making sure there is that audit through, and the member check is important. So we also get somebody else to check to see. And lastly, I think reflexivity is important. This is where you take your hands up. Sorry, I don't have any facial mark, but aging is facial, face difference. So you recognize that perhaps I don't have any face difference, even though I'm in this space, but I think it's also important to recognize that, because it's perhaps if somebody with a face difference is doing that same research, it could come out, the pudding, like you said, could be different compared to somebody else doing. So I think reflexivity, reflecting on your role, your involvement in that research is also very important.
Thank you so much for sharing your views in terms of transferability and decoding all the myths right now. But now my question is to Professor Jain. There's several myths. Again, positivist researchers will keep on having the myths. And qualitative researchers will love and embrace these myths and prove themselves right. Okay? So how these myths impact how qualitative research is perceived by the journal reviewers and the editors? A slight tough question, but please decode for us.
Thank you. This question I would like to address more like an author, not like an editor, because we also submit papers and we get same set of questions that you are asking, because again the whole idea is that, well, this is great research, and Emmanuel would also agree, and Professor Ben, because they are all my co-authors, and we get certain set of methodological issues that we address. And I'll quote one of my paper where we actually worked around the reviewer comment, and I'll tell you how we addressed that as authors. And this was with one of my late Professor Don Schultz. This was like, I was doing this paper on luxury with him, and it was about consumption pattern. And The context, of course, was India, and I keep saying this because I do a lot of research within this country as well. And the review comment was that, well, you're talking about a country which earns less than $1 a day, and you're talking about luxury. So how does your work justify? So then, going back to the sample part which Emmanuel just spoke about, Don actually came and he was a very straightforward person. He always used to say, okay, Varsha, go and educate the reviewers. Okay, so how? So he said that I think they're not getting the context of the study, and you need to develop a page maybe on the context of the study to make them understand that you're not dealing with everybody who resides in the country, but you're dealing with a set of people who are NRIs, who are actually talking about an elite class at the top of the pyramid who can not only aspire to be with those brands but also consume those brands, and show them the eligibility criteria to justify that these people are actually living in that space that you're studying. Well, we did that, and then finally we published the papers. So the whole idea is that, it's all about explaining, and I don't blame reviewers because many a times even when we send out for the review, we don't know about it. It's the role of an author to educate people who are reviewing the work, and if you have not explained them properly, obviously they will come back with a set of questions because they have to ensure that the credibility is there. And the whole idea is when you're talking about this space, you have to be in paper, which we did from this city itself. It's published. And the whole idea, the myth is that you have only one site. So, well, we have not one site, but we have multiple sites. And we catered around what Russ was talking about, the kind of triangulations and the member check. It took almost a year to get everything on ground in the field and talking to people, making sense, talking to policy makers and all of that. But the whole idea is that's how it has to be done with a rigor. And once you establish that, I think that's how you are able to satisfy the reviewers and get the papers out.
Thank you so much for sharing several examples that also mention that how myths and rigor can go hand in hand. Now I have a question to Professor Bell. Since Professor Varsha was talking about several papers, you've published 800 plus papers. Needless to say, most of them are qualitative research. So what are some of the challenges you see that qualitative researchers face when they're trying to publish in high quality marketing journals? For example, I have attended 2 ACRs, Association of Consumer Research. The Journal of Consumer Research guidelines say multiple experiments.
Yeah.
So how do you suggest a change?
Well, I don't publish multiple experiments, and so, but I once did. And at that time, still in psychological science, you can publish sometimes single experiments. But, so there are exceptions if you want to find a home for something about doing a large more study. But in qualitative research, let me twist the question a little bit. Conceptual papers often meet the argument, yes, but where's the data? Yes, but show us demonstration that these concepts actually work. And I suppose that's a valid critique, but it sort of says there can't be purely conceptual research, and that's simply wrong. That I think there is a valid role for conceptual research. Similarly, in qualitative research, usually what happens is not that the argument that there aren't enough people in the study, but rather that the analysis is not good enough. That go back to the drawing table and reinterpret, dig deeper, use abductive reasoning rather than inductive or deductive reasoning, and then you'll come up with perhaps a more original interpretation. And originality is a part of it. You want to learn something new and something different. And so I would say that concept of really contributing to knowledge, something that is new and staggering is again, putting once again, that will win over that set of reviewers. Wow, this is amazing. Or if true, this would be
Thank you for sharing the points. And you also mentioned about how to enhance that particular rigor through inductive, deductive, and abductive approaches. So that was an amazing point. However, a lot of time journal editors, I just want your point because you serve on the advisory board of various journals. I also want your point on how journal editors and reviewers should create a more inclusive space for qualitative studies.
Well, it's a hard sell in journals like Journal of Marketing Science or Journal of Marketing Research, although they publish some qualitative research. Our plan for world domination has fallen a little short. I don't think we're going to drive the developers and experimenters underground because they're no longer respected. But I think we can say we have a place at the table because we have a unique perspective to offer. And as I was arguing, by inverting the exploratory versus definitive nature of qualitative versus quantitative research, we can demonstrate that we have replication studies, if you will, but we have very few replications of quantitative research with qualitative research. I think that would be an interesting approach to try and demonstrate that, look, their numbers are fine, but they got it wrong. And in fact, I have some work with colleagues where they were at IBS and the ISP, sorry, the Institute of Business, and they were both psychologists, and I worked with them, and now they're good friends. But they did laboratory studies of sensory preferences among poor versus rich Indians. And they got a perfectly legitimate experimental research, but then we went in and did the qualitative research, and they had to throw that interpretation out the window simply because which one talks to people outside of the laboratory context. And so I think in that sort of, and that hasn't been written up as here's another way of looking at this, that sort of throws out the quantitative insights. But if you can do more of that, I think we can create a place that creates something.
Thank you so much, Professor Bell. I have a question for Professor Emmanuel because he was talking earlier about triangulation techniques, as Professor Varsha was also mentioning. So how important is triangulation in enhancing the validity of qualitative research? Sometimes we may get the theoretical saturation with only interviews, and we don't feel that we should do a second study. So what do you suggest here?
I think triangulation is important to further justify or say enhance your credibility of your research. So again, as you can imagine, triangulation is when you get two other sources, 2, 3 to confirm what you've been doing. So for example, I will share a research with you about contactless technology. So wanted to explore how, so going back to my transport research, how people use their contactless card for transport in Nigeria. So firstly, we have to look at the apps, look at the comments on the comments on the Google and Apple Store. Firstly, to check what is going on. Then we did an ethnography study to go out and explore how people are using the app. Then we also did a sort of street interview to interview. So again, doing those 3 things, we're able to really triangulate, saying, okay, we've checked what people are saying online on the app. We have seen what people are doing by just observing how they're touching it. Some people don't know where to touch the card. Some people don't want to use it. And then we've got to ask them to talk to them. So by the time we have all these different data sets, we're able to really have a better understanding of how people are using that contactless technology. So I think while you could have just said, I'm doing interview, just talk to people, that would fly, that would be fine, but it also adds value by you looking at other sources to complement what you already have. So while you think, yes, I'm fine standing alone, by the time you have additional leg to support your research, I think that can enhance your chances of getting published.
Thank you so much for even sharing your transport research example. But I have one more question, that you had a different methodology altogether in qualitative research, which is also listed in the book, that is Alara technique.
Yes.
So are there any specific other techniques or frameworks you recommend for ensuring that there is a robustness in qualitative studies?
Yeah, I think screencasting is something that I believe it's also getting interesting. I think this is where you look at, you allow people to record their screen, you monitor. For example, if I want to search for PhD programmers at MICA, how do I search for this information? So that's what I was about. How have they presented this information? So if I go to another university, how easy for me to find information about my prospective PhD supervisor? So these are some of those things that it's coming up. And also thinking about if I want to book a ticket. So this is where you look at how do you design a website. If I want to buy a plane ticket, how many clicks do I need to do before I buy that ticket? If I need to shop online, Amazon has done that very well. You see something, you just say buy now. It knows your address, it knows your card, it's easy. Imagine you now have another website that says, oh, buy now, okay, add to cart, put your name, put your email, put your phone number, put your business, your address, again. So by that, you can actually understand consumer behavior with that frustration, saying, how do I need to go through 3 steps when I can just go for one? So on the other side, this is where you expect business owners to actually say, what can I do to streamline the consumer experience on my website or my platform? So I think with this digital age, there are many platforms for us to explore. Again, another one is chatbot. So you can even test drive. So for example, the study we did was on chatbots by Nigerian banks. So we look at 24 banks in Nigeria. Firstly, how many of them have got a chatbot? 14 of them have got chatbot. After those 14, if you say hello to one, how many will respond to you? Let's say 5 out of 14. Out of those 5, how many one of them will actually speak local language to you? So this is where we are exploring, okay, you're having a chatbot, but this chatbot is designed, it's just English, Portuguese, and Spanish. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, we don't speak Portuguese, we don't speak Spanish. But you are not giving us the local language. So these are some of those things that we need to recognize, that information that are out there, they are bound. It's just there for us to find a way to extract those stories that will be relevant for us.
Thank you so much for bringing the technology as a perspective in qualitative research for enhancing the rigor and robustness in qualitative studies. Now we have Professor Jain, who is known for doing research with immersive technologies, digital transformations, and marketing. Following the answers of Professor Emmanuel, I have a question for you. With advances of artificial intelligence that we have and digital tools taking a new stage, what Professor Belk was also mentioning in these talks, how do you see technology shaping the future of qualitative research?
So, thank you for asking this, because at the beginning, as I mentioned, that we are all social scientists, right? We study human being. And human being is all across the channel. They want to see their avatars, they want to see what they are not able to do it in the real life as well. So there are different type of platforms that they are using. And with the advent of AI, I think the users and the consumers are able to do more experiments. They are able to satisfy their needs and requirements which they are not able to do it in the real life. And there was a paper which we published on the housewives that came from India. And because of the patriarchal structure, nobody is ready to listen to their stories. So they go online and they actually do biking and hiking and all those kind of stuff. They make their online communities to satisfy those needs. So I think this is something where AI has dual sides, and my other editors and colleagues would agree that they had the dark side as well as the bright side. So I spoke about the bright side of the technology of AI. That of course this is something giving you more wider platform to do experiments and co-creation, which I think Steve was mentioning in the morning. But the whole idea is it's also giving the dark side. So for instance, I'm sure that a lot of people from this country might have seen the movie Control. And that is what it is all about in the dark side of AI. That movie actually set a very high-rated message that if you allow the technology to get into the lives of the human being, it will take a complete control, and then you are really helpless. which is not going to help the human, so the human has to audit everything. Technology should always be used as a catalyst. And if you give the control to the technology, then I think that creates the whole disruption in the entire world. And including all the countries and the US, that is where everybody is struggling with, that the control has to be with the human and not with the technology. So with the advent of AI, we have to be more cautious in terms of understanding how do I use the technology, how to use ChatGPT, but also be accountable to what is the usage which is happening. So the whole point is that there is no harm in using the technology, but the whole point is how you're using the technology, how ethical you are, and don't give the whole control to the technology.
Thank you so much for sharing several views about myths and equally taking rigor into account. Now this is the last question to all the three panelists together. Two level of questions. Number one, if you had to debunk one myth and give one actionable piece of advice for enhancing rigor in qualitative research, what would that be? And the second question is, what advice you will give to our emerging scholars who wish to establish themselves as qualitative researchers in the marketing field, because now the FPM studies or the PhD studies are going forward to its more quantitative section in the world. Starting with Professor Bell.
It's just on the list of questions. At any rate, repeat the second question.
The second question is that, what advice you will give to emerging scholars?
Simply, I would begin any qualitative study with an ethnography, because it's a naturalistic point of seeing what people are saying online. And before you go in and start talking to people or using methods or whatever, I would begin that. And first question, sorry for very short.
First question was if you want to debunk one myth and give one actionable advice to our scholars.
Be passionate about your research. Now this holds for quantitative as well as qualitative research, but without the passion, you're going to get a perfunctory analysis, you're going to get a perfunctory set of data that you're collecting. So follow your heart, if you will, and put your heart into it and do things that you think you want to do and that you love, that may have a personal connection to you, rather than things that you should do or are a hot topic. You said something about hot topic. By the time, if you ask us what are the hot topics and we tell you our opinion, it's too late. It's already been said.
Professor Emmanuel, debunk one myth and give one actionable piece of advice.
Okay. I quickly want to follow up on what Professor Basha said about technology and to link it back to the editor. So this is about ChatGPT or generative AI. Yes. Well, I know some people will say don't bring your new ideas to conference. Somebody can take it. But if you can take this idea, let me know. So using technology as a qualitative research, I'm looking at the possibility of creating a generative AI that can actually carry out an interview, because I've given a set of questions, so I can send people, you can use different languages to ask the same question for different people at different times, and then use generative AI again to analyze it, to get my thematic analysis. I don't know this is not, I've not done it, but just looking at how technology is changing things. So it's like you just send this thing to everybody like this around the world in different languages. You have a set of questions. Generative AI can ask the first question and change the second question based on what you said, and all the data comes to one place. I guess the fact that you can also use different languages, yes, that could be an advantage. And then at the end, you analyze it. But please, let's use AI responsibly. Yes. Moving on. In my own point, I think time is the need, because sometimes people just think to talk to people and that is done in 5 years. It requires a lot of effort, especially building that rapport, building that trust, so that yes, the participants can engage with you. I think we don't want to underestimate that. And even especially when people are saying, yes, you know, you want to dig deeper and to really make sure you understand the context. So an advice I would say is for scholars to keep up with it, yes, especially if you enjoy it, yes, don't get discouraged. There are prospects out there, there are possibilities for you to publish with your qualitative research. But perhaps as the world is changing, you might also want to bring in new people that have these skill sets. But at least be known for something, enjoy your analysis, enjoy speaking with people, enjoy interacting and drilling and looking out for other sources of information.
So we use AI as reviewers then too.
That's going to be another conversation. Not on this platform. Yes, but again, that also aligns the fact, yes, also with the fact that reviewers are scarce. Many papers are going on, are staying under review for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months. That is going to open another thing. So I will pass the mic to Professor Basha to complete the conversation.
So I'll be quick because I'm careful about the time. I don't want to keep the audience away from the food. With the food of so quickly, 2 points which you spoke about. One is, people always say that the myth is that it's a lot about not about the rigor and all that. And I go back to my first point which I started off in the morning, which is if you're passionate about what you're doing, I think you will put in a lot of energy, 120% into that particular stuff. And I think that's what Emmanuel mentioned, but I wanted to reiterate another point, which is it's okay to also accept that I don't like these areas. Okay? Make a list of your own reflection to say that, for instance, my own students, some people come to me, one of my students, she is with IIT Dubai now as a faculty. She came and straight away told me that I've worked in IBM for 10 years. I don't understand anything if you talk about which is non-tech. Okay? I said, okay, great. So let's do everything that is related to tech. Another set of students, we only understand fashion. We don't understand anything else. Okay, fine, no problem. Get into that space. Make a mark. And it's okay to understand with those reflections what you're good at and what you're not good at. So that's the myth. And the last and the final point about action is, I think the whole point that we are explaining everything is about solving the problem. And I would like to end with that, which is there are a lot of problems, and I remember I was presenting one of my books which I wrote with A.B. Tucker on purposeful branding at Ahmedabad. And they were saying, but you're talking about so many issues and we're not here to address every issue that you have listed. I said, you don't have to, but identify what you can address as a business person, as a scholar, as a researcher, and then work around it. Who is asking you to address everything which is going on in the world? And this is how you will create an impact. Because if you keep working into a passionate area, which is great, but also create an impact, as I think Professor Bell was mentioning, the actionable points. This will come in only when those burning issues are linked with your own thought processes. For instance, I always feel that, there are certain set of people and consumers, including women, who always want wider space to talk about and to do multitasking work across different channels and media and become influencers. So what is stopping them? That is something which can be merged with the theory. Then if you do not have the answers, I always tell this point to all my students, go to industry, which is theory in use. Inform, co-create, develop models, frameworks with them. Who is stopping you? So the whole point is, issue starts with the industry and the solutions are also with the industry. What are our role? Our role is a facilitator, a catalyst, who will actually provide those solutions, and then we solve the problem and create impact.
Thank you so much for pointing out several myths and rigor, and I always believe that qualitative research has given wonderful theories to our discipline, and also we are borrowing qualitative research theories like grounded theory and getting it into our marketing discipline. But one of the most important thing I want to end the panel with is, I started with the quantitative journey, but Professor Varsha, my advisor, created me a qualitative researcher. No doubt about that. But when I went for an international immersion, my advisor, Professor Altaf Mohsen, said it very wonderfully. What I want to conclude their points: passion and curiosity. He said, Parth, research is a journey. Enjoy the process. Publication is just an outcome. Thank you so much to all the panelists for giving your gracious time.
Thank you so much to the panelists and to Parth for bringing forward this wonderful session. I would now like to request Professor Shubhra Gaur to come forward and extend a token of gratitude to the esteemed panelists who are present here. Professor Shubhra is presenting a token of gratitude to Professor Bell. Next up is extending a token of gratitude to Professor Emmanuel Bogaji. And now we have Professor Shubhra extending her gratitude to Professor Varsha Jain. I would also like to request Doctoral Scholar Kush to extend our token of gratitude to the moderator Parth Salunke for actually facilitating this wonderful discussion and allowing us to discuss the myths around qualitative research. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists and Parth and Professor Gaur who have created this wonderful moment for us. And now, before all of you can start saying that we are getting really tired, I would like to say that we are now coming closer to our lunch break. And we can go for a nice restful pause, enjoy ourselves, talk to people, form connections, and we will be back soon after an hour. So,
we have lunch break in the cricket ground, just moving outside there, and we take at least just minimum or maximum 55 minutes. We'll come back soon. Minimum 30 minutes, maximum 55 minutes. Let's enjoy. They'll all wait.
Apologies for the confusion. It's just 35 minutes. and adaptive. To lead us through this fascinating exploration, we have with us an exceptional scholar, Professor Neil Das. Professor Das is the MBA director and a professor in the Marketing and Supply Chain Management of the Walker College of Business, Appalachian State University, Boone, North Carolina. As a prominent thought leader in the field, he serves as the co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of Consumer Marketing and is on the editorial review board of esteemed journals including the European Journal of Marketing, the Journal of Business Research, and the Journal of Marketing Theory and Practice. Please now join me in welcoming Professor Neil Das to share his insights and expertise.
I guess after lunch, it's I can just talk if you hear me. So if you can hear me, I will stop. Should we get started or should we? Oh, okay. I feel like a performer then. Well, this looks like a lot like my class. In the sense that I usually teach in the afternoon. I'm a late riser, so I teach in the afternoon and after lunch. So people kind of, they come in. But when I was being introduced, the topic that, of course, I'm going to talk about, and please know that I am learning. I am a learner. Okay? So by no stretch of imagination should you even believe everything that here I'm learning. Okay, so I strongly believe in one thing that we do as researchers, and that is we have to be rigorous. Okay, there should be rigor present in marketing research, in any research that you do. Most of everything that you're going to see over here is based on my interactions with some of the editors. So, for example, just in November, I was at a conference in Tampa where I met with my good friend Dipan Biswas. He's now the editor of JDR. I also met with another good colleague of mine, Linda Price. Linda was, I think, one time JCR editor, and I think with the new JM team coming in, she's also part of the new JM team. So Linda was there, Dick was there, David Wooten was there from JCP. And one of the things that we did talk about, as we always do, I'm sure you guys do as researchers, is rigor. So what I'm trying to say is, what you shall see over here is based on my interactions that I have gathered and I'm trying to learn, and also what I have seen in the domain of marketing as a researcher, what others have written about rigor. So how many students are over here? PhD students or students, right? So let me ask you a question. In simple English, like a definition of English, what is rigor? What is rigor? Don't worry about rigor in research or whatever, but what do you think is rigor?
With great intensity?
Say that again.
With great intensity?
With great intensity. Okay, that's very good. That's very good. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Closest to the benchmark of that.
Okay, with great intensity, closest to the benchmark. Okay, yes, sir.
Raising the bar. Constant efforts.
Effort.
Raising the bar.
Okay, so we've had a couple of, so you can understand, that's good. You guys already have a very good notion of what rigor is. Okay. Here's the thing that I would ask you to think of as we go through the slides. Think of everything that you said. Okay, so effort, raising the bar, okay, intensity. Think of everything that you have said and see how you would apply to the different aspects of research. And let's make this session very interactive because, like me, I'm sure everyone over here is learning. Okay? So if you have anything to add, anything to refute, please don't hesitate. Okay? Because I'm here to learn from you guys too. Okay? So let's make this session interactive, and just so you know, as was mentioned by you, this session would have had another speaker. Unfortunately, Ian couldn't make it because of health issues. He would have talked about new methods in marketing research. Now, that is not my forte, so I cannot talk about it. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because Ian and I, we were communicating, and the idea was that Ian would do the slide thing. I don't do slides. And then when he said that he had health problems and he could not come, I said, okay, I have to create slides. So if there are any mistakes in the slide, just dock it to laziness. Okay, I'm lazy. All right. Rigor in research. So you guys, like I said, you guys are absolutely correct. You're on the mark in terms of what rigor is. So rigor essentially is being that you are thorough, you are exhaustive, okay, you are accurate, okay, you are raising the bar, okay, everything that you're doing in order to make sure that you have something that is close to perfection. That is what rigor is. Okay? Here's one of the things that you need to keep in mind. It pertains to every aspect of research. And you shall see what I mean by every aspect of research. It is not only rigor in methodology. Okay? And I don't know what your experience has been, but my experience has been that when I was a PhD student, and I'm going over the dark side because I'm talking about quant stuff. Okay, so my structural equation modeling professor was, if you guys have done structural equation modeling, then you might have heard of Joe Hare. So Joe Hare was my professor, and incidentally I met Joe in the last conference that I was at Tampa. And Joe was very big on methodological rigor. Okay, he was like, yeah, you have to be very rigorous, and I understand, and I do appreciate, and I will mention this, that methodological rigor is absolutely necessary. But it is not a sufficient condition in order for your research to be productive. Okay, that is the thing. So as I go through the slides, once again, I know I'm repeating myself, but as I'm going through the slides, you'll see that I've tried to organize this presentation, and this is a short presentation. I do not have a lot of slides. Okay. But I have tried to organize the presentation in terms of research question, and you should think of how you can be rigorous. I'm going to give you some pointers, but please come up with ideas. Okay? So research question, grounding your research in theory, and then methodology, okay, and then finally carving the paper. Good writing is an art, as you should see, okay, and that is very important in terms of making sure that your research gets read by people, okay, who it is intended for. Right? Now, so why did I talk about Joe Hare? Because like I said, I mean, he still is, and he's a fabulous guy if you ever meet him. And he's very good in terms of methods, especially structural equation modeling. But I think he focuses more on methodological rigor than anything else. While that is not wrong, but my understanding, based on my conversations with other people in the field, I realized that, you know, when you are using a particular methodology, this is what is important. You have to understand whether the methodology that you're using, it could be structural equation, it could be mathematical modeling, numerical modeling, or it could be the complete other side, qualitative analysis that you just heard. You have to understand whether the methods are leading you to the valued results in a reliable manner. That is what rigor is in terms of methodology. And people have focused on this a lot without understanding that this is what is important. So you do not have to come up with, and I'll mention this again later, but you do not have to come up with the most complex, whether it's qualitative or quantitative. You do not have to come up with the most complex kind of method to make your research rigorous. Okay, please keep that in mind. Right. So, research objective, and this is where your research question is coming, and you're trying to be rigorous over here. You're trying to set the bar, raise the bar, and whatever it is that you want to do. So where is the question originating from? And I'm giving you, as you can see, I've given you 3 ideas. Of course, the first is where we usually go, looking at theory. And this is where you need to have a very good grasp of what the theory is. Okay? But here is one caveat that you should keep in mind. Just because there's a gap in theory does not mean that it is important and you should research them. Okay? So make sure that there might be gaps in theory, okay? But make sure that it is important. Right? And then you will realize that, okay, this is what my research question is going to be. So that is where the rigor is. You have to understand the theory. You have to understand what has been done, okay? And then you have to realize the gap, and then you have to understand whether that is important or not. Okay? The second is, you do not look at theory, which a lot of people do. You look at a context, right? And you immerse yourself in that particular context. And you try and understand what the context is, okay, and how it works, and so on and so forth. That is where your rigor is. Okay? And the third is, as you can probably guess, okay, you combine both of these 2 things. So you look at theory, you look at context, and lo and behold, that's a lot of work, as you can probably imagine, okay? But that is exactly where your rigor is. And a lot of things, there's a huge advantage to being a late mover. There's a lot of things, stellar researchers like Steve over here, you will see that whatever he has mentioned, whatever Russell has mentioned, I'm going to mention the same things. And that makes me happy because whatever I'm going to show you then, that's valid. Okay. So a lot of things you shall see is or has been mentioned before, starting with this. Talk to other people. Okay? I know of a couple of acquaintances, when they started their research career, they said, well, I'm going to do so much esoteric research, or so kind of an esoteric research, that, you know, I will really be the lone guy. Okay? And I thought, when he had mentioned this, I thought, wow, that was really cool, man. And, but now I realize, you know, if you're a researcher and you're working in a silo, what good is it? You know, it gets extremely fragmented. So talk to people, especially talk to people like Russell mentioned, like Steve mentioned. Okay, talk to people who are not in your discipline, in a completely different discipline. And I know this is difficult because as it is, you know, we have a lot of things to do. Man. Who will go and read, you know, journals in, say, sociology or whatever? Okay, but that is where rigor is. If you want to do it the rigorous way. Okay. Every morning, for example, in my email, I get a news feed from New York Times. And I just basically glance through the different things, and it helps me because it helps me prepare for the class that I'm going to teach. And it also helps me kind of understand, to see if there's anything interesting research-wise that I can identify. Well, I'm lazy, then I forget about it. Okay? But the idea is that you should be looking at newspapers, you should be looking at different things, other than, of course, your journals and the articles that you look at. Okay? And this is a pet project of mine. Currently, we have, with my co-authors, we have 2 papers in journals that are under review. I hope it will go through, but contributing to a better world. This is very important. And this, I got interested in this kind of research when actually a friend of mine, Rajesh Chandi, who was in London Business School, they had this consortium or colloquium, if you will, you know, better marketing for a better world, right? And in their paper, so I've given you the site. Go and read this paper. This is a very interesting paper. Okay, you've read it, right? Yeah. It's a very interesting paper, and they talk about, you know, better marketing for a better world, and it's a simple 2x2 matrix, and they're saying, okay, some things are good for the farm, some things are good for the world. Of course, you know, this, you would take a look at it, which is not good for the farm, not good for the world. Would you do research over here? And they say, yes, you should. Because you should understand as to why certain things were done, which was bad for the farm and bad for the society as a whole, and you should bring that to light to other researchers That is better marketing for a better world, so that those same mistakes are not repeated again. Okay? This is one of the most common places where we do research. This is a win-win situation. Okay? And a win-win essentially means that, you know, as you can see, it's good for the firm, it's good for the world. You can probably think of plenty of examples. Okay? But these are the three interesting places where you can have good research. And for some time, and that was one of the debates that Rajesh had, was, you know, research like this, the biggest disadvantage is that it's not thought to be marketing, or it's not thought to be rigorous enough. And that is where you come in, and you have to prove through rigor that yes, it is rigorous, and it is marketing. So for example, I can tell you a very good, I'll give you a very good example of, yes, this one, okay? Good for the firm, which is no. Good for the world, which is yes. And one example that these guys talk about is a particular food manufacturer, I forget who it was, but a particular food manufacturer. They were trying to sell produce, okay, that looked ugly. And people would not buy ugly looking fruit or ugly looking food. Okay? And they did several studies, and they said, all right, you know what, you need to position it in such a way that you not only have to give them a huge price discount, so which was not good for the firm, okay, but you also have to appeal to people's emotions in the sense that it reduces waste. Because if we don't buy ugly stuff because an apple looks deformed or whatever, okay, that's all going to the landfill, which is a huge amount of waste. Okay, and that is what this is about. Okay, another very interesting research is good for the world, no. Okay, but good for the firm, yes. And I love this example that they give because it talks about McKinsey. Okay, one of the big consulting firms. I don't know whether you know this or not. Maybe you do. So if you do, bear with me. I'm repeating information. Purdue Pharma was an American company. Okay, it was owned by the Sackler family, and they were a pure capitalist organization. And what they sold was basically opioids, okay, pain medications. And McKinsey company, and they made humongous amounts of profit. Okay, and they gave money to different organizations, different museums, and all of these different places in the US, okay? And this was all done based on the strategy that McKinsey company, think about it, McKinsey, okay? McKinsey consulting firm told Purdue Pharma what to do. Now, you might hear that and say, okay, what's the harm? I mean, they did something on the bones or the backbones of the American people. This crisis was so debilitating, it decimated a humongous segment of the American population, made them just drug addicts of pain medication. And the Sackler family, okay, they, you know, I don't think they were penalized enough. They were penalized somewhat, but not or nothing in terms of what they have done. And that is a classic example of how McKinsey comes in and says, it is good for the firm, but it is not good for the society. So, when you are thinking about research ideas, whether it's theory, whether it's phenomena, okay, think about this, better marketing for a better world. And you'll see that you have to think about rigor, because you have to make a case for why your research matters for marketers. Questions?
What's your choice?
I'm sorry?
Out of this whole four options, what's your choice?
Well, it's more of what I have done because I could see something happening. So, for example, what I did was, or the research that currently that we are doing is something like this, lose win. I forget who, but one of the speakers said that in India, for example, you have to have a designated portion of company revenues go towards CSR. Okay. Certain percentage. Okay. So here's the interesting thing, in the US, at least in North American companies, there's a particular methodology, I don't know whether you guys have used it or not, called event study. A lot of accounting and finance companies do it. So we are doing an event study, and one of the things that we have found, based on previous research, this is not something that we have found, but previous research has said that at least North American companies, when they do CSR, their shareholder value goes down. Goes down. Yeah. Win for the society, loss for the firm. And there is a gamut of research trying to understand this, because we teach in our classroom, okay, societal marketing, and we say that, okay, you have to be a responsible citizen, you have to do all of these things, but there is valid data that shows, at least for North American companies, that your share value goes down. So if your profit metric goes down, what would you do? Would you do it? So going back to your question, yes, I like to think about this. I look at donation behavior because that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in animals. I like to save animals. I like to give to causes that deal with animals. So one of the research that we're looking at is, why does it happen? And there are plenty of authors that have looked at why, but we're looking at a particular slice of the pie that probably will explain why. So yes, if you ask me, this to me is interesting.
I have a related question to that also.
Yes, sir.
So when you're looking at, when we find that it's pretty well explained. Looking at
relatively, yes.
Yeah, generally people focus on that part, as you said.
Yeah.
But if you look at the other three parts, one of the important questions that the reviewers also stress upon is that what are the managerial implications?
Yes.
Therefore, how does it affect the firm or whatever?
Yes.
So, even if for shortage of words, you do not fill up that section, the reviewer comes back and says, you would like to focus on what are the annual implications of the industry or practice. A lot of results today are moving big time into the practitioner orientation and so on.
Yeah.
So, how would one position a paper looking at, say, use or say, use win that we talk about?
Okay.
Take out this side, we're talking the negative part.
Yeah. So this is where you have to be really rigorous in terms of positioning your paper. So I can think of readily one paper that looks at, and it was in a JM, that looks at vice brands like Coca-Cola, McDonald's. Okay? And these brands, they are always ranked, interbrand rankings, they're in the top 10. And they're raking in billions of dollars. Okay? Look at Marlboro. Okay? So Marlboro is a huge company, as you probably all know. And there are plenty of countries, I do not unfortunately know about my country, India, whether it does it or not, but there are plenty of countries where they have banned Marlboros or cigarettes, or they have done, put in action some things that make cigarette buying, like put in an excessive tariff. I know France has. Okay? Here's the interesting thing. Cigarette brands, and that's the James study, they are not affected the same way when you put a tariff on. Strong brands actually doesn't matter to them. Weak brands, it does. So when you are thinking about, okay, how do I do it, that is where you have to be really thinking through the study and understand, okay, how can I be rigorous? Because yes, as you said, that is a question that reviewers are going to have. What is the implication? So yes, you've done something fantastic, earth-shattering, so what? Like I think you mentioned, so what? That's a big question, right? That is something that you have to think from the very get-go. That all right, if this is the research topic that I have, better marketing, better work, so what? How do I sell this idea rather than, or in addition to the fact that, yeah, managers should know that they shouldn't be doing this. In addition to that, what else do I have to make sure that people understand? And that particular study about cigarette smoking, or not smoking, the cigarette tariffs and so on and so forth, they look at different ways as to how weak brands, and they bring in the context of branding, okay? And they see how different brands are being affected by things like tariff, okay? Things like smoke-free environment. Not all companies that are manufacturing cigarettes are being affected the same way. In fact, some companies, believe it or not, they gain from a smoke-free environment. Go figure. So that is where rigor comes in. But of course, needless to say, the authors that are doing JAM, they have a lot of resources. So, and they have a lot of contacts. So you have to think of how. They have contacts with Marlboro that probably you and I, we will not have. Okay, it's a University of Chicago paper. Okay, they can write to someone, executive at Marlboro, and the executive Marlboro will talk to them. They will not talk to you. They will not talk to me. So we have to think of how. But needless, this is a good avenue of understanding how do I do this. If this is my research, how do I do it? So, assuming that you have been rigorous enough in your research objective, the research question, then it now, of course, it needs to be grounded in theory. Okay, and a lot, I'm sure you all know, as students, as authors, including myself, this is very important, and this is where you have to engage in either prior literature or engage with the phenomenon. I had the good fortune of meeting with Mikhil, and when he picked me up at a very ungodly hour from the airport at 3 o'clock in the morning, and he and we were talking, and I could see that passion in him when he talked about as to why he got into PhD from his industry life. Okay, that is what this is. If you're starting with the phenomenon, delve, like I said, delve deep into that phenomenon. In fact, in some instances, it is good that you do not have a theoretical background in your mind, because then you can go back, okay, once you have a good understanding of the phenomenon, you can go back, look at the theory, challenge some of the beliefs. Okay? Have I done it? No. Am I trying? Probably in some small portion. This is where I'm learning. I believe me or not, this has been extremely difficult for me to ground something conceptually. Okay, hypothesis. This is very, very difficult. And I do not do it this way. I just do not have the capacity, my brain doesn't think that way. Okay, I do it this way. Okay, and one of the important things that I grapple with even now, although I mentioned it very casually, that just because you identify a gap doesn't mean that it's important. But that's one of the things that I grapple with even now. Okay, in theory, I understand there's a gap, and I'm thinking, ooh, what should I do with this? And I have found one heuristic that helps me. I don't know whether this will help you or not, but you guys can tell me, the established scholars over here can help me with this. I have found when you're doing a lit review, especially as an editor, it also helps me understand the quality of a submission. Have a table. Having a table is very important. And actually, I first got to understand about having a table. I was at a conference way back when VK was the marketing editor, and VK was a big fan of tables. And he mentioned the fact, which kind of stuck in my mind. He said that when you put a table in, okay, you're forced to crystallize what you are doing vis-a-vis prior research. So you put a table in, okay, and you say that, okay, prior research has done this, the main dependent variables, how it was operationalized, okay, what was the main finding. This is what I have done, okay? And that to me it really helps you kind of think and say, all right, my idea that I have, okay, how I'm theorizing, is this the way to do it based on prior research? And that helps reviewers, that helps AEs, editors, everyone understand the contribution. You talk about contribution, the contribution of the data. I don't know whether that is helpful or not. What do you think?
No, definitely helpful. Yeah, not always, but yeah, definitely. I think it works better probably quantitative research than qualitative.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it works with qualitative research or not, having a table, and it does?
It does.
Okay. And again, I have not, as Russell said, I have not seen the light of the day, so I'm still doing quantitative research. Okay, so, but yeah, a table, like I said, I mean, that's a heuristic that works for me. Maybe it's something that you might try, and that will help you kind of crystallize your thoughts. Okay? Please read this. I'm not going to read everything over here. If there's anything that does not make sense, please let me know. So, conceptual and theoretical grounding, engaging prior literature. Okay, theory, of course, this is very important. I'm repeating the same information in different ways. So it helps you understand, it helps you clarify, okay, define the variables. Sometimes we might be looking at the same variables, we might name them the same way as prior research does, but we have conceptualized it completely differently. And only I know as an author, but you would not know as a reviewer. Okay? So theory helps in doing that. Okay? And like I said a little while back, why of the research? Okay? That is important. So why are you doing it? Just because there's a gap? I don't think so. I think we just talked about multiple methods. But multiple theories, I do not know how many of you use multiple theories, but what I have found in my very limited experience is quantitative research. If you're doing, say, you come up with a hypothesis, okay, and there is another theory that gives a different outcome, pose that hypothesis as an exploratory question, okay, and use multiple theories. So, quick example that comes to my mind. Remember, I was talking about how CSR does not bring in shareholder wealth. And there was a JM paper, Mishra and Modi. I just remember the names. I've never met them in my life. But they used multiple theories, and they used stakeholder theory, okay, to show that it should increase the value, okay, and they used institutional theory to show that it would not increase the value, and they posed that was the main hypothesis. They did an event study. That was the main hypothesis, and they posed that hypothesis as an exploratory question. So they said simply that we're going to explore this because we have two theories that are going to give us two results. So of course you're going to have support for one, but it needs to be said very well, and that is what we do. One of the things that I have found, and here's where Asha and the other reviewers can help me here in your role as editors and AEs. A lot of papers, they tend to get rejected in this round where we find that the rigor is not there, when the hypotheses are quite trivial. Okay? Someone mentioned, attitude and purchase intention. We all know this. So it does not matter whether you are a researcher in India or a researcher in the US. That does not matter. But if you are hypothesizing that, that's almost a clear best rejection. Okay? So do not do trivial hypotheses just to have a number of H1 through H7 or whatever. Don't do that. Okay? One good way of making a paper rigorous is looking at boundary conditions. So even if you're doing one, there was some discussion about one study, and I don't know, I mean, I think, the marketing domain has changed. Research has become so cutthroat. I'm sure you know, okay? It is very difficult to get published in, period. Very difficult to get published, okay? So one study is going to make it very difficult. Unless, I think you mentioned some psychology journals, was it? Or
yeah, we're not that I'm aware of, but yeah, I think Russell was saying that there are some
psych
I'd be surprised if there were now.
Yeah, I think, so even if you can do 2 studies, give a boundary condition. That really helps. That increases the value of your research. So have one, okay? Maybe if you can, within that one study, have, say, 2 different products, okay? So that you're increasing the validity. And then in your second study, have a boundary condition that immediately catapults your research into the next level. Not always, but it does, okay? As opposed to, someone said, now you have studies that do 6 or papers that do 6 or 7 studies. Not all of those 6 or 7 study papers are being accepted. Let me tell you that. Okay? And some of those studies are quite worthless. They might do 6 studies, but if you do 2 studies, okay, with something like this, you have a fair shot. And some of the classic JCR papers that I can think of readily in my mind, they were not 6 or 7 studies. They were simple 2 studies, 3 studies at most. I mean, sometimes things change, okay? And in consumer psychology, it did change, okay, where they were looking for more and more studies. But again, this is where your argument comes in. Do you need more studies? That is where you have to be rigorous and you have to say, no, this is what I have done. That is the rigor. This must be present, of course. I mean, that was the whole idea of this session, methodological rigor, and I said I'm going to extend it to beyond methodology. I have written a lot over here. Don Lemon, he's a very nice guy, I like him. And he said a fantastic thing, which I really thought was absolutely brilliant. And as you know, he's a very established scholar. Okay? So this is his take on making something complicated. And in my simple mind, if Don Lemon says this, I think there is some validity. Okay? So what is it that I'm saying over here? Well, what I'm basically saying is this word. That is important. So whether you're doing qualitative analysis, I do not think a true researcher would say, oh, qualitative, quantitative. I don't think so. Okay? In fact, if someone says that, then they would probably extrapolate that to say, oh, these topic areas are terrible, these topic areas are fantastic. Okay? I don't think that. Okay? And in fact, if you come across like someone like that, move away. Right? The main thing about methodological rigor is this. Appropriate technique. If you can show that the technique, like it says over here, resolves the question at hand, do not use anything complicated. Okay? And this, like I said, the reason why I said at the beginning that I've been talking, and I love talking to people, other editors, to see what they think. And Roland Rust said it best, okay, when he was retiring from International Journal of Research in Marketing. He calls it the grandmother test. Okay? So, an intelligent person, not in the domain, if they cannot understand your paper, then there's something wrong with my paper, with your paper. That is rigor. So it is not about fantastic techniques. It is not about a beautiful, mathematical analysis. Nothing to do with that. Okay? And a good reviewer, someone like this, they will catch this. They will catch it. So when it comes to methodological rigor, if we understand that the one qualifying word is appropriate analysis, what else do you need to know? I mean, that is it. If it is appropriate, do it. Use it. Okay? So, we talked about, and I know nothing about qualitative research. So, but this is what I think. If you're doing qualitative research, if that is the appropriate technique, then make sure that in the methodological section, you write this at least and more. What do you think about it? I mean, that is rigor. I'll let you read this. I know there's a lot of text. Like I said, I'm lazy, so I just put a bunch of text in so that I don't have to go. Are we we good on time?
Yeah, we have 10 minutes.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, you have mentioned like if you have, even if you have two studies, that can go through. And many of the classic JCR papers having one or two studies.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if I see last 2 to 3 years papers of JCR, Journal of Marketing Research, Journal of Marketing, and Journal of Consumer Psychology. If you find me any article that will have less than 5.
I completely agree with you, and that's the point that I was about to make or going to make is this: the studies that stuck in my mind are those two studies or research that uses 2 studies or 3 studies. There are plenty of other studies that use 5, 6. Okay, in a research they're using 5 or 6 studies. Okay, now am I saying that if you have 2 studies using one boundary condition and one establishing the model, that should get you in? Probably not. Okay? But what I'm also saying is, just because those other researchers are using 6, 7, 8 studies, and you're absolutely correct, a lot of journals like JCB, like JCR, okay, they still do that. Okay? But there is also, the editors right now, they are saying that we are trying to change the mindset. Think of research domain as a big ship. It takes time to turn. You know, you're not driving a small car where you drive like this and it turns. Okay? And one of the big things that JCR has done right now is they're coming up with research dialogues. So small papers where you cannot do 6 studies and they will go through the same rigorous research and review process just like a regular paper does. JCP has the same idea. JCP also has short papers. So the point that I'm trying to make is that we understand in research that this has been happening and we are trying to change that. Okay? Yes?
One question. Like, I have read one paper of Kinderman et al. 2024. They were mentioning about, like, in the marketing, why conceptual contributions are less, or because there is less conversation, and researchers are making artificial kind of novelty, and they start with that, and just to build the model they have 3 studies, then they have some why answering, another 2 more studies, then for the boundary conditions 2-3 more studies. So it is like, and in that paper they have mentioned like conversation is not happening. Individual silos are being made, like everyone is coming with a new paper, everything will be new in that, and incremental contributions are being considered as trivial. So that's what I believe that may be, and they have mentioned like why they are doing it, because it is feasible for them to get data on their hand very easily, particularly in the western side. So
yeah, I agree, and I agree with you, and this has been happening. But believe it or not, there was a time, and I'm thinking 2005-06, when JCR solely had 7-8 study papers. That was it. And then they made a conscious decision to change. So all that I'm saying is, what you're seeing, of course, is not wrong. There is still some clear evidence that editors love that. But there is a shift that is happening. And it will take some time for that shift to really kind of crystallize and strengthen. But it does not mean that if you have a good study, you don't stand a chance because you only have, or I should say good research, because you only have 2 studies in it, or 3 studies. And that is where the next part of this discussion comes in. I mean, you might do everything correct till this point, but still, why aren't you clearing that hurdle? So wait a moment and see if that will answer your question as to why. Okay? And I'll come back to your question. So, and again, I'm not going to read this, but when you're looking at rigor, okay, these are, in my mind, and again, I'm learning just like you are, so please take it for whatever it's worth, okay? So in my mind, rigor is looking at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. Methodology, where that's methodological rigor. 6 things that is looking at. And one of the things that, again, going back to the question that you have, one thing that is getting a lot of traction is multi-methods. And I think, Varsha, you mentioned it, and a lot of people also mentioned it. And like I said, I haven't yet seen light of the day, so I'm meeting essentially an experimentalist. I look at it this way. So one of the studies that right now we're doing with my co-authors, we are gathering data from the field. Okay, so we've done a lab, and we are gathering currently. Our semester is going to start when I go back, and we're going to collect data from the field. Okay, and we think it is important. Now, is that going to increase the number of studies? Yes. Okay, but we think that it is important. Okay, because of this. And as if you do experiments, one of the main things about rigor in experiments that I have found in my conversations with others, well-established scholars, is when you're looking at a manipulation, make sure that it has a real-world intervention. You cannot just do a manipulation in a lab study, say MTurk or Prolific or what have you, okay, and then there's no equivalent corollary in the real world. So make sure that your manipulations are absolute interventions in the real world. Okay. So we have looked at the research question, the rigor in terms of selecting the research question. We have looked at, hopefully, the rigor in terms of grounding your research, okay, or grounding your hypothesis in theory. We've looked at, of course, methodological rigor. Like I said, I mean, appropriate technology, appropriate methodology, I should say technology. Appropriate methodology, that is what is important. The last thing that is left is this. Everything that you have done, okay, will fall flat on its face.
Sorry, the previous slide.
Yes, sir.
On the previous slide, the one before this. Can you please elaborate on the robustness of this question?
Okay, so robust research, this is an example. So the fact that you have conceptualized your research, okay, and it holds water, okay, in terms of a lab experiment, in terms of field study, in terms of a qualitative data, let's say, that is a robust research. That's the robust result.
That's research work in business contexts. Okay? So it works in the lab, does it work in the field? If it works with people with low brand loyalty, does it work with people with high brand loyalty? That's what they're looking for. It's almost a boundary condition argument as well.
Yeah. But that makes your research robust.
Yeah, so sometimes you see, you read in the papers, they say, we did these robustness checks. What does that mean?
So that, again, I do not know the context, but if someone says that we did robustness checks, okay, unless I know the context, it's difficult. Can you think of?
So in marketing finance literature, so we'd be looking at firms that have high market share, low market share.
Okay.
Firms that have leading brands, don't have leading brands. So that's robustness. So looking at extreme cases. Depends on the research design.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you're doing, this is a particular issue in qualitative research. So it's almost a boundary condition. So generally a robust test says that even when we change the boundaries, the result still holds. Therefore the result is robust.
If you can show me the context, then we probably
do need a context.
Yeah, then probably it will be easier for us to understand what they're meaning by checks.
Yeah, the extremes make a lot of sense, yes. Thank you.
Well, not extremes, but also periods of time, differences, not extremes, not high and low, but just different contexts would be a better argument.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 2 minutes. So here's the last thing that I would want to mention. I'll share the slides if you will. Okay, and there are some good references. Like I said, this is not my work, I'm learning, so use those references. The last thing that I would say or the last 2 things. Success, not success. Content, style. Write in active, in terms of grammar, write in active tense. Things that you're doing, okay? That's one thing. The other thing is, do not fall prey. I'll skip this slide, and this is self-explanatory, you can go back and read it. But do not fall prey to the curse of knowledge. I have seen this a whole lot, I'm sure you've seen it, you have seen it as editors, as AEs, you've seen it. The explanation is, one word, terrible. Just because the researchers have assumed the fact that the readers have the same level of knowledge as they have in their domain. That is the curse of knowledge. So do not fall prey to the curse of knowledge, which is very good that you have it, not the curse of knowledge, but you have the knowledge, which is fantastic, but that is where good writing comes in. And so to kind of put everything together, I would say this: publish with a purpose. Someone said, you have to have passion for research. This is a long game, and it's getting difficult with every day. Okay, so if you are thinking of publishing as or with one line on the CV, that's going to be very difficult for you. Okay, so publish with a purpose. Okay, and think about better marketing, better work. See what you can do with your research. That will really help. That will let you stay active. Okay? These are the references. Go back and read. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. You're all very kind.
Thank you, Professor Neil Das, for sharing wonderful insights on rigor in research. I would now like to invite Professor Varsha Jain to extend a token of appreciation to Professor Neil Das. Before we move ahead, Chintan sir has to make a small announcement.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch.
Yes.
And those who also had at a cricket ground, and you must have seen a very beautiful building next to the cricket ground that is surrounded by glass. That is a library, MICA library. So I would like to invite all of you to make a visit to the library. We have wonderful resources, and yes, we have wonderful subscription to the databases as well. So why I would like to invite you, because like most of you are, I believe you are research scholars, and you must have a very beautiful library at your institution. But we have very good databases, and if you would like to enroll for the membership, we have individual membership as well. So that is 1,000 rupees annual membership, and if you would like to enroll, we have kept a stall at the exhibition hall, and you can also visit a library as well. If you have any question, please see the brochure. It was there in the welcome kit. Thank you.
Now moving forward, we have another exciting session on crafting manuscripts for top-tier publications. I now welcome our audience to welcome a distinguished panel of scholars, each bringing a wealth of experience and unique perspectives to the discussion. We have with us on the session Professor Stephen D'Alessandro,
Gordon Wilson and Professor Emmanuel Mogaji, who will walk us through crafting manuscripts for top-tier journals. Now, before I call on our speakers, I'd like to take a moment to introduce Professor Sian Gordon Wilson. Professor Sian Gordon Wilson is a lecturer at Queen Mary University of London, with publications in prestigious journals such as the European Journal of Marketing, Journal of Business Research, and Psychology and Marketing. Her research spans consumer behavior, sustainable consumption, and sustainable communication. She also serves as a senior associate editor for the Journal of Consumer Behavior and as a member of editorial boards, lending her expertise to shape impactful scholarly contributions. We'd like to extend a token of appreciation to Professor Sian as she joins our other speakers of the day, Professor Stephen and Professor Emmanuel. I'd request Professor Rahul to please present her a token of gratitude as she graciously accepted our invitation. I request everyone to give her a huge round of applause. I now request all our distinguished speakers to share their insights on crafting manuscripts for top-tier journals.
So before we start, this has been quiet. What I'd like to do is everyone to stand up. Please stand up. I want you to stretch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in, breathe out. Yeah. There you go.
Is that going to give me a
maybe, because you're following the editor's instructions. Number 1. Okay, everyone, you can sit down. So, we've got the blood rushing to you now. Okay, so we're not going to talk too much. We really want to have questions from you. This session belongs to you. So, I'm not going to introduce myself, because you know who I am, but I'm each going to give one tip for writing papers for top journals. And here's my first tip. Right? Tip number 1. Write this down. Got it? Get a copy editor. Get somebody to edit your papers. The top marketing professors in the world all use copy editors. If you can't afford one, Grammarly's pretty good. Or get somebody to review your work. That's the most important thing, because if it's not well written, it's probably not going to get published. That's my first rule. So, your next.
No, I think that's really good. And even as a native English speaker, I always use a proofreader.
Yep.
And I'm England born and bred, so if I need one, and English is my first language, I can often see when I'm reviewing papers, when it's from authors who don't have coherent English, and it's a deal breaker. The other bit of advice that I want to give is to review for the journal. The reason why I say to review for the journal is because you understand exactly what the journal is looking for. Not only do you understand the objectives and the aims, but you understand the style, you understand what they're currently producing, how you can build on that as well. And it also helps to develop each of you as a researcher as well. And this was one of the best forms of advice that I was given by my research mentor, because we're all constantly developing. So if you know from the onset that you want to target a specific journal, contact the editor-in-chief and ask them if you can be a reviewer for that journal. We are crying out for reviewers, okay? So they will accept, and it's the way you can work your way up to the editorial review board as well. So you get an insight into the style of that journal, whilst you're also being trained to learn the craft of the journal as well. Okay, so please do that as well. Thank you.
Okay, let's give one advice. My only advice is for you to be very mindful about the journal you are submitting to. You need to know the journal, you need to know what you want. And for example, there's going to be a difference between consumer behavior and journal of consumer behavior or journal of customer behavior. So again, you want to be very mindful of that. You want to be very mindful of predatory journals. So not everything that appears to, how do you say it? Not everything that appears gold is gold. So make sure you actually check where you're submitting. And you want to check with your supervisors. I want to hope that, yes, your supervisors have been publishing in the good place, so you want to check with that. You also want to check what have you been reading. I think somebody said that, yes, by the virtue of the works you are referencing, we can actually know how much effort you put into the work. So just to summarize, please be mindful of where you submit. Make sure it aligns well with your work. Often you want to check maybe the ranking, the ABCD or APS ranking. Make sure it's on Scopus, Web of Science. Just make sure that, yes, you are putting your work in the right place. You don't want to spend so much time to do a beautiful work and you end up sending it to a place that is so bad and it will be following you for the rest of your career. It's not easy to do this research, and because you've been guaranteed acceptance in 1 week, don't be happy. That could be a red flag. So if anybody is saying to you that, you know what, I can get your paper through in 1 week, be mindful. Even before the admin office sees it, before they send it to the editor, before editor sends it out, you can't get your paper out in 1 week. So please be very mindful. You've done such a beautiful work. Be very selective of where you put it, where you send it. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so we'll open up for questions now from the floor. So please, if you have a question about publishing top tier journals, we can answer these from the perspective of authors, editors, or reviewers.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I have one doubt. Actually, nowadays our institutes are talking about the single author paper, right? On the one side, we are saying that we have to collaborate with each other and do the multi-method paper and doing all those things together. On the one side, institutes are demanding single author. It's a very contradictory situation nowadays. So what is your opinion on that, whether when you are receiving as an editor, when you are receiving a paper as a single author, so what is your opinion on that, whether it's sufficient to do, or what is your call on that?
Okay, so I've done both. I've done single author and I've done as part of the team. One thing I would say, as a single author, it's very lonely because you don't have anybody to spot those ideas off, to just say, am I going in the right track? Is this the right? So I would say if you are going single author, to get a good mentor or get peer review, because that's what I tended to do from the more senior scholars within my department. I was fortunate to get like Gianpaolo, to have them read through and just to give me some feedback. I'd also say it depends on the institution that you're in. Some, I'm in London, they're at least likely to have had at least one by yourself, but I know that's not the norm, and other cities and other countries may be completely different, so it depends where you're looking to have your career. But one thing I would say is, having done both, I much prefer working as part of a team. You each have different skills that you can bring, especially when the team works well. Suddenly it doesn't always work well, and not all of the roles are equitable within them, so it's about finding that correct team to work with, where you can complement each other, where you can learn from each other, where you can develop, and where you can lead to a successful outcome at the end of it. So I'd say don't write any out. If you definitely can't find anybody to work with, you're very passionate about the project, you don't have any financial limitations, because that's also an aspect as well, I say go for it. But you have to be quite self-disciplined as a self-author to actually get it done. So if you do that timeline, I did mine during COVID, which was the perfect time to do it because I had less distraction, she said, as someone who's homeschooling or working full time. But that's what I'm trying to say. You need a good support network around you if you do go solo. So, but I don't think it harms doing a bit of both, personally.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, I would just say you want to, he who pays the piper, they pay the tunes. So I would say that if your university wants it, again, I'm just being practical here, if your university wants a solo author, please try and give it to them. You know why they want it. But that does not stop you from doing many other projects with many other people. For example, in my place, they say they want 3 stars and 1 4 stars. That is what they want, I will try and give it to them. But there's nothing stopping me from doing other projects, publishing in other places, provided I am satisfied with what the institution wants. So I think, check what your institution wants. Again, you want to make sure at least that side of your career is seen. When they ask for it, you have something to give them. But that doesn't stop you from exploring, working with so many other people. You get to meet other people, you get to collaborate. But I think you want to make sure you balance both, at least to sort of protect your career, protect your space in that place. Since they said they want a solo, give it to them, but that should not stop you from exploring.
Yeah. Very good. Next question.
We've got one. Oh,
who's next?
Okay, you're there.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. From the point of view of a doctoral student, there are two things that I come across as comments. One is critically reviewing the literature and then grounding the hypothesis. Second one is the contribution. What's the contribution? And the third part is the discussion should not be results from the previous literature, but beyond that. So as a doctoral candidate, there is a tinge of, I would say, skepticism that how much can I elaborate on that or can go beyond literature. So what's your take on that?
Okay, so I'll start on this. Obviously, what I do when writing a paper is I'll have an outline of the various sections and then I'll put notes to myself. So normally I have what's called a concept plan and what the contribution of the paper is, what research has been done before, and why I have done what I have done, what does it show. And then you should be able to summarise that on one page. Then when I go to do the article, I then follow the formats of the sections and I make sure that narrative or story is in the journal, right, in the paper, right? So that's really important. So you have to tell people, this is why my paper makes this contribution. Building on this theory, from this area and so on, you go through and discuss the theory and you develop a hypothesis. Not always a hypothesis, if you're doing qualitative research, Jerry's not a hypothesis, but so it's all about clear writing, okay? And making sure that you get your message, the golden thread, I call it, of the contribution through. So when you do the discussion, of course, the first bit is, well, this is what we found in the literature. Then the next bit is what we call directions for future research, often known towards the end. Here you are saying, well, what could you do beyond the literature? What would you recommend for managers or different parts of the society to do? Okay? So that's not necessarily grounded in the literature. You're now writing for different stakeholders. In our journal, Journal of Consumer Behaviour, we want to see what you would do for the wider world rather than for the discipline. Now, that's not the same in the Journal of Consumer Research, completely different. So it's also important to understand what the journal wants, what the audience wants. As a PhD student, you shouldn't confuse what a PhD examiner wants to what the editor of the journal of marketing wants. They're completely different. Right? One's a much higher standard. Yes, they want to see what your contribution is, but it's completely different in the journal of marketing. You can see how all the journal you pick. Your role as a PhD student is essentially to satisfy your examiners. Okay? And then if you publish something, that's great. But the first thing, as I like to say, get out of jail first. Get the PhD done. And sometimes people worry that they have to have papers done before they get the PhD done. Okay, so that can be a problem. There's an old saying, a good PhD is a finished PhD. A really good PhD is a PhD with publication, and a perfect PhD is neither. So it's all about the audience you're writing for, okay? And the contribution you're making, the marketplace. I really like what Neil said about that. Hopefully that makes some sense to you.
Can I just add to that as well? Yes, the contribution is of utmost importance, as is the results of the discussion. But a lot of people forget the utmost importance of the introduction. Because you know when you pick up a good book and you read that first page, if you're going to continue reading the book or not. Well, the same is for the manuscript. When you get a reviewer or an AE, they know straight away. I mean, these guys as editor-in-chiefs, they get so many, and I don't know how much they're getting daily. I know Simon Mark and John Harris getting 7 a day. They're getting 7 a day on top of their day-to-day work, on top of teaching, on top of marking, on top of everything else. So they don't have time to go through everything, yeah? They then send it to someone like me, the AE. If I look at that first page and I get turned off, yeah, then I'm not going to send it out to review. I'll look in more time and see, because I won't be getting as many, okay? So you really need to also understand how important it is to grip that reader, grip that reviewer into your paper, how to sell it. Don't stick the contributions towards the middle to the end. It needs to come as close up to the beginning as possible. I'm not saying it needs to start off on the first sentence, but it's about gripping them. Give me a reason to continue reading your manuscript. If you've not given me that within the first page, then it's probably not going to be doing very well. So please don't ever, forget about a good start, okay, with everything, including your PhD, including your manuscript as well.
Yes, the same with the PhD as well. And the other thing that people forget about is titles and abstracts. People do very boring abstracts, not a good idea. That's what's selling your paper to the outside world. It's like your billboard. The title should be engaging and tell me something about the paper. Right? So if it says a partially squared analysis of brand loyalty, a big yawn there. But if it's something like why don't people switch brands even if they're upset? Straight away I think, okay, there's something interesting. There could be something interesting here. So you need to craft the title and the abstract and the introduction. What Sian said is very important. I was at a journal meet the editors, and the outgoing editor of the Journal of Marketing Research, he has a competition with himself to see how quickly he can put the main contribution in. And one of his accepted papers, it was the second sentence. So the first sentence was, brand loyalty is really important, full stop. The second was, the contribution of this paper was. Now, you should really try and do that because you're grabbing the attention of the reader. Why do we do this? We want people to read and cite and review our work. We don't want to make it difficult. Think about the reader. And this also has to do with your PhD. Okay? So the writing, we tend to forget about writing, we get carried away with method. That's already important. But the writing and getting that cell early on is so important.
Please, I quickly want to add to that abstract. You said it even, so from a reviewer, I think your abstract even sells the work to an abstract, to a reviewer. Because imagine Sian sent it to me and like, should you thought that as a reviewer, I've not read the whole paper which the editor has read. So I've only seen that abstract, and in that, as a reviewer, I've decided I'm not reviewing it, I'm reviewing it. And the more people reject to review your work, because the abstract is not selling it, they're not convinced, I'm reading the abstract like, I'm not confident to review this work. The more your work will stay in that pipeline. Because everybody is like, I don't know this work. So if the abstract is so good, at least it gets the reviewer to say, wow, I said I will review it. Then when I now read the remaining, I can make a decision. I think abstract also sells to reviewers.
Absolutely. It's just
I'm going to top the abstract now. Controversially, I'm going to say it's the cover letter that actually.
Oh, you see? I like
cover
that.
letter, okay? That actually. No, but the editors-in-chiefs do, and a lot of people underestimate the importance of the cover letter. The cover letter is your sales pitch, it's your entry in. A lot of people don't send, a lot of scholars, they're not submitting cover letters when they're submitting. But that is your opportunity to sell your research to the editor-in-chief and say, not only why is it suitable for the journal, the audience, what the key contributions are, it's that snapshot, okay? So
please do include cover letters as well. Yeah.
And I'd say that cover letters become more important the higher the rank of the journal you go. Right? So you really want to make it easier for the editor to send your paper. Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the panelists and also all the editors present here. Professor Neil Das, Professor Varsha Jain, Professor Eugenio. So we are under constant pressure of publication, and the rigor is required to publish in good journals, and that needs time. So at one hand, every quarter we need to produce a research pipeline to the institutes we are affiliated to. And other side is it requires a lot of time to publish in good journals. It's just not like an assembly line, like in a factory. How to balance between these two?
So, Emmanuel, would you want to go first?
Okay. I guess you said. I think it's all about knowing your strengths and find how you can complement it. Yes, everybody is busy, and we have so many things to do. So from my own experience, I think it's about working together. Yeah. Because if you can, so if everybody is doing, let's say 25%, 4 of us can do 100 instead of you alone trying to do the whole 100%. So I think it's about finding your network, making sure you're able to work together. But ultimately, I think somebody said it, why should I collaborate with you? Why should I take your 25% to add it to my 25%, to add it to some other people so that we can get the whole 100%? So the point is, everybody is busy, but in that busyness, you should have something worthwhile to offer. So while you think, oh, you are struggling, remember, so many other people in the same space are also struggling, but can we work together and get it done? But please, when you are trying to reach out to people, make sure you have something worthwhile to offer, because that's always the point. Like, yes, can I collaborate with you? Like 20, 30 people are sending the same email. Why should I choose you over other people? Why should I want to work with you? So I know you are busy, but you can also work with other people to reduce your own stress as well.
So what I would say is find a good team to work with, and what you can do is you can rotate the responsibility of the team. So it takes time to find a good team, project team, where you're all working together and you all gel. But you can be starting to work on different sides of the project. So one person can maybe take the lead, the other people can help, and another person can take the lead and the other person can help. I mix my methods as a way of doing it as well. So I just finished data collection on the Qual study. It took me from June to December to do 30 interviews. In the space of that, I've had maybe 2 experiments, surveys as well of data collection, because it's just quicker, okay? I'm not just saying, so that's another way in order to do it as well, work on different types of projects as well. What Emmanuel was saying as well, give people a reason to work with you. There's a lot of, the more published the professor is, the more emails they get sent on a daily basis. They get emails from multiple people asking them to collaborate, and they can pick and choose. But they're also very busy people, okay? So maybe your expectations of them in terms of what you want for them to be, you know, a team player, they might not have the time to do that. They often don't have the time to do that. So it's about finding people at the different levels, with the different levels of experience, some of them with the different budgets as well, research budgets, research allowances to help with the different projects as well. But this is also important as well. As a rule of thumb, I know Americans tend to have quite good research budgets. The Americans that I work with, they're like, I'll pay for it, and it's like, oh yeah, brilliant. I'm not knocking that. I don't have a research budget. I have a quite a good research budget as well in London, but not as great as the Americans. So these are just examples of ways in which you can help yourself too.
But somebody said earlier that it's about quality, not quantity. This is also really important as well. It's not about juggling those 5 balls in the hope that you're going to catch 2. It's about sticking to maybe the 2 and going to the right depth, to the right quality, and ensuring that the project is from beginning to end and it ends in a publication. It has an ending, because often there's a lot of projects that don't have an ending, and it's just a waste of time, it's a waste of resource. So that's what I think.
Yeah, I agree with all very quickly what Sian said. So it's very important you pick your team. So a couple of things. Obviously you want somebody who'll do something. This sounds basic, but I give everybody one go on one paper, and then everyone gets one freebie. It's my rule. And then if they don't do it, I'm too busy the next time. So complementary is important. So rather than me learning, I'll work with a qual researcher who's more experienced. I'm working in marketing and finance, so there's a finance guy who does that. The data comes from the US. There's a guy who loves programming in Colorado State. So I'm describing here how you form a team. Now, it just doesn't come because I'm a professor. It just comes from conferences and talking to people. They don't have to be leading professors. They could be up-and-coming researchers. But the other thing that I think we forget about, it should be fun. You don't have to work with people who are grumpy, who are no fun. It's not the Indian cricket team. They don't get on apparently. Like, look at the Australian cricket team, very happy, right? It's not just that they're winning, but they all like getting on. So that's something that it should be fun, right? So often my rule now is the fun rule. Right? Is this project going to be fun? Is it going to be fun? If it's somebody, and I know some very talented professors, I would never work with them because I know it's going to be horrible, right? I don't. My life is short. I don't rather not work with them. So that's some rules there. So your team is around you in this room. They're people you can work with. You've all got different skills. When you go to a conference, you can meet some at the same level. You don't have to go up to the professors. Some of the best research teams I've seen are people at the same level. Right? So that's part of it. The other thing I just wanted to use a cricket analogy, it's not fair. Right? So when India comes to play Australia, they're playing on wickets where it suits fast bowling. That's not fair to India. Okay? When Australia comes to India, we play on wickets that are spinning, and it's not fair to Australia. But you know what? If you want to become a test champion, you have to play in different conditions. So the other thing is, I don't make the rules. And are the rules fair? In a word, no. But you have to work out the best way of winning. Okay? Last question.
We can only take one question now.
One question?
May I? Good evening, panelists. My question is actually much more on the earlier side of research. We just starting our research after getting our doctorates and diving more into the field of where we have completed our thesis. One problem that I usually face, and I'll be honest enough to ask the same, that ABDC, Scopus or Web of Science, good journal papers are many a times not accessible at all. And that becomes a roadblock in our research because the new content is not available to us, or then it is available just in terms of abstracts. Sometimes they are expensive, and coming from humble backgrounds, maybe that's not the solution every time that we pay for it. So ma'am, is there any alternative where we can try to overcome that? Because especially my forte is AI, and most of the papers on AI or blockchain are paid. So that's where I am personally facing a problem. And until and unless I have good citations, I don't think any good journal would accept my paper. So yeah.
Let's address that first. Okay, so this is a problem for everyone. Turn everything on. Okay, this is a problem for everyone. I don't have access to all the top journals either. So national libraries are pretty good. Again, collaborations with other people are really good. So if I'm working with a scholar that I know is in leading US, I say, can you send me the paper? Of course they'll send you the paper. They don't want to read it, they just go and find it, and I'll read it and do it, right? So this is the idea of networks, which I think is so crucial to you. And my university doesn't have access to all these journals, and sometimes I miss key citations as well. So it happens to all of us. But yeah, you just have to work around the problem that you find. And so that's a couple of ways of doing it. There are, and I think Sian's got a few suggestions.
Yeah, so I'd advise you to join ResearchGate. And in ResearchGate, what you can do is email the team directly. So for myself, I do tend to publish open access, but I'm sustainability, not AA. So I'm not probably of much interest in you. But sometimes the journals block me. So sometimes the journals will come to me and say, we do not allow it. You can do it as private. So if somebody then emails me through ResearchGate and asks for to see my paper, then I can actually send it to them. So either go through ResearchGate or directly email the whole team, and somebody should send it to you. If it's out there, I don't see why they wouldn't. So you've got those two options there.
Yeah, I definitely. Academics love people. This is a nice breaker at a conference. Hi Neil, I read your paper, it's really interesting. Look, I don't have access to you, can you send it to me? Oh sure, where's your business card? Okay, so yeah, definitely do that. ResearchGate is really good like that. So,
and just to add that, so please, whenever you do your research, make sure you at least put the accepted, I think what you call it, the word version accepted copy of ResearchGate.
Yeah.
Because again, please save somebody else that stress of looking for that same paper. Don't, the journal might say don't upload the formatted version, but the Word version, please try to upload that. That will save somebody some stress. Maybe not at least somebody coming behind, at least save them that stress of looking around. If we can't all afford open access, but the designate they call it accepted version, make sure that is available on research. Or your university repository.
Yeah. He raised time for one more. One more.
All right, thank you for giving me this opportunity. This question is for Prof. Stephen. Since you're one of the experts in multi-methods, and I understand that JSP also looking for this kind of method. So could you please share with us more specifically what kind of multi-method they're looking for? Because a lot of researchers, they try to use 2 to 3 quantitative methods to combine together. That could be like PLSSEM combined with FSQCA.
Oh, okay. But one data set.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's still one study, right? So it's important that this gets back to robustness. So what Russell Belt was saying earlier was that there have been findings in quantitative research, but when you delve deeply into why people make decisions they do, act like they do, it doesn't hold up. Now, that's okay, because you can actually say, hey, I found this, but you know what, in this qualitative study it doesn't gel, so there's more research needed. Or, if it confirms it, usually it confirms it, people are more interested in publishing accepting your work. So, I am a big fan of that. It's got to make sense with the research problem you're doing. It doesn't always make sense. So, in the marketing finance area that I'm sort of starting now, there isn't a need at the moment for qualitative research in that area. In areas I've done in service quality and brand switching, yes, the qualitative work we did in industry complemented what we found in the quantitative study. So it's really about trying to show contribution to the journal. That being said, other journals have specific requirements. I think JCR have said recently they want 7 studies. So guess what? Don't send them 6. They've already said they want 7 studies. Is 7 studies ridiculous? Probably. But it's a bit like the analogy. Was it fair at the SCG that it's not a very good wicket? No. But we all have to play on it, right? So, you know, that's what you need to think about. Okay, so if that makes sense to you. But I don't go out of my way. I guess the question I ask myself, does the method give me the answer? And generally, a cross-sectional survey these days will probably not give you the answer. Just like some of these large quantitative studies where they talk about, what's it called, theory and use, empirics first. I'm not convinced to give you the answer because it's not falsifiable. So there's a middle ground where you want to sort of say, okay, we found this, we found this. As you go up the journal, the robustness and the generalisability, the boundaries become more and more important. Okay. By the way, one comment said earlier that the Journal of Marketing has a bias towards multiple studies. It's actually not true. The paper I published in the Journal of Marketing, we started off with 3 studies. They said, no, we just want 1. What they're talking about is, have you answered the research question? If you can do that with 1 or 2 studies, they're happy. If they want to see the boundary conditions or field studies, because behavioural stuff is really important now, well, guess what? You need to do more studies. And it's often a review development process, which if you're lucky to go for review, you go. Okay? So there's not a hard and fast rule that you must have these many studies. The only thing we're saying in our journal is we're not convinced that a single study will cut it. Okay? Now that doesn't mean that paper, for us, that doesn't mean that paper is no good. There are other journals. We're just saying this is what our journal wants. It's not a judgment on your paper. And you need to take that into account when you get a rejection. How can I improve the paper? What is the best time for the paper? Okay? That's your question.
Thank you so much to all our esteemed panelists for this wonderful discussion on publishing in high-impact journals and enlightening us with their powerful suggestions. We now are inching closer to our last and highly anticipated panel discussion on New Age scholars, balancing teaching, research and service for effective global scholarship. This panel brings together senior and early career professors who exemplify excellence in all 3 facets of academia. Allow me to introduce to our esteemed panelists. We have with us Professor Vijay Vishwanathan from the Medill School of Journalism, Media, Integrated Marketing Communications at Northwestern University. He is an expert in customer experience and data-driven marketing strategies and has conducted extensive research across B2C and B2B industries, focusing on marketing effectiveness, media strategy, and customer engagement. Next on the panel is Professor Stephen D'Alessandro, whose research is notable for its rigor and real-world impact and publications in top-tier journals like the Journal of Marketing, European Journal of Marketing, and Journal of Business Research. We also are privileged to have Dr. Eugene Orr, an Associate Professor in Marketing at the UCSI Graduate Business School, UCSI University, Malaysia. Professor Orr has an impressive track record of publications in leading journals like the Journal of Advertising, Journal of Business Research, and Internet Research. And now we have our very own MICA alumni, Professor Sigma Soni, who has published in various reputable journals like Journal of Consumer Behavior, Tourism Recreation Research, and Journal of Promotion Management. Currently, Professor Sigma Soni is working as an assistant professor of marketing at Symbiosis Institute of Media and Communication, India. And guiding today's discussion is Professor Rajneesh Krishna, Associate Dean Academics and Professor of Strategic Marketing at MICA. Professor Krishna has a cornerstone of MICA's academic leadership, holding various key positions such as the Area Head, Digital Communication Management, Dean Research, and Chair of the Curriculum Committee. I now request all our panelists and moderators to please begin the thought-provoking session and kindly join us on the stage. Kindly welcome all our esteemed panelists with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. No. Not for this.
That's ChatGPT to draw something.
Yeah, we could. Come on.
There is no PowerPoint, don't worry, because power corrupts, PowerPoint corrupts picture. So we have an hour time, and on the topic we have thought about the 3 basic fundamental questions that we are going to ask. And what we will do, that we will start one by one, and for each we will devote approximately 15 minutes of time, and then the last 15 minutes will be for questions. So let us start on the first question. That is, we are often talking about balancing research, teaching, and research. And if you remember, in the first your keynote address, I asked a question about teaching.
You sure did.
Yeah. So why balancing? Why should not we all be doing research? Because when it comes to global scholarship means production of knowledge. That is done via research. Or whether teaching itself also produces knowledge. So this is the first question. Why this balancing is necessary? So
you want me to go first?
Yeah. Okay. Please.
So everyone can hear me. The contribution you make as a scholar is across the 3 areas, and maybe I didn't really talk about that. So you're making a contribution to someone's life, the teachers and the students. You're making a contribution to your colleagues, the wider society, so that's service. Then you make a contribution to research. The 3 aren't separate, actually, they're interconnected. Really good researchers are usually really good teachers. Really good teachers are usually pretty good researchers. And people who understand service understand impact. Now, of course, there's a few pitfalls. You don't want to be doing too much service and not enough teaching and research. So you want to make sure your core function really is firstly teaching and then research. So that's really, and the service is why it's important in building up your collegiality, your networks, working with the industry. It's very important. It's not the key ingredient in most universities. It's something that's important for promotion. So the weighting is sort of skewed a little bit that way. Okay. The other thing is you can't be good at everything. So you're going to be a little bit better at teaching, a little bit better, or maybe better at research, a little bit better at service. So in terms of your career management, are you playing 2 strengths? So if you're not the world's best researcher, can you be a really good teacher and administrator or committee person? There's nothing wrong with that. I've met some fantastic academics who do that. And so you need to go with your strengths and your passions are, okay, in answering that. It is really hard because when you're doing one thing, you always feel you're behind in another. So particularly with AI now, affecting teaching and research, you think, oh, I have to change everything I'm doing in teaching. I'm not doing teaching, I'm not doing research. Smart researchers will integrate their research, if they can, into elements of their teaching. So I teach market research, so I'm talking about my research, the process of research. That may help. Or if you're going to do areas in administration and you've got interest in research, well, obviously you should be doing research administration, right? Because you're doing something you're already interested in. If you're more interested in teaching, perhaps that's where you should be going. So it's sort of like trying to understand where you're getting the economies of scope and scale, if that helps, right? Saying no, though, is really important. Knowing, so don't say yes, somebody asks you. Say, I'll think about it, okay? And the other really important trick that a guy called Hugh Kearns, who runs a series of workshops on academic productivity. If you're going to do research, the first 2 hours of your day at work should be research. Not the last 2 hours. So when you go to work, do not answer emails. Do not do any teaching prep. Spend 2 hours. And it's amazing what you can do in that. Right? You have to turn all your mobile phones and you put on your door open research. Right? And it's amazing what difference. And if you have to go a little bit early, do it. Right? If you say I'm going to have a research day or I'll do it on a Friday, well, Friday comes along and you're tired. So that's another sort of trick. But it is very difficult. It's a very tough game.
Vijay, what do you think about? One of the questions which I would like to hear specifically from you whether teaching and the student interaction inside the classroom or with the industry professional, that also leads to production of knowledge, co-creation of knowledge?
Absolutely. Yeah, okay. I think as researchers often, you're always looking out for what's new, what's current, and we are in a field that's changing so dramatically every minute, and the students at the end of the day, our customers, our consumers, have a certain mindset or have a certain orientation towards brands, and I think they can give you a lot of fuel and great ideas that could translate into research questions. Obviously, you're having conversations with them, but then if you are well trained, you should be able to at least take some of those conversations and translate that into a research question. Now, not every research question might be this fantastic A-star study, but it may result in a case study, it may result in the production of new knowledge, as you call it, and so you have to be careful about how you want to translate that into a research question that's apt for the audience that you have. But I'll just come back to that question. Balance doesn't mean that you're spending the same amount of time on research, teaching, and service. I think what you've got to look at is play the long game a little bit and then look at the impact and see whether you're able to balance your impact in research, teaching, and service and give yourself some time. And hopefully the institution where you are will also give you the time. I'm again coming from a very US-centric, biased view where I believe you should protect junior faculty from too much service, especially administrative service. Now, if that service is about reviewing an article, if that service is about being on a search committee, which is not really time intensive, but sort of adds to the scholarship of the person, absolutely. Yeah. But too much administrative service, especially in the first 3 years or in 5 years, I think I would want junior faculty to not do that unless you have given up on research and you said, all right, research is not for me. I don't want to play the research game, in which case then you've got to think about what are the other 2 legs. You should have 2 strong legs, right? Out of these 3, you should have at least 2 strong legs. And you think research is not what I want to do in the long term, and you realize that after 4 or 5 years, then jump into the service because you have to contribute. At the end of the day, you have to earn your keep, as we say, and so you have to contribute.
What are your
regarding students' interaction also?
Yeah. How your growth as an academic has resulted from the classroom interaction? How much it has contributed?
Okay, so for example, I myself has become a professor since past 1.5 years. So when I got into the class and I started teaching, that's when I realized, okay, so balancing research, balancing teaching and service is extremely challenging. Also, you have to balance it very well because, for example, if I will not borrow some of my research articles in my class, I think they find me lesser, worthy or valuable because when I talk to my students, when I, refer to my own article that this is what I have published and something, it's in alignment with what I'm teaching also to them in the classroom, so they, find it more worthy. Okay, this professor talks some value. And we also, pursue something in alignment with what she has done also. Apart from that, yes, students' engagement matters the most. Because classroom, I believe it has its own energy. Because as an instructor, when you go to the classroom, you have your own set of energy. But when it matches with the students' energy, when you talk about your research, when you talk about the teaching topic that you are about to, begin in the classroom, and then the interaction that, it has with regard to the topic, with regard to the research, also it has its own nuanced perspective. And then you think that, this is something I could have thought of also, which I have not done apparently before, but what if I still have a chance, to go it further and, maybe convert it something into a new different study. Because, the cohort with whom I am interacting and teaching, they are Gen Z, most of them, and their perspective is immensely different than millennials and the other generation. And that is why sometimes I feel that the insights that I am getting from generational G, Z is way different than how I think, So that is why it is also important when we are also, coming up with the studies, that study is focused towards this particular cohort and why it has its own importance, because we all have our own consumption and we all pursue things differently. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Sima. Professor,
Alright, so this is really an important question. Alright, so how to balance, teachings, service and research, and why we shouldn't be just focusing on research. In fact, I myself, I come from a background that, is very, very much research intensive and research focused, right? During my PhD, times, I really just focus on research itself, until the time that I finish my study and I try to get a job. Then only I realized that academics, it's not just about research. Alright, so I'm trying to advocate that, especially for young scholars, like all of you here. Research is not everything, right? You have to understand the entire ecosystems of the higher education and how things works. The university hires you, it's not just to get your, let's say, publications, but expect you to do more. Alright, you got to serve in your teaching role, you got to serve the university in many other ways, including, let's say, holding some administrative positions. So, to me, I would say, it is not, it's going to be challenging, yes, in fact it is, but if you find a way, you will see that all these three is, in fact, alright, synergistics, right, in a way that, for example, right now, I'm doing research, but at the same time, I'm now serving my school as the head of research. Not only I do research, but now I got to learn how to manage research, not only at a personal capacity or not only at an individual level, but how to manage the research performance of the entire faculty. Alright, so that is what the university and faculty expect from us as scholars, today.
Thanks a lot. So some interesting dimensions have come out. And one thing is that it is not one way. As Professor Sima has said, that when she is teaching in the class and she brings her research in the class, she also encounters new ways of thinking. And their style of thinking, the students, the way they are thinking, the way they are addressing the research questions are completely different. And that contributes to the next steps of formulating the questions. Interesting. But the second part of the balancing is something like, is balancing only in terms of time? Because if we really think about it, the demand on the cognitive abilities are different. Research demands different kind of cognitive ability, and teaching demands different. And the demand from the services are different. In terms of, let me tell you a small story. I think in India, the first author on governance is named Chanakya. He was writing his book, Arthashastra, which means economic, in somewhere around 300 BC. And one day while having lunch, he asks his mother, why there is no salt in the food? Instead of answering his question, mother asked another question. Is your book over? He said, yes. How did you know? Mother replied, for last 1 month, I have not been putting any salt in the food. Today is the first time when you noticed. So, that puts the importance of flow in the research, which partly you addressed, Professor Steve. Because research requires flow, and basically my problem as associate dean is that I just get into a flow of a topic when there is some problem, administrative problem that comes at my doorstep, and then I have to drop everything and get into another flow. And then getting it back into that flow, the research flow, takes another 2 hours. Getting into that mindset. So when we talk about doing research, we are only thinking about in terms of time. The question that is to the esteemed panelists, how do we balance the demand on our cognitive abilities and shift from one set of cognitive abilities to another set of cognitive abilities. And this time I will start with Professor Eugene.
Thank you. So yeah, in fact, doing academic is definitely very mental, taxing and demanding. All right, so I wouldn't say that there's a way, to perfectly resolve this. But what I would do is that you got to learn, when is the best time for you to do certain tasks. All right, for example, to me personally, I myself, I will spend the morning time for research. Because personally, I believe that is the best time for me, in which I would have the best mind, the fresh mind, in the mornings. So I would slot that time for research because it is very, cognitive, right? Cognitively demanding. So, but for the later of the day, when it comes to the afternoon, the evening, there would be time for me to, meet students, to do some boring administrative tasks. Yeah, that is how I handle my daily routine, for all sorts of purposes.
So the one way of addressing this flow problem, the demand of different kind of immersion happens by allocating different time of days for different issues. What is your strategy, Professor Silva?
So for example, like you said also, I also have my own patent, okay, in with regard to your question. So for example, what I do is, I was struggling. I was literally struggling when, I was assigned, classes, and when I was also expected to perform with regard to research, and then there is this administrative work. I myself lead placement cell at my institute, which is the most heaviest cell after admission. So it also requires 2 months straight of, meeting the recruiters and meeting the companies and agencies, and also, keep a track of the students' number. And I have 120 students also to place apart from that. So what I have learned in my first year is, for me, it's not like a daily I will divide my time. I have learned this pattern this week. Actually, I know I don't have a class. This week, I dedicatedly will be working on my research only. I know where I finish and I know from where I have to pick it up. So I think, it works differently from person to person. So summer, I heavily worked on my research. I, submitted like 2 research papers, and then, okay, I know, okay, now I'm commencing my semester. Let me give another 2 months to my teaching. And then meanwhile, of course, it's not like that I'm not researching, but I'm reading and I'm trying to understand what is this trending thing currently, and how can I, pick it up also in my free time. So, and I'm framing. And administrative is something that will never leave your side, right? Especially when you are in academia, okay? Even if you are ready for the class, and as you just said, you will just get a call. Okay, you have to have certain, task on hand, which you have to finish by the end of the day. Of course, there is a deadline, but it is not like very strict deadline. But yeah, so we have to, maintain that also. So I have learned that, we all have our own various and several opinions, but you decide like how you would like to divide your time. I have now figured out my own pattern, that this is my free week, this is my teaching week, and this is something that, of course, some meeting is coming, some visits are happening like now or something, then I know for a week how to busy with administrative work also. So this is how it works.
So Professor Vijay, how you manage this transition from one type of flow to another type of flow? Because managing research, most often people think that it is only about managing time, whereas it is also how do you shift from one kind of flow to another kind of flow, one kind of immersion to another kind of immersion. What is your strategy?
I don't have a method to the madness. I don't have a magic formula, I'll be very honest. I don't. I think some things that worked for me in my early years were just firm deadlines. Working with senior co-authors who would push you, who wish well for you and would say, you need to put in an extra time and get this review back, right?
not getting into administrative roles too early in your career. Again, I go back to that. I think, Sigma, you're doing too much. So, you should have been placement. I think it's too early. So, I think learning to say no, or at least negotiating. So, at the time when you are negotiating your job offer, your contract, and saying that if you do expect a lot of service from me, then what's my teaching release? Like, what are you going to release me from? Because there's only 24 hours in a day and I need at least 6 hours of sleep. So how are you going to negotiate your contract? So these things are really important. And having an honest conversation with whoever is the head or the department chair is very important. In the US, we have, for people on the research side, we have what's called 3-year reviews. Right? We do a review every 3 years to see whether the person is ready to be tenured at the end of their 5 years, essentially. Even if you're on a 6-year clock, you put your packet at the end of the 5th year. And so it's really important to have a strong mentor, a strong advocate for you in the department to say, this person needs to spend more time on research, otherwise you're putting their future in jeopardy. You have hired a person but not being responsible about managing their career, and that's irresponsible. So you need to have a strong advocate, have a strong mentor in the program. So when you join a new school, find a mentor. Find a senior chair or a senior professor, a full professor who can talk for you and say, this person needs to research. Again, I was just having a talk with a few PhD students. Your training is not done once you get your PhD. It's not done. You need another 3, 4, maybe even 5 years to understand the game of publishing, the game of teaching, and it's all a craft that comes through repeated performances, through repeat, right? It's muscle memory that gets built up over time. So negotiate, have a strong mentor for you, and work with strong people in the field. I think that's what worked for me, but I don't have a magic wand.
Neither do I. I think the flow is a really interesting way of doing it, and so I think mentoring is very important. Career management, I think, is absolutely important. If you can spare, what works for you. So I'm not saying that every academic should do what I do. I don't think you should say the same. It's just what I found works. So some academics I know would come in ridiculously early in the morning, and some would come in ridiculously late at night. I think it's weird, but it worked for them. It works for them, right? So if it works for you, that's good. And it's okay to say to your supervisor, you want me doing this, this, and this, but if I'm doing this, it's all going to take longer. What's the important thing? And what would you do if you were me? And it's okay to say, look, I need to move my research on. And I have done this for you, so what is the reciprocity for that next semester? And if you don't speak up, it'll just be assumed that you are a very good team player who will never get tenured or will never get promoted. Okay? I have to be blunt. You have to be a bit assertive in a nice way, right? Don't do the reverse thing and say, I'm only going to teach this, or I'm only going to do research. You'll really annoy your colleagues. So don't do that. But yeah, it is good. The flow is a really important thing, because a lot of, particularly university administrators, they go, well, you can just do research like that. And it's not the same, okay? It is, going from one task to another is not easy. So I agree that it's a mental effort, but it's kind of the reason we have the flexibility in our job, the benefits we have in our job for that.
I just add one thing. So what I've seen in my department, and we've got some amazing scholars, what they negotiate with me at the beginning of the year is their teaching schedule right away.
Yeah.
Right? And so you know, and we are on a quarter system, so we are on a fall, winter, spring, summer, and summer is typically research time. So they negotiate with me that I'm going to teach in the fall and winter, or fall and spring. And so this happens the previous year, so you're already planning well ahead in terms of, all right, it's very difficult to switch day on day from teaching to research, but you can say that these 10 weeks I'm going to go teaching, and I know I can't get much research done, but maybe in the quarter that I'm off for teaching, I'm going to send these papers out so that when they come back from review and I'm teaching, I can manage the reviews at that time and then figure out how to do it. So that's the flow, at least in our department, in terms of how some of our successful faculty have managed it. So negotiate with the department chair what your teaching schedule should look like. Don't do multiple preps, teaching. Please, don't teach 5 different classes. Take 2 classes, do a good job there. It's the department's responsibility to find faculty to teach the other 2 classes. But don't do multiple preps. Teaching multiple preps takes so much more time and so much more effort. Sorry, I'm creating maybe trouble for some of the administrators. But I'm an administrator myself, and I talk for them, and I said, I will not let you do multiple preps.
So, what Professor Vijay is one important aspect that leads to the third basic fundamental question. How the institute or the department is supported. How to look for a mentor. Because we are doing leadership journey mapping, where we have seen that there are 2 inflection points. One, when you are joining the PhD, and there you have to have a network of mentors. And second, when you are joining the job. So these are the 2 points where if you get the support of mentorship, then you just blow. So I would like to see your opinion that what needs to be done by the administrators, like what they said, like people like us. How should we support? How should we create time for the blooming scholars so that they are able to balance both in terms of time and both in terms of the work effort, where they are able to maintain their flow in the research and in the team. So what kind of systems should we build? So basically, I would like to start.
Yeah. Okay. So mentorship is something that is very tricky. The hardest part of mentorship is people wanting to be mentored, believe it or not. There's a lot of academics who, they're nice people generally, they don't want to help other people, they don't want to kick them when they're down. But there are people who don't like criticism and don't like being told what to do. So you've got to be open to be mentored, and that somebody might tell you, you know what, the way you're teaching here, or the way that you're researching is not going to help you career. You're doing it the right way. And they're not saying that because they're your friend or they don't like you, they're saying it to help you. So you've got to be self-reflective, I think, in the mentorship. That's absolutely critical. Always be friendly to administrators. Treat them equally. I think this is really important. There is an administrative university divide. Be nice to them. I always go out of my way to be nice if I can to administrative staff. Yes, mentorship is important. This idea that if you do something extra, it does not become something that is asked of you next semester. So I do agree that 2, perhaps I wouldn't do 1, I only teach 1 subject. That's going to annoy somebody. 2 is good in 2 different areas. Of course, there's an exception. Somebody gets sick, they need something, you help out, right? But you've got to assert yourself politely and say, well, if I do more subjects, I won't be able to get the papers out that you need for university ranking. So understanding how the university administrators are rewarded. What are their key performance indicators? This is really important. If it's about grants, maybe you should do a little bit of work in grants. Rather than saying, no, I'm just going to eventually do my July marketing paper. If it is about rankings, rankings about publications and citations and many of the things, be aware of that. Okay? Be aware of what they're looking for in their key performance indicators. If they're saying there is a concern that our teaching scores for the school or department are not good, we need to improve them, go out of your way in your teaching to improve your scores. Not everybody else's, just you. So that buys you, I think, credit then that you need, right? That Vijay's a good guy or Eugene's a good guy, therefore I'm going to help him, rather than Steve's difficulties, always asking for something and he won't do what I asked him to do. So it's that sort of give and take, classic relationship marketing we talk about.
Vijay, a question comes to you that, okay, he has talked about the mentorship and negotiation and how to negotiate, but from the institute or from the department side, can there be certain formalized structures that will support the young scholars?
So in fact, we learned the hard way. Not to get into too much detail here, but there are a few junior faculty who were really amazingly bright people, but didn't make it a tenure. And we learned the hard way that we got to support junior faculty right from the time they come in, right from day one. And so even when we have job interviews with them, we sort of explain the process that you can find a mentor or you will be assigned a mentor, and that's a part of our process right here. And typically we try and find a mentor who's not the head of the promotion and tenure committee. We try to find someone else who gets to know you really well, who can advise you in your field of research. Not someone, if you're a CV scholar, we don't want to get a quant scholar, right? Someone who can guide you and be your buddy and speak for you in that promotion and tenure meeting. So we have put in place a formal mentorship program now. So every junior faculty is assigned a mentor, and then the Associate Dean for Research also makes it a point to have at least one meeting every quarter. So if you're a semester system, I would say every 10 weeks you should have at least one meeting with a junior faculty member to see what's going on, how's teaching going, how's research going, what resources do you need. So Associate Dean of Research steps in, and I think the deans also need to step in. I think the dean shouldn't come in when it's time for promotion to write a letter to say you're hired or you're fired. I think the deans have to say, I am accessible, and make themselves available, and so that's an important part. So those are all the things that we have put in place where we sort of are more conscious about our junior faculty and saying how we can help them support. Universities don't like it when we hire junior faculty and they don't get tenure, actually. Right? Believe it or not, I know the percentage of people who get tenure is low, but as such, universities don't like it. They want to hire great people and they want to tenure great people. Okay. So that's how at least Northwestern works, and that's been what we're trying to do. From a teaching and service point of view, I'm the Associate Dean for my department, and I make it very clear to junior faculty that they need to focus on research. At the same time, research does not pay for itself. I tell my students that you're doing great research, but I need money to come into the school to pay for your research at the end of the day, especially if you don't want to get into the grant business. And so it's important that you teach some important classes, not with 10 students, but enough students to cover the cost of the program and your research. And so the economics are very important for junior faculty to understand. But I do give them a unit off in the first 3 years, a teaching unit off, so that they have more time to focus on research, and then I come back and review with them and with their mentor in terms of do they need an additional unit off as they get towards tenure, or whether they are fine and can go hit their full load of teaching. Service is absolutely minimal. I try not to put them on committees in the first 3 years, unless it's something like 3-4 weeks of, some academic standards committee or something like that. But I don't give them heavy service work, but I give them enough, knowing that when they go for promotion or tenure, the service field is not empty.
That's right.
Right? You cannot go with a blank slate there. You have to say something about service. I encourage them to become reviewers for journals or hold a conference like this. Right? This doesn't take up the whole 12 months. It may be intense for about, I don't know how long, Varsha. But service to the field, service to the school in some notable way, but not giving them heavy administrative tasks for 12 months in the year. So those are all things that we do in our department consciously when we hire a junior.
So, Professor Yoji, and then you, I would like you to examine it from a different perspective. The same, what kind of support you would like to have from your deans, associate deans, your department, college, which will help you to bloom and become a better researcher?
Yeah. Apart from what have been discussed here about how these, the key performance indicators, how they should be set up, and also mentorship programs that can be discussed. What I like the most, recently my university implemented is flexi hours, right? Flexible hours. It doesn't exist in the past, but recently they implemented it. And personally, as a researcher, I find that I really benefit from it. And just because that, they give it in a way that you don't have to come into the office for several days, 2-3 days, and I find that it is really helpful, right? Because I don't have to stop myself in the traffic, in the morning, and then when I gonna go back home, I start getting into the traffic. That really saved a lot of time and also efforts. But this can work only when you are giving it to the right persons, alright? Because in the past, the university indeed implemented it, but then they canceled it off because a lot of people abuse it. Alright, they just take flexi hours as holidays, alright, and they really do nothing, with that flexi hours. So how they refine is that they are giving it on your based on your performance. Right, for example, in 2024, alright, how many papers you have published, how many grants you have secured, what sort of contribution that you have made. Right, we give you a flexi hour this year based on that performance, and I think that it's kind of a good way to help researchers. Right.
So what I think is, having a mentor at the workplace is a great perspective that you have brought, Professor Vijay. But apart from that, what I also would like to extend in terms of saying is that, you have to have a formal structure. Formal structure in a way that, you guys meet together from the same department and you formalize in a way that, how we can extend support to a junior team or junior faculties that, they can devote more time for their research. For example, having this meeting at least on a quarterly basis or twice in a year, will helps an entire department to identify how to allocate a time for each and every faculty members, because we all are dealing with different subjects also, and you all are dealing with different research areas also. So that is also very important. For example, at the beginning of the course, we know that these faculty members are there who all are going to head the semester or trimester, and these are the courses which we are having for the first trimester or first semester, and so faculty members are allocated for this particular semester and trimester, and rest of the faculty members are free. So we can definitely allocate time for them to pursue their research in a way that it's a kind of a balanced approach for all of us and a win-win situation, not for the department but for the entire institute as well. So I think having a formal structure where we can sit together and we can finalize things prior the commencement of the semester or trimester, I think helps better to form this entire research and teaching and service amalgamation together. Yeah.
Thank you. So before I open this session for questions from audience, let me summarize so that you can formulate your questions better. So what we have discussed, that balancing teaching, research and services is important because they are interconnected. Teaching makes you better researcher, research makes you better teacher. Although, and also, like what Professor Alexandro said, that if you are into administration, try to take up research projects which examines what system of administration works better for academics, for example. So that was the first. The second thing what we said, that balancing not only means balancing time, but also balancing workflow, because the cognitive demands are quite different when you are doing research, when you are doing administration, and when you are doing teaching. But managing both these, then we discussed that we can either manage by doing time allocation. That certain time is for research and certain, it can be done on per day basis, it can be done on a weekly basis. And the second part, in this managing flow, as Professor Eugene has said, flexi times helps a lot. But the flexi time has a kind of a scope for getting abused. So we have to be cautious. So that, and then the institutional mentorship support and group meeting support is very important. So these are some significant points that I emerged. So now it is open for questions. Any questions from the audience? Yes.
So a lot of times, you said that. A lot of times you said that a senior faculty should help a junior faculty to do a good research and guide him.
Yes.
But at a lot of institutes, it's not the trend, right? To be very open, senior faculties would want to do their own research and they are left like that. So what you suggest as deans or maybe as senior professors, Professor Stephen and Professor Vijay, how this inclusive approach can be created in an academic institution? Do we need policies for that?
I think it comes back to the hiring strategy of that institute. Yeah. And in terms of, sorry, I'm creating too much chaos here. I think when you hire senior faculty, you have to be clear about what are your objectives. Why are you getting a senior faculty here? What is their role? What is their contribution? And clearly, scholarship is a big part of it. But there are lots of also senior professors who like to mentor, and you've got to find who they are and bring them into the department and say, I want to grow the department. There's going to be a lot of junior faculty that I'm hiring, and make the expectations clear to the senior faculty that they will be serving as mentors. And clearly, there are some senior faculty who should not be mentors, so put it that way, right? Who should not be mentors. And again, I think as people in the administration have to be careful about who they assign as mentors and how they advise junior faculty to pick mentors out there. Absolutely. So, but it comes back. I think every institution should look at hiring senior faculty and think about, what their goal is. Answer that question.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. So, yes, if you feel the question's been answered, we can get more questions here.
So I have a question on managing your research pipeline. Like you might be working simultaneously on multiple projects. So how do you manage your time over projects, and any tips on managing a pipeline?
Okay, so the first point is pick your team, right? So, and as a risk strategy, you should have different teams rather than just one team. Okay, so that's the first thing. Your complementary skills. So if you are good, so Sian is very good at writing introductions. So if Sian and I are working on a paper, we wouldn't both be writing the introduction. Does that make sense? One of us would write the introduction, one of us might do something else. So the allocation of tasks is important. Also, people have got to complete. So picking your people and being prepared to say, I can't work with you, just don't deliver on time. So these are all things that help with building up a research pipeline. It will vary. Sometimes things take a long time to review. Sometimes you get a quick answer and suddenly you've got 3 revised and resubmits. That does happen. So yeah, I guess it gets back to what interests you and what you really want to do. Don't be so hard on yourself about trying to get 4 or 5 papers in a pipeline. If you look at the way American scholars do, and you look at their resumes, they're not very long, but it's really good papers in there. It tells you something, right? So try and go for the quality rather. They must have 5 papers out there. Cut it in half and say maybe 2 or 3. Now that's sometimes difficult with deans because they like to count. One of the few things deans can do is count, apparently. But you have to talk about you're trying to improve your quality. Those kinds of things help, but just be aware that we're all trying to get papers back to us quickly. Reviewing is very important. If you're worried about how long the pipeline is taking, you really do need to be reviewing. So hopefully there's some hints that might help you. Something else?
I think start with a goal in mind. So different institutions have different expectations.
Yeah.
So you have to play the game.
Yeah.
I learned this the hard way. So you really have to understand what is it that's going to get you promoted in that institution. Assuming that you want to be there, right? If you want to go somewhere else, then you've got to figure out what's the game that they want me to play there. So I think you have to be very clear about the goal. Yeah. And so if some institutions say at the end of 6 years, we want you to have 8 publications in these sort of journals, then don't try to have a pipeline of a dozen papers. Try and get to that 8 strong papers. Yeah. And make sure it's a slam dunk case. Yeah. Don't go up for promotion when it's not a slam dunk case. So that's the goal. To manage your pipeline. So then effectively, what you need is 2 strong papers every year. Focus on those 2 strong papers, close it out, go to the next 2. So I know sometimes I tell PhD students have the 2-2-2 pipeline. No, 2 that are under review, 2 that are ready to go under review, and 2 are areas that you're exploring. You think, hey, what's the next hot topic? So have that 2-to-2 pipeline, but as such, focus on those 2 that need to be closed. Those victories will keep you going and keep encouraging you to say, all right, I'm ready for the next round. Or maybe something else comes out of that study and say, all right, or a co-author says, that was great, I enjoyed working with you, here's another data set that I have. That's what worked for me. I was very lucky to work with Professor Kraft. He threw a data set at me, it worked really well, we published it. He said, you know what, I got another data set. He said, all right, throw it. So we got another paper out of it. That got published. Then it was like, I got another data. So proving yourself, working with strong co-authors who know how to play the game, I think that is more important in terms of managing your pipeline. But, close it. Be the closer. I think we should all watch the closer.
I have a question.
My name is Dr. Mansi. I am a recent scholar. My question is, especially to you, Professor Vijay, what is the right way? Do we go for a reverse engineering? That means we figure out the journal first and then we start writing the paper in accordance? Or we figure out our paper first and then we move towards figuring out the right journal is going to take our paper? I mean, this is such a...
I always work on projects that I enjoy working, and that is a sample of one. I've never looked at journals as target journals. I always work on projects that's just me. As I said, I'm a sample of one, and I might be an absolute fluke here. So, so when I enjoy working on a project, then I get completely into it, and I close it. There are lots of other projects that I enjoy a lot, but I don't know how to do it, so I let it go. But I start with the project, and then the project will find its home. But when I enjoy a project and I'm honest about, okay, this looks like something like a major contribution and I can send it to a high-ranking journal, I'll do it. Sometimes, even in a project where I feel the contribution is incremental, I will still send it to a high-ranking journal. I think you need to have a thick skin and just be ready for the rejection, but you will get great feedback.
Yeah, that's true.
You will get 3 absolute strangers who hate you giving you feedback, but you take it with a whole grain of salt and maybe a lot of sugar. I had this mentor, Kalyan Ram, and I read the story. So Kalyan wrote this fantastic award-winning papers on IMC in the 2000s with Prasad Naik. The Raman Naik paper, if you've read it in IMC, is still like the standard. So Kalyan comes to my office and then he's got this twinkle in his eye and he said, 3 people are in depression. I said, what the hell did you do? I didn't get the joke at all. He said, 3 people have told me that I made them really depressed. I'm like, what is going on here? Why are you telling me this? He's like, that's what the associate editor of this journal has told me, that there are these 3 people who are completely depressed. So I've written back to the AE saying, please tell these people not to get depressed, it's only a paper. But you need to have this sort of thick skin and still aim for the high journals, but I always start with the project. To answer your question, I start with the project, and if you enjoy the project, it'll find a home.
One more question, anybody can answer, please. Just one more.
If you please allow, one more question. So the question is, do we talk about one topic and keep on researching on it in different various papers? Or do I move from topic to topic? So for example, my area is consumer behavior in millennials and health consciousness in millennials. So do I keep writing and deep diving into various research papers on the same topic? Would you all suggest? Or do I keep hopping on different topics, whatever intrigues me?
Okay, so there's 2 approaches. So you might have a method or an analysis approach that might go across different areas. So if that's the case, that doesn't really matter, right? So if you're really good at modelling a large data set, maybe those skills can go across the different topic areas. It's a trade-off, isn't it? It's a high-risk reward trade-off that you become a specialist in an area, you get well known, versus that area dries up. And people say, listen, Steve, co-creation in services, we're really not interested. The Journal of Marketing actually said that to me in one of the reviews that I had back from them. So I think you've got to have a little bit of both. I think you've got to follow your passion if you can. The area you've described is still fairly broad, so you could do quite a bit in that. Don't do what some people do, just try to write the perfect paper on a very narrow, and then they get beaten by somebody else. The other thing is that people come up with similar ideas, and they beat you, and they beat you. And so you then have to go, okay, maybe I need to do something else. That actually happened with my doctorate, by the way. Somebody published a paper in the Journal of Marketing Research, which was kind of like my paper. And I thought, oh, well, now I can write the better paper, but I really missed the boat, right? So that's just life. But I think, as a rule, should have at least 2 areas, research areas if you can. I wouldn't have 10. I've known some researchers who have 5, 10 different projects, and I don't think they get the economies. I'm a bit weird because I work on things that don't interest me, so I won't necessarily, I would say that my narrative is more in your quadrant you were talking about, Neil, than I do modelling. Sometimes I do modelling, sometimes I do simulation, sometimes I do experiments, sometimes I do plot, right? So I'm a bit all over the place. That works for me, right? So whatever works for you is my answer, but yeah, a little bit of specialisation, but not too much.
Yeah, so also in addition to what you said, for example, it's okay, it's working now. Yeah. So it's you and your bandwidth also that matters. For example, you know how much potential do you have to explore certain topics. For example, I myself have a potential to to explore only 2 topics at times. I can't go beyond that. Okay, so if your bandwidth allows you to go on 10 topics, do that. Also, you can collaborate with people who have expertise in that area, where you can contribute significantly as per your knowledge also in terms of writing, in terms of data collection, and can also provide your extension as a co-author also to them. So it's up to an individual. Yeah.
Although I am only moderator, but I will like to contribute one thing here. So one thing is that you also keep track of what are the red ocean topics which you are working on, and you should always have a blue ocean topic inside your pocket. So you are working, so otherwise if you are working only on the red ocean topic, you can go outdated any point of time. So that can be another. And thanks for a great question, Mansi, because this brought out another aspect of flow, that in research, not only have to flow from one activity to another, from teaching to services to research, but also within research, there is a flow that has to be deliberately planned, how you flow from one topic to another, and there has to be a strategy behind it. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very good. Now, before we close, just one more thing. Be open to new opportunities, right? So the power of yes is really important. So I got into doing work in marketing and finance. Why? Because an old friend I exercised with, a finance academic, said, we should do some work together in marketing and finance. And we have a lot of fun. I said, Dominic, where are we going to get the data from? He says, don't worry, mate. I know somebody in America. We can get the data. He'll do the analysis. We come up with the ideas. You reckon we can do that? I went, yeah. Now, would I have done that? No. But so, and of course, it's sort of the fun element. And I can tell you a few stories of people who missed out on Nobel Prizes because they said that's just not my area. So you've got to be a little bit open to opportunities. So, I mean, if a corporate comes up to me and says, listen, Steve, we'd like to give you $1 million to look at AI and, I don't know, branding. I think I would find time. I wouldn't say that's not my area. So, you've got to be open to opportunities. Yeah, exactly. So, but you'd be surprised in academics who say no. I've got this, so often, so you talked about phenomenon. Phenomenal opportunities come up from industry, and you don't just say, oh, listen, that's not something I do. I think, well, do I have skills that can do that? And I think, well, maybe I do. So I've done a lot of work in, Veterans Affairs, in mobile phone switching, which I didn't have that. So being flexible and opportunistic is also really important, okay?
Can I, at the last point, before Tatsita you come up and close this, I will like to end this session with a story, taking off from what Professor Alejandro has said. There was this great sage, in the ancient time, and he was doing a great penance. He was doing this meditation and penance for 100 days, and that at the end of the penance, the boss came in front of him. and say, ask whatever you want. You can ask for all the wisdom in the world, or you can ask for all the money in the world. Being a great scholar and say, of course, he asked for all the wisdom that is there in the world. Then God said, okay, and he vanished. And then all his students are waiting. What is the first word of wisdom that he is going to say? And then the sage turns to the student and says, I should have asked for money.
I'm going to take that joke
Thank you so much, Professor Rajneesh, for always being so lively and enthusiastic.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajneesh, for always being so lively and enthusiastic and bringing a smile to all our faces every now and then. I would now like to request Professor Varsha Jain to extend our token of gratitude to Professor Stephen and Professor Vijay. I request her to come up on the stage and do the honors.
Your first. Great to see you.
Now I would request Professor Dharun to kindly extend our token of appreciation to Professor Eugene and Professor Sigma. Last but not the least, I would request our doctoral scholar, Nikhil, to extend our token of gratitude to our very own Professor Rajneesh. Wonderful. As we bring YSRC to a close, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the inspiration and energy we have already witnessed today. An event like this is more than an exchange of ideas. It is a confluence of perspectives and an opportunity to challenge conventional boundaries and think deeper and more reflectively. And I hope this event will help young scholars to understand that their ideas and intellectual deliberations have the potential to transform lives around them. And on this note, I would like to extend my warmest gratitude to everyone, each of our audiences and its esteemed panel. And thank you everyone for being a part of this wonderful event. Good evening. I would like to ask all of you to gather near the My Cafe for the high tea.
Good job.